I declare open this hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee has set Friday the 20th of February 2026 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and Friday the 10th of April 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice in this session. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the parliamentary departments, followed by the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio as listed on today's program. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds and estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer such questions asked of them to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate that public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. As is my usual practice, I've provided copies of the code in the room for your reference. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. So, welcome to the President, the Honourable Sue Lyons, the Clerk, Mr Richard Pye, and Mr John Begley, Usher of the Black Rod. President, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr Pye, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, we will go directly to questions and we'll go to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I would ask some questions about the pausing of processing for questions on notice. Can the department confirm that the processing of quans was paused between the 17th of December and the 12th of January this year? 17th of December last year and obviously 12th of January this year?
Richard Pye, Clerk of the Senate. I understand there is a pause that is implemented each year over the Christmas break. Yeah. I don't have the specific dates, but those dates sound about right to me, Senator.
So I'm interested in knowing how those dates are chosen, because obviously there were 11 additional business days to what is the standard government shutdown period over the break. Who signs off on those dates?
I think they're signed off by the Clerk Assistant Table. The table office is the office in the Senate that processes questions. I don't know how those dates are arrived at. When I was Clerk Assistant Table some years ago now, what we tended to do was look at, I guess, the number of questions that were coming in and tried to work out, if we continue to get the average number of questions that we ordinarily would get, will we be able to process them all of the ones that we get by the cut-off date and send them off to departments and agencies. So when you've got a low average number of questions, you can afford to sail a bit closer to the wind, I guess, get a bit closer to Christmas. As I think you know, we've got quite high levels of questions at the moment, so I imagine they calculated the date by trying to make sure they could clear the number of questions that were expected to roll in any given week.
So it's an arbitrary decision each year as opposed to a standard procedure?
Well, I think it's a standard procedure to a degree because I think we try to cut things off on a Friday, but I would have to take the question on notice to get more detail about how it's chosen.
Is there a standing order? Is there a resolution of the Senate? Is there an order of continuing effect, whatever it might be, that authorises a pause or a cut-off period for the lodgement of questions on notice?
No, there's nothing by way of a resolution or something of that nature. It's it's trying to acknowledge the reality that there won't be people to process questions, won't be people available to receive questions for a period over the Christmas
Between
Christmas
the 17th
break.
of December and the 12th of January?
Well, questions that were received on the 17th of December would still need to be processed over the next couple of business days to get them out the door, Senator.
So, Standing Order 74 requires that a notice of a question shall be given by a senator signing and delivering it to the clerk, and that the clerk shall place notices of questions on the notice paper in the order in which they are received. I don't understand where in Standing Order 74 or anywhere else in Standing Order is there a provision for an arbitrary cut-off period during which questions are accepted but not lodged.
Well, it's a practice that's been undertaken in the Senate for as long as I can remember, Senator.
So I lodged a large number of questions, admittedly, on the 19th of December and was subsequently told that these questions would not be processed until the 12th of January. We were told that the questions had been formatted so that they would be ready to be submitted once the pause ended. I can't understand then why they couldn't just be submitted if the relevant staff were working.
Well, Senator, I would have to get more detail about that to understand the context and the thought processes, but my understanding is that these arrangements are advised to senators and to departments and agencies, so everybody can see what the shape of the process will be over the Christmas period.
Okay.
Senator Hume, just for clarity, are these chamber questions?
No.
Or committee questions or estimates questions?
Questions placed on the notice paper.
Right. When the table office was called about this, the advice was that we simply needed to send an email from me insisting that questions be formally lodged, and yet the department still refused to submit them even after we'd done that.
I would have to look into that, Senator. I don't have any information about that. Okay.
I just don't understand what additional authority the department considers necessary beyond a senator's written insistence that the questions be lodged. I don't know what more we can do.
Well, as I say, Senator, the arrangements for the Christmas period were advised to senators and members and also to departments and agencies who receive questions to process. And in those circumstances, I guess those the idea was that the arrangements that have been advised to people would be adhered to.
Okay. So, interestingly, despite the advice saying that they wouldn't be processed until the 12th of January, my questions on notice on Senate Connect lists 11 questions with a notice given date of the 5th of January. So when the advice says that items received between the 17th of December and the 9th of January won't be processed until the 12th of January, clearly that wasn't true.
Well, Senator, it sounds like someone was trying to be helpful.
Do you think that this delay materially reduces the likelihood that questions will be received before estimates hearings?
I don't know that that's necessarily the case, Senator.
I'm uncomfortable with the administrative pause that's implemented by the table office on this, and that it can have the practical effect of shielding ministers from scrutiny, which is the role of an opposition, and indeed the role of an estimates hearing. So I'm wondering whether the department can commit to lodging questions on notice strictly in accordance with Standing Order 74 in the future, regardless of the time of the year that they're submitted.
Well, Senator, I'm happy to review the practices, but I'm not happy to commit to something here and now without understanding the dimensions of everything.
I would hope that you could come back perhaps with a better indication of whether that might be possible.
Yeah, I'm happy to review that, Senator.
Thank you. I have some more questions, Chair, specifically about parliamentary privilege. Yes? if you'd like, if you're comfortable for me to keep going.
Go ahead.
Obviously, Clark, you're aware that there's a Senate committee on privileges that's currently conducting an inquiry. In some of the submissions for that inquiry, there was one provided by the Department of Parliamentary Services. There are definitions or explanations of how privilege works. I'm wondering, first of all, have you seen some of these submissions?
I've seen some of the submissions, Senator. I haven't read them in detail.
No. Okay. Can I ask if any of the submitters consulted you in the creation of their submissions?
No, Senator, none did.
Okay, so the Department of Parliamentary Services didn't call on your expertise as to how to look at parliamentary privilege?
I didn't see the submission, Senator.
The Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services in an estimates hearing admitted that she should have done this in relation to other matters, but she hasn't done it in the relation to the submission from the department to this inquiry. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Do you have or do you see any immediate issues with the way that any of the submitters that you have seen have defined or explained parliamentary privilege and its operation?
Yes, I've seen a couple of submissions that take a very narrow view of parliamentary privilege in that they leap to the explanation of privilege in Section 16 of the Privileges Act and assume that that's the entire extent of parliamentary privilege, and it's not. My advice to people who are interested to know what the Senate thinks parliamentary privilege looks like is to go and have a look at some of the relevant reports from the Privileges Committee. You've probably had the opportunity to look at some of those recently, Senator. In particular, the reports around search warrants and the Senate and the development eventually of approaches to dealing with covert powers, investigative agencies using covert powers and the intersection there with privilege. Section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act is too narrow a focus, really because of the reason that it was enacted in the first place. In the 1980s, there were a couple of cases in the New South Wales Supreme Court that took much too narrow a view of parliamentary privilege, and Section 16 was enacted by the Parliament to re-establish how parliamentary privilege operated in the courts. So it's specifically meant to remedy these New South Wales Supreme Court decisions. The other thing that you need to look at, though, is around the use of search and seizure powers and the work that the Senate committee has done there. In the year 2000, there was a federal court case called Crane and Gething, and in that case, a search warrant had been executed on a senator's office, and the senator wanted to claim privilege in relation to some or all of the documents. And the question came before the court, and the court said that it's the role of the court to determine questions of privilege when they arise naturally in proceedings of court, but it's not the role of the court to settle questions of privilege as between the executive and the Parliament. And the outcome of that case was that the judge in that case had the documents sealed and provided to the Senate and left it as a question for the Senate to determine. And that's the basis now of the MOUs that we have with the AFP and with other agencies such as the NAC in relation to privilege. It puts in place a process whereby if senators or members wish to claim privilege over documents that are sought by way of search warrant, they apply to have the documents in question sealed, given to a third party, usually the clerk of the Senate, the clerk of the House, and the question determined by the Senate itself on the recommendation of the Privileges Committee. This is the process that's set out in the 163rd and 164th reports of the Privileges Committee. So when you're looking at how participants in parliamentary proceedings are protected, yes, you've got your freedom of speech before the courts, but you also have these other protections that fall to the Parliament to determine.
Can I confirm with you an aspect of my understanding of parliamentary privilege, which is that it is an active right and not a right to be applied retrospectively? Is that correct?
It's probably a little bit fuzzier than that, but it is certainly something that people who are part of the Parliament and people who are working in the Parliament should give active consideration to in their activities.
So you can't deprive somebody of their ability to claim privilege and then make it up later?
A lot of this is an interesting question that we've wrestled with a little bit in relation to covert powers, as I mentioned before, because there has sometimes been this thought, well, people don't know that we're looking at their material, so no harm, no foul. Whereas we would say, well, actually, you might be stepping all over privilege and actively interfering with the proceedings of Parliament, which is what privilege is meant to protect. So, trying to come up with a process that allows investigative agencies to get on with the work that they need to do, and the Privileges Committee has accepted that there are circumstances in which covert powers need to be exercised in investigations that come close to the work of senators and members, but you want to find a way to deal with what would otherwise be claims of privilege, which are able to be made when you're using something like a search warrant. So search warrant, knock on the door, we're seeking your documents, you want to claim privilege over them, here's a process. Covert powers can't knock on the door without undermining the investigation. So the question has been, how do you manage those things?
Okay. All right.
And that's what the MOU in relation to the NAC and the more recent MOU in relation to AFP investigations has tried to sort of wrestle with that question by establishing a dialogue really between the investigators and the clerk of the relevant house to caution when it looks like you might be getting close to privilege.
Clark, can I just say, your depth of knowledge, experience and understanding of this issue is on display for everyone to see. It amazes me that your advice is not sought at every opportunity when dealing with sensitive issues. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Senator.
That's it. Any further questions for these witnesses? No. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Please go forth and have a great day. And we will ask for the Parliamentary Budget Office to make their way to the table. Welcome, Ms Sam Reinhardt, Parliamentary Budget Officer, and other officers of the Parliamentary Budget Office. Ms Reinhardt, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Reinhardt, thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. Firstly, on the well-traversed issue in this committee about average staffing levels of the public service. And I want to refer to a question notice that you provided to me, which is PBO 110 or PWN 110. In that, you provided a breakdown of the implied reduction in ASL levels in the budget. You said in order to meet the budget forecast, the government would need to reduce ASL by 22,500. Which included 16,300 in the 26-27 financial year, 4,400 in the 27-28 year and 1,800 in the 28-29 year. How did you calculate that breakdown, in particular between the financial years?
I might ask Mr Con to go into the detail of that.
Thank you.
If that's okay.
Yes, thank you. Lewis Conn, Assistant Parliamentary Budget Officer. So what we do, as you know, Senator, the ASL estimates published in the budget only include estimates up to 25-26.
Yep.
And that's that number you see there, 213,300, consistent in the budget papers. Mm-hmm. What we do then is that we look at the forecast wages and salaries information for the public service. We do make some adjustments because this ASL figure excludes military personnel, so we make adjustments for the wages and salaries for there. And then we also make adjustments for expected wage increases using wage cost index data. And then through those calculations, we then sort of derive a number of what the ASL will be. So in a sense, you've got the wages and salaries, you've got in a sense, sort of an average cost per person. We make the assumption that the distribution's the same, and then just do the straightforward calculations of what the estimates will be each time. Noting there the estimates at budget, there are things like terminating measures, etc. So as we've provided an analysis previously, that they often get revised up in subsequent budget estimates.
Yes, so there's really only two options here. Either the government proceeds with reducing the ASL by those numbers as you've set out, or they increase spending to pay for those people so they are not let go. Is that fair?
Generally, as I said, we've made assumptions about the sort of same distribution. Of course, it's up to individual secretaries about how they allocate the funding and the distribution of senior staff versus junior staff, etc. There's a whole range of things happening, but yeah, that's generally the mechanics from the budget.
Yeah, I mean, they could slash their wages. That would be the other option.
Conceptually, it's just simple for the wages and salaries bills.
So it's really only three options for the government: fire 16,000 people, significantly reduce government spending, or significantly cut wages.
So there is supplier costs as well as in departments as well. So like I said, they can control a range of levers, but
to the tune of 16,000 people.
I can't comment on.
Well, what's the quantum of money? What's the kind of expressed in dollar terms for the 16,000 this financial year? Oh, sorry, next financial year.
Yes, so in terms of, to maintain that sort of staffing level, that there would need to be additional funds for wages and salaries. Senator, I don't have that information.
Okay, you take that on notice.
Yep.
Obviously, the government's published MyEFO in December. Have you revised your estimates in light of the MyEFO numbers?
So we revised our estimates. We are required under our legislation to adopt the government's estimates over the forward estimates for revenue and expenses, and in fact UCB, all the fiscal parameters over the forward estimates. So in that sense, we've revised them, yes.
Right. So do you have an updated figure for me?
Sorry, for the ASL?
Yes.
So no, we don't have an updated figure for an updated costing. So we do that costing as a specific request. And as Mr. Conn outlined, there's a lot of detail in that analysis that goes to that number. So no, we have not been requested or done a new estimate of that. We do have a tool called Build Your Own Budget, which is, I think, very useful, and a lot of members and advisors use that tool. It provides an estimate of what ASL changes might be at the moment. I would caution with that, though, it's an educational tool, it's a useful tool, but because at MyEFO only part of, there's only updates of certain numbers. There is an update to wage and salary bill. There's not an update to the ASL. That's still the 213 from the previous budget number. So I'd caution a little bit. That's not equivalent to the costing that we have.
Sure. I mean, I can put in a costing request. I know Senator Hume has in the past, but I'm pretty sure you provided these numbers for me in response to a quan. It wasn't a costing request, so you must have done some work.
So that quan numbers is what we provided, I think, in the ECR.
Yeah, so that's the breakdown of the ECR, and it was back in October pre-MyEFO.
So if I want to get a MyEFO updated figure, I should put in a costing request?
Yep.
Yeah, you should put in a costing request and we'll see what's available.
Because the financial review's reported that the figure is now 28,000 rather than 22,500 as a result of MyEFO. Does that sound right to you?
So that sounds consistent with our Build Your Own Budget tool, which, as I said, has some limitations. Is not equivalent to the costing done in the ECR.
Okay. All right. I will move on to another topic. Thank you for your help with that. Mr. Reinhardt, you had some correspondence with the Shadow Treasurer in relation to discrepancies between PFO and MyEFO in terms of the midterm deficits. Do you recall that correspondence?
Yes, I recall that correspondence.
Very good. What's the differences between PFO and MyEFO in the medium term?
So first of all, I'd be a bit cautious about characterising it as discrepancies. From any fiscal update to another, there are always changes from year to year. So let me just, so I presume you're talking about the UCB changes from 28-29 onwards. The deficit in a percentage of GDP in PFO was minus 1.2%. As of MyEFO, it was minus 1.5%. Following year, minus 0.9, down to minus 1.2. 1.8 in the 2 following years in PFO, 1.0 and then 0.9 in MyEFO. Negative 0.5 in 33-34, negative 0.7 in that year in MyEFO, negative 0.3 in 34-35, negative 0.5 in 34-35 in MyEFO, 0.0 in PFO in the final year of the medium term, and negative 0.1 in MyEFO.
Okay. So the budget deficit's got worse in every financial year, is that right?
The deficit has got worse in every financial year, but continues to converge towards surplus by the end of the medium term, but does not achieve surplus in the medium term.
Yeah, no surpluses for a decade. So that's in percent of GDP terms. Do you have it in real terms, in aggregate over that period, perhaps?
I don't know if I have that on me.
I've seen a figure reported in the media of $57 billion. Does that sound right to you? Does that ring any bells?
I can check with the team. We would generally say that percentage of GDP is a more accurate term, so it's generally what we report on. I can check with Dr. Clark. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I have that on me, sorry.
Yeah. Any of your colleagues?
John Clark, Assistant Parliamentary Budget Officer. Yes, that's correct. We would normally talk in terms of percent of GDP in the medium term.
Yeah, so you don't know what the dollar figure is? Because it's been
we don't have that on the
widely
atlas,
reported.
But we can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you if you could take that on notice. As far as you're aware, looking at the numbers, what are the primary drivers of the increased deficit?
So there are drivers on both the revenue and expense side. The primary drivers, let me just see if I can find my notes. I might just see if Dr. Clark, while I look through my notes, has...
So, Senator, the MyEFO didn't discuss drivers of growth in receipts, or the particular drivers of growth in receipts or payments in the medium term. Within the forward estimates, it reported that the fastest major growing payments are interest on debt, the NDIS defence, hospitals payments, medical benefits payments, and the childcare subsidy.
Sure, but and that's helpful, thank you. But can you tell me whether it is primarily a revision down of revenue or a revision up of payments that has contributed to this drop in deficits or increase in the deficits?
So we would say that on a year-by-year basis, it's a bit of both. We have some movements in payments and some movements in receipts. By the end of the medium term, because it's converged largely back to where it was, it's kind of a consistent story of a little bit of revenue and a little bit of expenses.
But I mean, we're dealing with numbers. There is going to be a number which is greater than or less than the other number. So can you tell me, is the change due more to a change in receipts or more to a change in expenditure?
We'd say expenses are a larger proportion than receipts.
Right. What can you quantify that for me? How much larger are expenses than receipts?
60% associated with variations in payments and 40% associated with variations in receipts. However, that is on a year-by-year basis rather than by the end of the forward estimates.
Yep. Is it a different breakdown by the end of the forwards?
We have that one. I don't know if I have that one on me, unfortunately.
Mr. Clark, can you help with that?
So, no, I don't think so. The 60-40 is based on these published percents of GDP, which are all rounded to the nearest 0.1.
Sure.
So I expect the numbers would be a little different with the unrounded numbers, which we don't have access to.
Okay. So it's been driven by both revisions on receipts and expenditure, but expenditure is doing more of the heavy lifting to the tune of 60-40. Is that fair?
That's consistent with the published numbers in the MAFO.
Thank you. It's not consistent with what the Treasurer has said, though. He's publicly said it's explained by receipts, not spending. Anyway, that's not for you to worry about. It seems to me that a 6-month period between PFO and MAEFO to have a revision of this nature is quite a large revision in a 6-month period. Is that a fair characterisation?
We have had a look at the numbers over a number of years, and we do not think it's a particularly large revision. It's consistent with normal revisions between fiscal updates.
So what did they not know in PFO that we've since learned in the last 6 months? What's the new information that's led to this revision?
You're referring to the revision in the medium term or
Correct.
the forward estimates?
So from one fiscal update to the next, there's changes in expenditure in different programs driven by population growth that might change, expectations of take-up that might change
Was
over
it
different
population
programs.
growth in this instance? I'm not asking for
So
hypotheticals,
changes in
but
take-up of particular programs over time, changes in the costs of programs over time, changes in revenue take-up over time, changes in estimates of different price changes, whether it be commodities or housing. So there's a very large number of things that can contribute to changes over time between fiscal updates. I don't have the detail of what might have changed between PFO and MAEFO.
no one has the detail, which is why we're asking these questions. So in your view, is it most likely due to changed forecasts, not decisions of government?
Well, it's likely to be some of both. That's not really... I think questions that come to the detail of MAEFO versus PFO changes are probably for the government and Treasury rather than...
We will certainly be asking them as well, but I'm just interested in your expert opinion as the independent parliamentary budget officer. Is it, in your judgment, based on the information that you have, and you have better access to information than I do from Treasury and Finance, is it largely due to forecasting changes or decisions of government or a combination, and if so, what?
It would be a combination of both, Senator.
But you can't quantify that?
No.
If the PBO can't do that, I mean, how can you do your jobs providing accurate information to parliamentarians and the public about the state of the budget?
I think these are questions... We have what we have in terms of MAEFO to PFO. I think it's for the government to talk to questions of changes over time.
Shouldn't they be providing you with this information to assist you in your duties?
We're provided with everything that is in the public domain. It's for the government to determine what it provides. I mean, there's a lot of information out there. It may just be that we haven't done the full analysis that you're actually after around the differences between expenditure and decisions taken driving the medium-term outlook.
Well, but the PBO does have access to non-public information, don't you? You can't do your costings without it.
We can ask for additional information for costings as they arise. That is very true.
Yeah. So you don't have any non-public information about this. You just have what the government published in MAEFO.
We can request additional non-public information around the detail. Yeah.
Do you think that's warranted, given that there's been this kind of discrepancy between PFO and MAEFO, and you'll be asked by parliamentarians to provide advice on the state of the budget?
As we're asked for advice, we request additional information.
All right, well, we might have to put in a request then. Chair, thanks, Chair. I'm finished with the PBO.
Excellent. We'll go to Senator Whitten.
Was the PBO consulted on the costings of the electric vehicle FBT exemption?
When you say consulted on, when the government does its own costings, it doesn't generally consult the PBO.
So you were consulted?
No.
Oh, you weren't?
We would not normally be consulted on government costings.
Okay. Yep. So the initial figure of the 90 million wasn't your figure then, it would have been the government's figure?
So I guess I'm not sure. So we have done electric vehicle costings in the past. I think some of those appeared in ECRs, but I'm not certain.
So specifically the FBT exemption.
Yeah.
Was the PBO involved in that, or was?
We have done a.
Just having a look to see if it was part of the.
Sorry, the tricky thing is there are FBT exemption costings that appear in government budget papers. We do a number of costings, including a very large number that are confidential costings. I'm not sure what costing you're referring to, and so I'm a little unsure about answering questions associated with it.
So it was the initial costing figure of $90 million. That would have been made.
If it was a government costing, we didn't.
Sorry?
If it was a government costing, it appeared in a budget or a MAIFO or the PIFO, we wouldn't have been involved in it.
What I'm trying to establish is it the government's number or is it your number?
We'll take that on notice and work out whether 90 million is the government's number or our number. Yeah.
Because it's now $1.35 billion, which is 15 times the initial estimates. What do you think went wrong that was so massively understated?
So I suspect, given your question, it's probably a question for Treasury or Finance associated with a government budget costing, as opposed to a costing by the PBO to assist a parliamentarian. So the government's numbers are produced by Treasury and Finance.
But when the government comes up with a number, do they not involve you in coming to that number?
No, that's not really our role. No, we
budgeting?
Yeah. No.
I'm sorry.
If it would be valuable for you into the future to maybe get a briefing from the PBO on their role.
Yeah. Yep. Very happy to do that. And you know, if sometimes our modellers exchange information with Treasury and Finance and provide assistance, but generally we don't comment on budget proposal. And as an independent organisation, the government would not involve us in their budget process normally.
Okay. So a similar question on the home batteries. Was the PBO involved in? No. Okay.
Yeah, Senator Whitten, if I could just stress, the PBO is independent of government. So senators can ask the PBO, and often do costings for them, but it is independent of government. That's why it was set up that way, to give parliamentarians the opportunity to get their own programs costed or to check on other costings they had concerns about.
Yeah. No, I understand that. It's just wondering where the budget estimate came from.
Would have come from Treasury.
Yeah, because they're pretty big misses on both of those schemes, and I'm looking to ask the correct person the correct question.
I would head to Treasury, Senator Whitten.
Noted.
Revenue Group.
Okay, just on to another one. The costings for the power stations, like nuclear, the pre-election costings, where we had a 600 billion price tag. Was that you guys?
That was us. I don't know about 600 billion, but we did do the nuclear costing in the election commitments report after the last election. Yes.
Sorry,
so we do a report after the election commitments report. We did, nuclear was part of that.
Okay. Was it the same figure?
600 million I don't have in my head, but if you let me know your question, I'll...
if you like, okay.
Yeah.
So just as a note, for the 11 gigawatt capacity proposed, those construction costs would come in at about $55 per watt. And an article out of the Nature Journal from July 25 shows that China has built dozens of nuclear plants for as low as $2.5 per watt. Why are we seeing such a wide gap between...
I think it's fair to point out that there are very different views about what nuclear would cost, and I think in the end a proper cost-benefit analysis for Australia would be the best approach to actually revealing what the full cost would be.
I'd like to think there was more science than various views. I mean, we all have a view, but I'd like to see hard data and facts used.
We use the profile provided by the coalition for the costings of the power station. So we didn't actually make any assumptions about the likely costs of the power stations. The only place that we used some discretion was to show the range of possible costs that might be implied, but we did not do an estimate of the equity costs required to build. That was based on what was provided by the coalition parties through the election process.
So you got your information from politicians?
We were pretty limited by what was available for Australia, given it would be completely new for Australia.
Yeah. I'll give you a tip. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the Parliamentary Budget Office. We appreciate your time. And I would now ask the Department of Parliamentary Services and Parliamentary Services Commissioner to come to the table.
Waiting room, if you want to...
Sorry,
in the waiting room.
They're in the waiting room.
Should we...
All right, we might suspend for a moment. Apparently they're not in the room yet.
Here
Here we go.
Could you just check with Senator Sharma that he's happy with the media? It's like if they just as a preemptive... Not on that. We do the spa. Not on that.
It's a spa. It's a spa.
Okay for media if they come in? Okay. Welcome to Ms Jarla Hinchcliffe, Secretary and other officers of the Department of Parliamentary Services. Also welcome Dr Gordon de Breu, who I believe this is be your last run out at estimates, the Parliamentary Service Commissioner, and we also have Mr Stephen Fox, the Parliamentary Librarian. Ms Hinchcliffe, would you like to make an opening statement?
I have an opening statement as well, Chair.
Yes.
Do you?
Would you like to go first,
Yeah.
President?
Thanks, Chair. It's now been more than 12 months since the presiding officers terminated the former Deputy of Parliament, the Department of Parliamentary Services Secretary due to a loss of trust and confidence, and appointed Ms Jarla Hinchcliffe as Acting Secretary. Recruitment for a new Secretary commenced in January 2025, and after a competitive recruitment process, Ms Hinchcliffe was appointed Secretary of DPS on the 7th of March 2025. The Speaker of the House of Representatives and I, as presiding officers of the Parliament, hold joint responsibility for the control and management of the parliamentary precincts. I'm providing this statement to the Finance and Public Administration Committee.
Sorry, can I stop you there for a minute, President?
Yeah, apparently we're broadcasting it just to stop for 5 minutes because something's gone down.
Something's gone wrong with the broadcast.
Suspend.
So we will just suspend for a moment. Thank you to Broadcast for fixing the glitch. We will start again, just for clarity. And I would like to welcome Ms Jarla Hinchcliffe, the Secretary, and other officers of the Department of Parliamentary Services, and Dr Gordon de Brewer, the Parliamentary Services Commissioner, and the other officers at the table. We'll start with the President, the Honourable Sue Lyons, and your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. It's now been more than 12 months since the presiding officers terminated the former Department of Parliamentary Services Secretary due to a loss of trust and confidence, and appointed Ms Jarla Hinchcliffe as Acting Secretary. Recruitment for a new Secretary commenced in January 2025, and after a competitive recruitment process, Ms Hinchcliffe was appointed Secretary of DPS on the 7th of March 2025. The Speaker of the House of Representatives and I, as presiding officers of the Parliament, hold joint responsibilities for the control and management of parliamentary precincts. I am providing this statement to the Finance and Public Admin Committee as part of my responsibility as a presiding officer and President of the Senate to appear before estimates. The incentive to retire payment paid by DPS to a former Deputy Secretary has generated interest from members of this committee, the media and the Australian public. Concerns about the ITR payment have been raised in previous hearings of this committee, and the Department has responded with detail on these matters. It is able to discuss noting the acknowledged related investigation being conducted by the NAC. On the 24th of July 2024, I was informed by Ms Hinchcliffe, in her then role as DPS Deputy Secretary, that matters in relation to the ITR payment made to the former Deputy Secretary required independent examination. This resulted in the appointment of an independent external investigator, Dr Fiona Ruffley, to conduct a fact-finding investigation into the Department's actions regarding the ITR payment. The terms of reference supporting the independent investigation were provided to me when Dr Ruffley was appointed. They have also been tabled with this committee. A summary of the findings of Dr Ruffley's report was provided to this committee by the Department on the 16th of October 2025. I do not intend to revisit these matters in this statement. This committee was informed on November 4, 2025 that the NAC had issued warrants at Australian Parliament House on the 3rd of October 2024. I also don't intend to revisit this. On the 14th of March 2025, prior to receiving a copy of Dr Ruffley's final report, the presiding officers were informed by the DPS Deputy Secretary of concerns identified by Dr Ruffley, including concerns about how data was collected by DPS ISD. The Deputy Secretary indicated that as a result of these and other concerns, consideration was being given by the Department to commence a Code of Conduct investigation into DPS officers. The presiding officers were also informed that further code actions were likely. Code of Conduct matters, of course, fall within the operational responsibilities of the Department. The Ruffley report was provided to presiding officers on the 18th of March 2025. On August 27, 2025, the presiding officers were informed that an inappropriate search across all exchange locations of the parliamentary network had been undertaken by DPS ISD officers, contrary to authorisations provided by the DPS Secretary. The presiding officers were also informed that Dr Ruffley and the NAC had raised concerns about the integrity of data provided previously by DPS ISD officers. I was further informed that several Code of Conduct processes were close to completion, and that in accordance with procedural fairness, the outcome of those matters would not be known until due process had been followed and procedural fairness afforded to those officers. I did not know at the time that DPS employee data obtained from the Parliamentary Communications Network was being held off-site. On October 29, 2025, I was advised that DPS employer data was held off-site in a secure data forensic laboratory. This was one business day before the supplementary budget estimates hearing of this committee on 31st of October. On 3rd of November 2025, my office inquired about the feasibility of returning the data to APH. The next day, the presiding officers issued a formal direction to the DPS Secretary to work with the clerks in the creation of a procedure to facilitate the return of data. This procedure was approved and signed off by the presiding officers. On the 27th of November 2025, the DPS employee data was returned to APH. On January 7 and 8 of this year, the presiding officers were informed by the DPS Secretary that all steps outlined in the data return procedure had been completed. I advise the committee that I continue to have the trust and confidence in the DPS Secretary and Deputy Secretary. I thank all DPS staff for their work and their commitment to the smooth, efficient and professional way in which they carry out their responsibilities to this place. The Parliament is an iconic building and the heart of our democracy. What you do matters. I see your work and I appreciate it. I also acknowledge Parliamentary Services Commissioner Dr Gordon de Brewer has indicated he is stepping down from his role to explore new horizons. I thank Gordon for the support and wise counsel he has provided to me in support of the various acts which govern parliamentary departments. Thank you, Gordon, for your services to the Parliament, the Australian public and parliamentary services. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Hinchliffe, would you care to make an opening statement?
Just a very quick one, Chair. Ajala Hinchliffe, Secretary, Department of Parliamentary Services. Chair and members of the Finance of Public and Administration Committee, I welcome the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss matters that are relevant to the Department of Parliamentary Services. Before I and senior executive members of DPS respond to your questions, I'd like to take the opportunity to provide the committee with information as to my considerations relevant to parliamentary privilege and its application during various activities in support of Dr Fiona Ruffley's fact-finding investigation into the incentive to retire payment made by DPS to a former departmental deputy secretary. I understand that the committee may have questions of me regarding my considerations. To assist the committee, I will table the information and I will draw from it in my responses that I provide the committee on this matter. This information is extensive and in the interest of time I will not read it into the record. It is also consistent with the Department's submission to the Senate Standing Committee of Privileges current inquiry into the Department of Parliamentary Services handling of documents and communications, a copy of which I provided to this committee on the 29th of January 2026. The rest of the opening statement, Chair, I will just table.
It'd be very useful if we could have it to circulate to committee members. Thank you. Dr de Brewer, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair, but I do want to thank the President and the presiding officers for their very kind comments. Maybe also express just how wonderful it's been working with the parliamentary service departments, and very much thank the committee for the constructive and active engagement over the past few years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we, I think the whole committee, we wish you all the very best in your next great adventure.
Thank you.
We will go to questions and we will start with Senator McGrath.
Cheers. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ms Hinder, at the last estimates we had a discussion about plans for an extension or expansion of Parliament House should the government decide to increase the size of Parliament. You said the department wasn't, and I quote, actively exploring options. Is a possible extension to Parliament House part of any future-proofing or planning activities in the department?
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, members of the committee. Nicola Hinder, Deputy Secretary and Chief Operating Officer. Senator, we are constantly having a look at the footprint and the space requirements planning for activities at Parliament House. But at the moment, we have no active plans in terms of an extension or a wing extension underway. We have a very active plan in terms of building renewal works, such as what the committee will see on Friday during your work through.
So, in terms of, I suppose it comes to the definition of actively exploring. There are plans.
Senator, there are no current plans at the moment to expand the current footprint of Australian Parliament House.
So there are no current plans.
Nor have we been engaged on any plans to be able to do the same.
Okay. Do you know when was the last time the Parliament or your department looked at plans to increase? This is obviously outside the current footprint of Parliament House. When was the last time that issue would have been looked at?
Oh, Senator, I believe it was a number of years ago. I can give a date on that, but I don't believe that the plans actually went very far due to the significance of the cost that would be involved.
Okay. President, have you seen these plans?
No, Senator McGrath, those are questions for the government, not for me.
Okay. Are you aware of whether anyone in executive government has requested to see the plans?
Senator, absolutely not in the year that I have been at DPS, so absolutely not.
That's since you've been at DPS, but previously?
Senator, I'll just have a cast look back on the team that's got a broader corporate memory in our planning and quality area, but they're also shaking their head. Senator, no.
Okay. So within the building, within the current footprint, there are a number of I suppose, bodies or that have been shifted off-site. Which ones have been shifted off-site?
Senator, the biggest part of that has actually been the impact on the Department of Parliamentary Services. I believe the last lot of numbers that I had a look at indicated that several hundred of our workforce had moved. That was when we had the building that was at National Circuit, as well as a small footprint here. Since that time, we've relocated to West Block, and we've also seen even greater numbers of DPS staff move from Parliament House to West Block. I can assure the members of the committee, though, that all of the people that are involved in the day-to-day management, our Hansard broadcasting staff, ICT, those that have a direct need to be here, are here.
So how many staff are employed, or FTEs are employed by DPS?
At the moment, as at 31st of December, Senator, our current number was 1,219. In terms of our West Block footprint, I think we have actually provided those details to you as well. But I can let you know that at the moment we have, I'll get you the exact number of staff down there, Senator. I think it's in the order of about 400 staff down there, as well as West Block. At the moment, we relocated some staff from the Parliamentary Budget Office. Their first day working at West Block was 27th of October of last year. And I believe that the majority of PBO staff, with the exception of the Parliamentary Budget Officer and a small number of other staff, retain a footprint here at APH. Okay. Senator, as well, just to be completely open to, we also have the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority based at West Block, and their footprint, I believe, is no more than eight officers.
Now, on notice, it's fine in terms of the precise figures there in terms of the DPS staff left in the building. Sure. and those at West Block. In response to question on notice 120, the department confirmed the 11 new suites currently being constructed will cost an estimated $1.34 million, excluding GST per suite. So it's a total cost of $14.8 million. That seems a lot of money, $1.3 million for an internal office. Do you think that represents value for money?
Senator, one of the activities that we will be hoping to be able to talk to members of the committee about on Friday during your walkthrough is the very significant differences around the construction costs associated with building works at Parliament House. The majority of spaces, in fact all spaces at Parliament House, have been built to very exacting standards, and they are bespoke designs, very high ceilings, very high quality and finishes of work. It's really important underneath the design integrity principles that those suites are constructed to the same manner as the existing parliamentary suites are in APH. Of course, there has been a difference in construction costs over time.
In relation to these new suites, so this is on the Senate side of the building.
Yes, Senator.
Did the department have engaged in consultation with staff and I'll start again. President, I didn't think the question was that bad. Other times you could have thrown water at me, but like...
It was not for you, Senator.
In relation to the work that's been undertaken with these 11 new suites, did the department engage in consultation with your senators and their staff in relation to how the current suites operate?
So, Senator, it's a very interesting question. So the way that the department actually performs the building works is that we are responsible for the construction of the building works. We go through the design integrity process in consultation with colleagues from the Department of the Senate. We are instructed to be able to do the works upon that instruction, but we work closely with the Department of Senate colleagues because it is within their footprint and it is within their responsibilities. I do not recall whether or not DPS undertook that consultation, but I'm happy to confirm whether or not colleagues at the Department of the Senate, who are responsible for the footprint within the Senate, did do so.
I think that would be good, because spending $14.8 million for these 11 new suites, and there are some, notwithstanding the design limits that are placed upon you, there are obviously some issues that the offices, we call them suites, but they're offices, are analogue models in a digital age. So
that's absolutely correct, Senator. It would be our intention, though, when we go through the process towards the completion of the suites, we are thinking, but we haven't yet landed on or agreed the process by which we'll do so, to have a look at the furniture design that is available within those suites. It is acknowledged that the furniture that is here in APH at the moment is absolutely outstanding in its quality and its craftsmanship, but it was designed for a very different office environment for parliamentarians in place 40 years ago when the building opened. One of the things that we are working through, and we're doing this in consultation with colleagues from the Department of Finance, the Department of the House of Representatives and the Department of the Senate, is what the office fit-out will be in those suites. And we are considering whether or not we look at establishing 3 different lots of set-outs, have consultation with parliamentarians as to how they think that will work.
I would strongly encourage consultation with parliamentarians, but in particular with the staff, in terms of those, especially a lot of staff are FIFOs who fly in and fly out, in terms of making their lives easy, and I think that would go across the Senate regardless of our political colour. With the 11 suites, what they're replacing DPS areas or PBO areas?
Well, Senator, there's work that's underway in both the basement, that's in building renewal work for the suite. There's work underway at level 1, which is the start of the construction of the suites. It also contains the 4th party room. On level 2, there will be additional suites that are being constructed. The people that were there, if you want to track back through a number of years of operations at Parliament House, it was the executive level for the Department of Parliamentary Services at one point. DPS relocated from that end to this end. The Parliamentary Budget Office went in and took the space that DPS did have allocated under its footprint. Now that space, in accordance with the original design of the building, is being converted into new suites for parliamentarians on the Senate side.
How many suites are there currently on the Senate side?
Senator, I'll have to provide you with that notice, but I think there's about 15 in addition to what the current numbers in the Senate are, I believe, because some of them are being used for the Parliamentary Budget Officer, for instance, has one. The allocations of those suites, though, are solely within the responsibility of the Department of the Senate.
So I just want to know what the new total number will be.
Any of my team got a number? Senator, I'll get that number for you this morning and we'll pass that up.
No, thank you. Just so I know, when was and you may have answered this previously, I apologise if you have, when was the budget approved for the new suites?
So, Senator, in one of the responses to the questions, I've noticed we've taken through the timeline. Yeah. It's the responsibility of the department's executive committee to be able to provide funding within our existing appropriation level for Parliament House for construction costs at Parliament House.
Okay.
I think the latest active decision that was undertaken by the executive committee occurred through the third quarter of last year, and that was when we were really... or the second quarter of last year, and that was when I think we were really pushing through in order to have the suites, the fourth party room and the suites underway in time for the opening of Parliament.
Okay, so the fourth party room was... that's open now, isn't it? Or that's
right, Senator. It's been in use since the open of Parliament.
Okay, but the 11 suites are still ongoing?
The 11 suites on the first floor are closer to finalisation. We did not start the construction of the second floor until the PBO relocated back to over to West Block in October of last year.
Okay. And so there was no additional money for the construction of the suites or the fourth party room? It was within...
Senator, we did not receive, we did not put up a new policy proposal to seek additional funding. The funding of those construction costs come within the department's existing appropriation levels.
Okay. I'm okay with that bit there. I do have some more questions on a different area, if that's okay.
Yep, so, that's fine.
Just checking with Can I go to the dynamic red, please? Sure, you might have been expecting this question. So, in relation to, and for those who are following, the dynamic red is sort of the live version of what's going on in the Senate. It's sort of like an electronic version of the agenda, but it's constantly updated. So, can you tell us what happened? So, I've got lots of questions here, but I'm just going to ask an open-ended question in terms of the dynamic rent did go down, and it did impact the ability of senators to do their job.
Senator, do you mean last week when the dynamic rent went down? I'll ask Mr. Mike Webb, our CIO, to come forward and discuss that.
Senator, while Mr. Webb's joining us at the table, the ICT architecture that's currently in place, we are spending a considerable amount of time on at the moment, because there is an incredible amount of historical complexity that is within the ICT architecture within Parliament House. Mr. Webb will be able to talk about that in a little bit more, but I just wanted to give confidence to senators at the moment. It is a spaghetti string of systems that underpin the operations of the entire APH network, and there is an incredible amount of effort underway within our ICT team to simplify this, to make it better and to increase robustness.
Good morning, Senator. Mike Webb, Chief Information Officer. As Ms Hinder mentioned, the APH website is a complex series of integrated systems. It's been in place in its current architecture for about 13 years or thereabouts. The team is working very hard in stabilising and unwinding some of the complexity and focusing on resilience. What happened last week was a back-end application integration service failed.
This is on the Thursday when it went
on the Thursday last week.
Down.
Yeah, correct.
Sorry, what time did it start? What time will it stop working?
I haven't got the exact figure with me, Senator. It was mid-morning from memory, went until about mid-afternoon.
It was about 6 hours was my recollection.
Yeah, correct.
So, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, so it was mid-morning, around 10:30 or thereabouts. I'm happy to send through those exact details of the time it was down. It was recovered mid-afternoon. It was approximately 5.5 to 6 hours. Parts of the website were impacted. Unlike previous outages, we've had the main APH website's been down. In this scenario, a smaller subset of the systems, obviously Dynamic Red being one of them, was impacted during that period.
But when you say just to explain to us senators, or particularly to me because I'm a Luddite, when you say went down, what actually happened? So why did it go down, and why did it take so long, particularly on a sitting day when we need the dynamic regs to staff in this building, regardless of role, sort of need to know what's going on in the Senate? Sort of why did it take so long? What happened in plain English, please?
Senator, I might jump in and give you the plain English at the beginning, and I would certainly not say you're a Luddite, Senator, when it comes to operations within the House. Senator, quite simply, there's a range of digital certificates which underpin the operations of every digital platform that you operate. The department is responsible for the maintenance of those digital operating certificates. In this case, the digital operating certificate that underpinned the operation of the main system, supporting the dynamic red and a small number of other areas within the APH website, the certificate expired, which meant that it didn't have the necessary security accreditation in order to be able to underpin the operations and the ongoing support provided for that system. However, can I note that this was also a highly unusual circumstance, and while it took the department a little bit longer than what it would normally do to be able to examine a certificate issue, was because this certificate was held in a provider that was outside the range of our normal certificate providers, was with a new provider, and was held against the name of an ex-employee as opposed to being held within the name of the Department of Parliamentary Services. So that took a little bit of time for our team to be able to both unpick the passwords, etc., for the underpinning digital certificate were also not held, which is outside normal practice. It took time for our staff to be able to both identify what the issue was, go to the service provider, prove the verification of the service provider that the department was actually able to re-enable that digital certificate, have the digital certificate re-enabled and restore service. It's not something I think that would be considered within normal practice to have that happen in that way. But again, Senator, I was very proud of the fact that our staff were able to identify the issue quickly and take the necessary steps to be able to bring that back on board.
So when you say a certificate being renewed, we always get reminders on our phones to make sure we renew passwords and other things. And does ICT have its own sort of register of when things need to be renewed?
Yeah, so Senator, yes, there are reminders for certificate renewals. We have a standard process where certificates are with one certificate authority, which provides us that visibility of all certificates in the APH network and the parliamentary computing environment. As Ms Hinder mentioned, this certificate was issued from a different certificate authority, which wasn't documented and it wasn't consistent with our standard practices, which is why it wasn't able to be identified until it expired and impacted services.
Okay. Has it happened before in terms of the certificates expiring? Is this a new issue, or is it this is just a one-off?
I'd like to think it's a one-off, Senator. Yeah, we've by standard practice, we are regularly renewing certificates ahead of their expiry to ensure continuity of service. So this is not a typical thing where certificates have to expire and then we renew them. Standard practice is they're renewed before they expire for continuity of various services.
And, President, were you able to have a meeting with ICT or with the Secretary in relation to this issue?
In relation to the dynamic red,
yes.
A member of my team, I suspect, would have spoken to DPS, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And in relation to the dynamic red, I do recall it's gone down a couple other times. Is that just one-off glitches, or do you have a record of when it's gone down?
I do, Senator. We've had, with regards to dynamic red specifically, no, but with regards to the APH website and the interconnected group of systems, Senator, in 2025 through to today, we've had 8 incidents, of which 3 have been outages. All have had different causes, Senator. 26th of November, there was an integration service, so between the front end web systems and the data layer in the back end, which had an issue. 30th of October, there was a 3-hour incident relating to a Microsoft Cloud services that was outside of our control, but that the services do consume. And the 23rd of January, there was a Yisao spider crawler bot from a Chinese search engine that overloaded the website for.
So can you just repeat that? Sorry.
It's a crawler bot. An
what is that? Sorry.
So search engines have have robots that crawl websites to be able to provide search results.
Right.
This particular one, I'm probably pronouncing it well, but YISOU spider crawler bot overloaded the website for several hours until that was mitigated and slowed down. So they're the 3 incidents, 26 November, 30 October, 23 January.
Now, I normally also do ask this question. I normally don't get an answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The Parliament of Australia. The Parliament of Australia is a key target, I would suggest, for foreign parties who do not have the best interests of Australia. How many attempts have there been to infiltrate, to impact the operation of Parliament through ICT areas?
Look, Senator, it's a difficult one to give you a very precise answer on, because there are several vectors. So you're right, it is a high-value target. We are constantly being attacked from various means. What I can tell you is from the dates I've got here, October through to today, there's been no significant cyber incidents. I can tell you in that same time there's been more than 7,000 phishing attempts. We've detected malware 36 times that we've blocked, and we've had another 1,360 other cyber alerts that our cyber team have picked up and investigated.
Weirdly, that doesn't sound that many. Like it's obviously a lot, but in terms of some of the foreign interests here, you would have thought that they would just be constantly bombarding our systems, that there'd be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of attempted attacks on parliamentarians, phones and iPads and things like that. So is that a good thing that it's relatively low in your view?
Look, I think they're probably the numbers that are right at the pointy end of those entries. I think if we went through firewall logs, there would be many millions of blocks and other things. But some of those are just part of being connected to the internet. So these ones are more at the pointy end of the.
So there are many millions. Okay.
Yeah.
And Senator, can we just also recognise the huge efforts of the department's cybersecurity team and the role that they play every day in protecting the systems that we operate and the protection of the systems that you operate as well?
Just in relation to cybersecurity, Senator, at the moment the ANAO is conducting a performance audit in relation to cybersecurity and DPS, which I welcome their work here to come and have a look as an oversight agency in relation to the work that we're doing on cybersecurity. I know this committee will be interested in the results of that when ANAO have finished their work.
I just have a couple more questions, Chair, in a different area, and then I'm done. So if that's okay.
Sure. I will just give everyone a bit of a heads up. Obviously, we're going to go over because we still have other senators with questions. We will push out the break to 10:45 in, I don't know, a sense that we might finish up by then.
I don't think so, Chair.
No?
I've got heaps of questions for DPS. I think Senator Hume does as well.
Okay, in which case what we might do then, Senator McGrath, if you finish...
I've got a couple more questions in a different area.
Then we'll break and we'll come back.
That would probably be perfect, if that's okay with colleagues.
But yeah, heads up, that means we'll be going somewhat over for everyone's planning. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'd like to ask about the gym. Clearly, I don't go to the gym, so sort of self-reflection there.
We can add it to the tour.
I'm told it's somewhere that way near Aussies.
I think definitely part of the tour on Friday.
So I'm asking this on behalf of some people who do go to the gym, namely staff in this building. So I understand that you're going to cut staffed hours of the Health and Recreation Centre, which is otherwise known as the gym. If you could take us through what the plans are there, please.
Senator, I'll ask Mr Lucas to come forward to talk to that matter.
Because I think one of the things is obviously we are concerned about the health and well-being of everybody in this building, but particularly our staff, particularly those who work long hours, and their ability to go to the gym at suitable times is good for their physical health and mental health. So over to you.
You've spoken like an expert.
I would make a very good union shop steward in a different life, President.
Senator, Mr Lucas.
Maybe we should chat.
No, that ship sailed a long time.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Jason Lucas, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. We're currently considering and working through staff consultation on a change in staffed hours. Certainly we are not seeking to change the hours of the gym. A few years back that was transitioned to a 24/7 gym for members of the gymnasium to use whenever they would like. In addition to that, but we are looking at the efficiency of how that gym operates. Certainly through the statistics that I've seen and the statistics that we're working on, around about 92% of people visiting the gym visit between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. So as we run a sort of business operation as part of Parliament House, we are considering the most efficient way to run that gym, noting that it is a 24/7 and available for staff or members of the gym at all times.
So you'd be looking at cutting staff or cutting back the staffed hours then?
The consideration at the moment is looking at the staffed hours. So we'd look, currently the gym is open for the majority of days between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. We're considering the option of reducing that from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So a reduction of 2 hours.
Okay. And what impact will that have on services that are available to people in this building go to the gym?
So members of the gym, because you need to be a member to access that facility, access to the gymnasium will remain 24/7. Should that proposal progress forward, should individuals want to avail themselves of the sort of more bespoke services of that facility, such as working through programs, nutritional advice and so forth, obviously that would come forward in the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m.
What about, apparently there's a sauna here, what about people who want to access the sauna?
So the sauna at the moment, under the 24/7 access arrangements, is turned off or is shut during the outside of staffed hours now. We're looking at options on how we might be able to put appropriate measures in place and mitigants to have additional access beyond the staffed hours.
Well, based on my notes here, which have been underlined in bold, I think that would be very positive. Well, certainly keep my office happy.
Certainly there is quite a culture of using the sauna in Parliament House, Senator, and we're looking at options to at how we can mitigate sort of risks to support that.
In terms of the staff, though, would their staff be let go, or how would that happen?
There's no plans to reduce our staffing numbers in the gym. The gym has a mixture of permanents, so full-time permanents, part-time and casual staff. Of course, a change in staffed hours may see us looking at how those people are rostered on, including timing for casual staff. Should that option be implemented?
I think that's all I've got here on this area. So, thank you for that.
Follow-up questions on the gym, if you don't mind, just before we go to the break. Is that all right?
Certainly, please go ahead.
And just before, Senator McGrath, if you are leaving, I too have raised similar questions to you, and asked the department in particular to make sure their consultation is broad and also with the union involved for staff. So we've been active on it as well.
Thank you. Sorry, just how many members of the gym are there in the building?
Happy to provide the correct number on notice, but it's around 1,000 members. From memory, around 250 of those are members of the other parliamentary departments, parliamentarians and their staff, with around 700 that are Department of Parliamentary Services.
Goodness. Yeah, if you could, on notice is fine, thank you.
Just on that, do you have data about how many people access the gym after hours?
We do. It's around 8% of the members access the gym post the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
I'm not sure whether anybody at the table accesses the gym, and I don't want to get into the intricacies of that, but I have noticed a very strange anomaly in the gym, which is that condoms are provided in the women's changing room. Are you aware of this?
I was not aware of that, Senator.
Did you know that they're not provided in the men's changing room?
I was not aware of that, Senator.
Do you think that's a strange anomaly?
Senator, I believe it's absolutely wonderful that women are taking care of their own sexual health.
I agree with you, Ms Hinder. I just wonder why men aren't taking responsibility as well.
We are.
That's a good question, Senator Hume, and we'll discuss it further with DPS. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good question.
With that, we will suspend for a short break and resume with the Department of Parliamentary Services at 10:45. Welcome back. We are returning with the Department of Parliamentary Services, and we will go to Senator Hume first.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. I promise I don't need any props for this line of questioning, you'll be pleased to know.
We're all disappointed about that.
Secretary, I want you to explain to the committee, if you can, how the department conducts codes of conduct investigations and whether they're conducted by another member of staff or whether they're an independent person.
Thank you, Senator. The department can conduct code of conduct investigations in a number of different ways. We have a procedure in relation to conducting of code of conducts. In some matters, it may be appropriate to have someone internal investigating and being the decision maker on breach and sanction, but in other matters it might not be appropriate to do it that way, and it might be appropriate to have an independent investigator and independent breach maker and an independent sanction
So
maker.
It's dependent entirely on the circumstances.
That's right.
It's nothing to do with the employment level of the person whose conduct is being considered?
It might have, the employment level might be reflective of that, because there's a matter of fairness about having it dealt with completely independent from the department, because the people who could be the investigator or the breach decision maker or the sanction decision maker are all people who have been connected to that person. So in order for fairness, to have it completely external.
I understand. Can you explain for the committee then how do you go about tendering the role for an independent investigator for a suspected breach of a code of conduct for parliamentary staff?
So it depends whether the investigator is from an investigation agency, like there's a number of independent investigation agencies where you can use panels to be able to source them, or whether you are sourcing a legal firm to do that work for you. If you are sourcing a legal firm, then it goes through the panel arrangements that are established by AGD. If it's through another firm, it's through usually the panel arrangements that they've already been established.
And who makes that decision?
The decision may be made by me, it may be made by the Chief Operating Officer, it might be made by the Deputy coup.
It may be made by any of you, but is there a sort of a protocol as to who would make that final decision?
I think it would depend on the circumstances. Senator, there's some matters where it doesn't need to be considered by me, there are some matters where it should be considered by me.
So how many companies or individuals do you currently have under tender or contract to act as investigators?
Senator, I wouldn't... It's not so much a case that you are contracting people to act as an investigator in all circumstances. As the Secretary has indicated, the department has trained investigation staff within the department. They undertake investigations. From time to time, using the legal services panel, legal firms are contracted to be able to provide advice and support to the department to progress code of conduct matters. Underneath some of those legal panel arrangements, there are arrangements in place to have an investigator appointed working with the legal firm to undertake the investigation.
So who is it that then... Is it the legal firm that appoints the panel, or is it
No, Senator,
DPS that appoints the panel?
There's no panel set up per se.
Right, so sorry, when you say panel, you're not talking about numerous people investigating the one incident, you're talking about somebody that is on a panel that can be chosen.
No, Senator, what I'm saying is that if you're doing this through a legal service panel, you are engaging the legal service provider through the panel.
Right, yes.
Underneath the legal services, a number of the legal firms have investigators that they have worked with previously, or depending upon the type of investigation that needs to be conducted, can make a recommendation to the delegate as to the appointment of that person.
So if you choose a legal firm from the panel, they make a recommendation as to who the investigator would be, or do you say, I would like Joe Bloggs, he did a good job for us last time? Or
Senator, highly unusual that you pick someone like Joe Bloggs like that, it would depend upon the circumstances of the case and whether or not there would be people that you would approach to undertake that investigation, the breach decision or the sanction decision, depending upon their expertise, their knowledge of the environment, their involvement.
So how many companies or individuals are currently under tender or contract to act as investigators?
Senator, for the Code of Conduct matters that the department has underway at the moment, I believe that HWLE Lawyers is providing advice to the department on one or maybe two matters. Clayton Utz, as I indicated at the last hearing, is also providing support to the department in the progress of a number of other Code of Conduct investigations.
On notice, could you provide the tender numbers for all current contracts and the names of any investigators who have undertaken work since the 1st of July 2022?
Senator, I'm happy to be able to do so, but I will also note that the department has provided a full listing of its contract tenders in response to a previous question on notice, and that also does include the details of those that have been contracted under legal service arrangements.
Good, that should then be easy to access. Commissioner, I noticed that in the determination that you signed on March last year under the Parliamentary Services Act, that Section 9 requires that the investigator must be and appears to be independent and unbiased. While that sort of speaks for itself, I think it's probably worth reiterating why that's important.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Commissioner, sorry.
Yes, sorry, I thought you were looking at it.
No, sorry, I was...
Yes, Senator. So Gordon de Brouwer, the Parliamentary Service Commissioner, and that's in accord with those directions.
And your determination, Commissioner, that is, it's delegated legislation, but it's still law. That's right?
I believe so, Senator.
Okay. So what would be the consequences of breaching that law, aside from being a breach of the code, for starters?
Well, I think... what breach are you talking about, Senator?
If there was a breach of that law that determined that an investigator must be and appear to be independent and unbiased, appointing somebody that wasn't.
I think, well, any of those matters, Senator, there'd be people would raise that, and then the matter would be examined.
Right. So it would be examined. If there was a personal relationship between the investigator and a senior executive involved in one part of a code of conduct that could be perceived as breaching that law or not meeting that test, that would be something that would be reported to you.
The way you become aware of these things is that people would raise a matter, for example, if they thought that it wasn't conducted fairly, and that they would raise that matter, which is those sorts of things happen.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I have another question around, if it's all right with you, Chair, or
we might rotate and come back to you.
Yes, that's fine.
Excellent. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. I've got questions about a bunch of different things, so I might jump around a little bit. I might just start with an update on the number of sponsored passes, if that's all right.
Senator, I think we actually have got that included in our activity report that we provided to the committee last week. I think at the moment, Senator, as at the 26th of January 2025, active APH access cards within the sponsored category requiring significant and regular business requirement is now at 2,204.
Thank you. And I understand that parliamentarians now receive weekly reports on after-hours movement of their staff and sign-ins, and then not only have to swipe but also have to physically sign in after 11 p.m.
Senator, we'll ask Mr Khan to join us at the table, but that's actually not... it might be a new requirement insofar that it's been formalised. It has been in place now for quite some time.
Okay.
Senator Pocock, it was a trial and then we made it permanent.
Sure. And can you maybe just give us an update on these changes, and if you have any statistics on the number of swipes after 11 p.m?
Senator Vance Khan, First Assistant Secretary, Security. As the President mentioned, that was a trial for a number of years as we administrated it through. The hours that it applies to the select staff are between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. We get reports back which we send through regularly. I'll have to take on notice the exact numbers just in the recent times. We do have them. I don't have them directly at hand there, Senator.
Thank you. Separately from past, can you ask some questions about events at Parliament House? Am I correct in saying the Albanese government said that you couldn't have fundraising events at Parliament House anymore, and that is a new rule?
And that was a policy of the presiding officers.
Presiding officers.
Correct.
Thank you, President. I understand in December last year the launch of the Parliamentary Friends of AUKUS was reported to be sponsored by a lobbying firm, Precision Public Affairs, and it's been reported that it cost $100 a head to attend an event in Mural Hall. I'm just wondering if this is within the rules of the Parliamentary Friends of groups and with APH access and event rules.
Well, that's a shared responsibility. It's the presiding officers. We have, since becoming presiding officers, reviewed the terms and conditions for friends groups because I think they needed reviewing and tightening up. We have tightened them. I'm aware that there is an AUKUS friendship group. It's fairly newly established. I think we signed off on it earlier this year. Happy to be corrected on that. I'm not aware of it charging admission or tickets or whatever, but if you want to give me the details, I'm happy to follow it up, but I'm certainly not, I have no knowledge of that, Senator Pocock, because our role is to approve the friendship groups within the procedures and policies that we've set down about why and how friendship groups exist. So I don't have any knowledge further than that.
So, President, this has been publicly reported on in the news, and the Deputy Prime Minister was actually asked about it on Sky News by Andrew Clennell. So I'm just interested, what's the process? Who's actually enforced? It's great that we have these rules. I think that's probably in line with community expectation that there aren't fundraising events in a building that is paid for by the public. And so given there's this alleged breach, one that it seems from my reading very clear that parliamentary friends of groups can't be sponsored by third parties, and two, you can't charge for access to an event at Parliament House. Who actually looks into it?
Well, as I said, Senator Pocock, I'm not across the details, and I'm happy to take it on notice, but I'm genuinely not across the details of that event. In terms of if a room was hired, that goes to DPS, and there's policies and procedures around room hire. The establishment of friendship groups comes across my desk as the President, and as I say, we have tried to tighten up the guidelines around what constitute a friendship group, but if there was room hire involved, that's a DPS matter.
Well, I might ask the Secretary then. Secretary, do you know where the money raised from the event went?
No, Senator, I'm not aware of this event. I'm not aware whether there was fundraising in relation to it or not. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay. Are you investigating the event?
I wasn't aware of this event until you raised it here today, so I'm happy to take on notice of what's occurred from the DPS perspective.
What is the process though? Like if something's in the news, I assume there's someone in DPS who's looking at news reporting and potentially mentions of Parliament House. Is there?
Senator, there is, but this one hasn't come across, come to my attention. So thank you for raising it with us.
So what is the process then? Like how do you investigate? It's one thing having rules, but it seems like.
Well, there's publicly available policies on room hire in this building. So if you want to hire a room that is under the purview of DPS, it would go through that process. There are other venues in the Parliament that are the purview of the House or the Senate, and what we've been trying to do is standardise those policies along with the DPS policies, but that I understand that's a work in progress. So we would have to ascertain, one, if it was a DPS hire, and there is a form that we fill out that's publicly available. There's a policy on room hire. So I genuinely have no information and no knowledge about the event, other than I did sign off on the establishment of the AUKUS group. So we would happy if you give us more detail, but we couldn't even say at this point whether it was a house room that was hired, whether it was a Senate room, or whether it was a room that comes under the DPS policy.
Where's Mural Hall?
Mural Hall
is ours.
It comes within DPS.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so what are the consequences if someone essentially charges for access to an event at Mural Hall? Are there any? Is that fundraising?
Senator, I'd need to have a look at what's actually happened in this situation and consider that in line with the events policy and with what was provided in relation to the form to hire the venue.
Secretary, how many people do you have in your media team, sort of monitoring media and?
Senator, it is a very, very small team, and it's not just involved in undertaking media monitoring. I think it's around about 5 or 6, but it's not media monitoring.
It's not small when you're talking to...
But Senator, they also do, that team has also got the graphic designer that's in them, that's responsible for the formatting and all of the things that happen. They're responsible for the website design and information. They're responsible for internal communication.
Sure.
The media side of this department is quite small.
It just concerns me that there was public reporting this in December, and it seems to go to some of the core responsibilities of DPS, ensuring that events in Parliament House are in line with not just community expectation, but the actual rules of Parliament House, both the presiding officers and then DPS's rules, and you're not even aware of this.
Senator, there are. I'm genuinely not making excuses about this. However, there are many hundreds of functions that are held in APH every month.
And how many of them appear in the news saying that a lobbying firm was charging access to an event at Mural Hall?
Senator Pocock, I think we've been really transparent here. We were unaware of that. We have both agreed, I've agreed as the President, to take your question on notice, and I would appreciate some more detail from you. And the DPS Secretary has taken it on, agreed to take it on notice as well.
And thank you, President. Maybe just on notice, any sort of, I don't know, guidelines on what actually happens if someone's found to have breached these rules? Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Chair, if I may, Senator Pocock, you asked about numbers of staff that have accessed. In the last 6 months of 2025, there were 26 entries after 11 o'clock at night.
And for total transparency, one of those staff was mine, because I left my iPad behind when we had the late sitting, and she got held up by the policy, so it was really good to see the policy in action. So thank you, Mr. Khan.
Senator Hume, back to you. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I want to come back to you. The Parliamentary Services Act it mirrors in large part the Public Services Act. That's correct?
That's right. With some significant differences, but in large part, yes, they mirror each other.
So is it correct to say that the reason that the two are separate rather than having one act is because parliamentary service is a service that's not attached to the executive, it's attached to the legislature?
That's right, Senator, and it's the presiding officers that are the key decision makers within the Parliamentary Service Act. Okay.
However, it is very similar in order to maintain the similar levels of integrity and accountability as you'd see in the public service. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Right. So, in the last Parliament, Commissioner, there were amendments made to the Public Services Act that provided you the powers to self-initiate code of conduct inquiries into agency heads. Correct?
I think there was a change to the Public Service Act that clarified that former agency heads could be examined on the own motion power of the Commissioner, of the Public Service Commissioner. So it had always been in the Public Service Act. It was clear that a current agency head could be investigated by...
Right. It was previous.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. So were similar amendments made to the Parliamentary Services Act at the same time that mirrored those changes?
No, Senator. The Parliamentary Service Act, one of the big differences between the two acts is that under the Public Service Act, the Public Service Commissioner has own motion powers and has particular powers to investigate and quite a range of powers. The Parliamentary Service Act is very different. The role of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner is to support the presiding officers in their duties. And there's no own motion powers.
Right, okay. So the current arrangements then prevent an investigation into a former secretary, given that without changes to that APS, the APS might not have been able to... sorry, let me try that again. Can the current arrangements prevent an investigation into a former secretary, given that without the changes to the APS, without those changes, the APS might not have been able to investigate former agency heads? Is that correct? So that's why the changes were made?
So I think this is the Public Service Act you're talking about?
Sorry.
We're here for the Parliamentary Service Act, but under the Public Service Act, and we've been very clear about this, we acted on the basis that the particular sections in the Public Service Act allowed for a former agency head to be examined. That came under question during the Robodebt inquiry, and the Parliament clarified that that was the case. And there was an amendment to the Public Service Act to be explicit and to clarify that the Public Service Commissioner could investigate a former agency head.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So the Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services, like all employees under the Parliamentary Services Act, is subject to the relevant code of conduct, clearly. However, there's this awkward position in the Act that they're subject to the code but also named as the person that would refer others. So who would be able to refer a secretary for a breach of the code?
It's a matter for the presiding officers, to do that, and that actually is set out in Section 41 of the Parliamentary Services Act.
So you can't self-initiate?
No.
Right. That's what I wanted to be very clear on. Thank you. I have one question on security in the building. And this is probably better directed to the Secretary. Secretary, in recent years, obviously the department's been provided a lot of increased funding for security upgrades and the expansion of staff. Can you provide to the committee, whether it be in front of you or on notice, how many security staff you currently employ in terms of full-time equivalents?
Senator, I can give you those numbers on a head count basis.
Head count but not FTE?
No, but I can come back and confirm whether or not those numbers are different on notice. But on a head count basis, PSS officers at the moment in total are 187. 187,
okay. If you could, on notice, provide the number of security staff that are employed as an FTE and also as a head count basis or ASL basis for each financial year for the last 5 years, I think that would be very helpful to the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll take yes, Senator. And I'm sorry, Senator, the total for the Security Operations Branch, which includes the PSS officers and others, our training management support's 215.
215?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Patterson.
Thank you. I want to turn to the issue of the Greens party room, if the relevant officials are available.
Yes, Senator. I'll just ask Ms Sims and Mr Patcoy to come to the table.
Thank you. Mr Patcoy, you'll remember our discussion on this topic from December round of Senate estimates, and one of the issues we discussed was trying to get to the bottom of the total cost of the Greens party room renovations. We'd heard in a quote originally in July 2025 that the cost was $886,052. You then ran through some costs with me over several financial years, which added up to about $1.6 million. Is that consistent with your memory?
Thank you, Senator. Paul Packboy, Assistant Secretary, Property Services Branch. Yes.
And have there been any other costs since that would increase that figure from 1.6 million?
Possibly there has been some minor costs since then. I'd need to check that, to be honest, Senator. And we did provide on notice a range of costs associated with that work, which were to do with the services upgrades.
Because in a question on notice that you provided me following the last round of estimates, it has a itemised list of all expenses associated with the project, and rather than $1.6 million, it in fact adds up to $2.2 million, $2,217,962 specifically. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, Senator.
Right, so the total cost is not $886,000, it's not $1.6 million, it's in fact $2.2 million.
That's the total cost of two projects. One which is called the Fourth Party Room Project, which is the one I was talking to you about at the last estimates hearing. And the other project or sub-project is the Services Upgrades Project. So that project is where we take advantage of being in an area and having demolished that area to upgrade any of the services infrastructure. For example, the heating system or the fire irrigation, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So those costs would not have been incurred if it weren't for proceeding with the party room renovations?
I can't be definitive on that, Senator, because there would be times when we would do them on their own. We try not to, obviously. That sort of work is something that we will need to continue to do across the building, and to do it at the moment, what we're doing is taking that opportunistic approach. But at some point in the future, some of that work will need to be done potentially on its own, but our intention is not to do that, but rather to package it up with other work.
Yeah, okay. Some of the individual itemised costs as part of this now $2.2 million project really leapt out at me. In particular, $50,000 spent on carpet. $50,000 of carpet in one room is a mind-blowing number to spend on carpet in a single room. The most lavish home renovation wouldn't spend $50,000 on carpet, and maybe it's hand-woven or some special cotton or something, but how on earth did it cost $50,000 to carpet a single room?
So the carpet purchases, there's actually two in that project, one for $20,000, one for just under $30,000. The $20,000 component is for custom-made carpet. The design of the building includes the design of finishes like carpet and what they need to look like, what patterns, colours, loom, etc. To source that carpet, because we don't have any of that in stock or didn't at the time, we had to go through a process with carpet manufacturers whereby our design integrity team works with the manufacturer who produces samples for us. Those samples have to be approved and registered before we can move to purchasing them. So the cost of the carpet isn't like going to Floors or Us and buying a loom of carpet off the showroom floor. In this case, that particular part of the carpet needed to be custom made. The other component relates to, if you recall, I think I mentioned, or Ms Hinder might have mentioned, that the Fourth Party Room project occurred after we had demolished a large part of that ground floor area, as well as moving other offices to other parts of the building. The other carpet, which is not custom made, which we purchased, was intended to be used across both the edges of the Fourth Party Room as well as some of those other rooms, which it has been. And it will, I think, I can confirm this on notice, we still have some of that in stock, and that'll be used throughout other projects where it's appropriate.
Sure, and I understand the unique requirements of this building and the moral rights holder and all of those things that you have to navigate when making changes to this building. But I won't advertise the individual services of different floor companies available, but, you can go to a floor company or a carpet company and get very nice carpet for a room of that size for $5,000, maybe $10,000. I mean, $50,000 is orders of magnitude more. Wasn't it possible to get commercially available carpet that closely matched the colour in Parliament House, that wasn't a radical departure from the colour in Parliament House, at a fraction of the $50,000 cost?
Without being difficult, Senator, I would say no, it wasn't possible to do that. We went through a process, as I said, and engaged both through my team and the design integrity team of approaching the market to see who would be willing to and able to supply the carpet. And then, I'm happy to get a lot more information on notice about the actual process, dates and times and that sort of thing. But it's not a simple process.
I think a taxpayer watching this who was told that it's just not possible to spend any less than $50,000 to carpet one room would find that to be an incredulous answer.
The $50,000 was carpet for that room as well as carpet for other rooms and other areas.
I hope it covers a lot of other rooms if it's $50,000 worth. How many other rooms are we going to get out of this $50,000 outlay?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of how many other rooms, but the two purchases were approximately 200 square metres and 300 square metres. So,
how many square metres is this room?
The fourth party room. I don't have the exact square meterage on me, but it would be 50 to 70 perhaps square metres.
Okay. I heard evidence at the previous round of estimates that a big reason for the blowout in costs was issues identified in the roof. You've now provided a detailed breakdown of the costs and which itemises each expenditure. For the record, how much did the roof and associated costs contribute to the total spend?
So the services upgrades project, which we reported on in that question on notice, that is services infrastructure in both the ceiling, the walls, and the basement below the floor, the fourth party room. I don't actually have the ceiling component itemised, Senator, but that's what that includes. For the most part, in that space, the sort of work that was undertaken was in the ceiling void. There were some of the main risers for the services infrastructure needed to be replaced, but most of that work was in the ceiling void, including on the HVAC system, installing new variable air volume devices, new controllers for those devices. We had to upgrade the fire sprinkler and fire detection across the room to meet current compliance standards.
Do you have the Quan accessible? Or the... Yes, please.
Mr Paxboy's question, and I will correct myself if I am wrong, but there are two capital work packages. The first one was the fourth party room. The construction costs for that were around $1.6 million, which you've already indicated. The second was the services upgrade at a cost of approximately $600,000.
Yes, which gets us to the $2.2 million.
Yep.
Do you have access to the attachment or the Quan, Mr Packboy?
I believe I have that in front of me, yes.
Yep. Can you go down the list and find the itemised reference to the roof or ceiling works?
Senator, I think we'll probably have to pull that apart even more, because I would expect there would be architectural feature costs as well associated with the room that could be caught up in both. But very happy to be able to provide that detail on notice.
Okay, I've got an itemised list in front of me which refers to the partition and ceilings. It's in table 7 and the total cost is $139,865. Does that sound right?
So, Senator, that's what we've reported. However, that's also the construction, that's the actual construction costs. It may not be the mechanics of what is going into the ceiling works.
Well, I mean, I can only rely on the information you give me.
Yep.
And if you have different information, it should have been provided in the Quan.
But, Senator, it has, because we've completed with electrical services, mechanical services, fire services, all of those things are the mechanics of what goes into the ceiling.
That's correct.
Okay, so what's the total cost of the ceiling works then?
Senator, the total cost, as I understand it, and again I will correct that I'm wrong, of the ceiling works under fire compliance and building renewal is $600,000.
Okay. So, even if we exclude the ceiling costs...
Sorry, Senator.
Yeah, please.
That cost of $600,000 includes the ceiling work.
Yep.
It will also include a small amount for, as I said, some of the risers in the walls and some of the infrastructure in the basement.
Okay. Well, if on notice you could isolate the ceiling costs, that would be helpful. But we now understand that of the total $2.2 million cost, about $600,000 was for the ceiling works. So it doesn't explain the blowout from the $886,000 to $1.6 million. We're talking about an extra $600,000 on top of the $1.6 million. So there's $1.6 million spent on this room without getting into the complications of the ceiling works.
As I think I answered previously, Senator, the $800,000 that you're referring to, that was 1 year's cost. It wasn't the budget for the project.
Well, let's talk about the
project budget was originally set in 2023.
Yes, and what was that number?
Senator, just in the interest of time, we'll take that on notice. If we can provide it to you while we're still here, we will.
Well, I understand that it was, in 2023, the initial budget was $500,000. Does that sound right?
Senator,
I think we've answered that in one of the quants. Can you just remind us what quant number
Well, I
that
just
is?
want to make sure we're in agreement. And I understand it was later revised to $764,000 in September 2024, and that was approved by the President or the presiding officers.
Senator, if that's what our quant says, and I'm sorry, I just can't find it here, then that's the information that we have. The President approved the proposal for the fourth party room. She didn't approve the budget for it. That's a matter for the department as an operational matter.
Well, but was the budget in the brief that went to the President?
The budget was in the brief,
right, and
Senator,
the President
and
signed the brief?
And that was the amount that was put in there as the amount, but the President was not being asked to approve the amount. She was being asked to approve the proposal.
Ms Hinchcliffe, if the presiding officers get a brief for a project which has and they're asked to sign off on that brief so the project can proceed, and the brief includes the cost, whether they are literally approving the cost or not, they are approving the project informed of the cost. Isn't that right?
I don't disagree with that, Senator.
Okay.
I just, as I said, I've made the point that the matter of the costings were a matter for the department rather than for the President.
Okay, so we've had a blowout in the planned costs from $764,000 up to $1.6 million, even if we exclude the complications of the roof and the ceiling work that we were talking about. How do you have a doubling, more than doubling, of the cost of the project, even without the complications that we've heard about in previous estimates?
Senator, if I could just jump in at the beginning. I think one of the things that we discussed at the last hearing as well is the actual complications or difficulties associated with doing construction at Parliament House. One of the reasons why the costs increased towards the later part of that project was because we had arrangements in place with the managing contractors that were awarded the jobs to undertake construction activities at Parliament House in a manner that did not interrupt the operations of the Senate and also did not interrupt the operations of the Parliamentary Budget Office, which were immediately above. That meant, Senator, that we had construction basically occurring for around about 3 hours a day, between about 6 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning through to 9 o'clock in the morning. Construction then had to cease and then recommence on weekends. When it was getting to the point that we needed to be able to respond to a request that we received to have the fourth party room open and in operation by the opening of the Parliament, as we outlined at the last hearing, we increased the construction time and build to be able to complete that work.
Sure, but Ms Hinder, none of this was unknown, right? This is not, when at the time the budget was done, you knew you were doing operations in Parliament House. You knew that there would be potential disruption to users of the building. This is not the first renovation done in Parliament House, so contingencies like that should have been able to be allowed for in the budget, should they not?
Senator, I'm not going to disagree with that, but what I am going to say as well is that the people that were responsible for drawing together the budget, the planning, the design, the approval processes, are not the current leadership here at DPS. The way that we are...
That's totally irrelevant, Ms Hinder, I've got to say. That's just totally irrelevant.
No, Senator, I don't believe that it is. We are doing everything that we can to increase transparency to this committee and to the Parliament, including by providing accurate amalgamated costs.
I'm grateful for that, but you're the responsible officers. You are here to answer questions on behalf of the department. Buck passing to say that someone else approved this a few years ago, it's not your fault,
no,
is
Senator,
really not an adequate response.
I am certainly not passing the buck. It is an obligation of all public servants, parliamentary servants, to provide information relevant and accurate at that time.
Okay.
What I am saying is that I cannot explain the reason as to why the budget was set in that paper to the presiding officers at that point. There has to be flexibility associated with the budgets, though, for any of the capital works projects at Parliament House.
Sure.
We are working very, very hard to be able to make sure that we can provide this committee, parliamentarians and the presiding officers with forward notice of construction, and also the ability at any point at the start of that process to say, no, the construction costs associated with that are not defensible, find another way.
Right. So contingencies are normal in building projects. They're often standard 10 or 20% of a contract. We're now talking about 100% blowout at least, not including the $600,000 ceiling project that you talked about. So this is not just a standard, blowout. This is an extraordinary blowout in percentage terms. I mean, for example, the joinery cost $153,000 according to your quant. How do you spend $153,000 on joinery in one room?
Before I answer that, Senator, can I just go back? When the department briefed the President on the project, we noted that the cost estimate at that point in time was $764,000, as you've said.
Yep.
We also noted the project is still at the initial design stage. The cost estimate excludes all base building services, upgrades and furniture costs. This cost will be quantified once the project design reaches the 50% milestone. I don't have what the next brief was, and I don't think we did brief the President again after that. But I think we were trying to be as open as we could at that point, that this wasn't a cost estimate that we, at that point in time, because there was still a lot of design work to be done, that we could be confident in.
Well, what's the value of providing a cost estimate if, in your own words, you don't have confidence in it? How can the President or the presiding officers be adequately informed about the decision they're making if you're not giving them a number that's going to accurately reflect the cost?
I guess from my point of view, in trying to be as open as we can, providing that number at that point in time with that caveat was the most open we could be. We then, I think I went through this at the last sitting. The design process starts at initiation or concept. It then goes through a fairly formal design process where it moves to 30%, 50%, 80% and 100% design. For construction, that means that up until 50%, particularly for design processes in this building where things can and do change quite a lot through the design process, your cost estimates are less accurate at the start, and as you move through the design process, because you know that you're going to need carpet of a certain loom with a certain pattern in it that you need to source and have custom made. You know that the joinery that you're going to need, you know what the specification is, you know what type of wood it needs to be made out of, you know what the particular joinery approach needs to be to making that joinery. So at the start of a project, our estimates are what they are. As we move through the design process, they get better.
Sure. So,
Senator Patterson, just
Thank you. I'm wrapping
45 minutes late, which is fine. Just in terms of advising people who are further down the agenda, do we have any sense of...
Thanks, Chair. This is my only item and I'm getting towards the end of it. I can't speak for my colleagues. They may...
One question, which I should have asked in the previous set.
Easy? No problem? Great, thanks.
Mr Packwood, I mean, that sounds to me like you're saying that the presiding officers should have known that there would have been a significant increase in that cost that was presented to them, given the advice that was provided. Is that fair?
I think the presiding officers would have known that that was an estimate at that point in time that we thought would change.
Right. So they shouldn't be surprised. then it was going to escalate significantly.
They shouldn't be.
Sorry, Senator, that's not a question for That's not a question for Mr.
I'm a bit
Packman.
uncomfortable with me being talked about in the third person, so if you want to ask me a question, please go ahead.
I'm at first trying to establish what advice was provided to you, and then very happy to...
Well, I think we've been
President.
clear on what advice was provided, Senator Patterson.
Yeah. Ms Hinder said before that, the department is conscious of what is publicly defensible. President, do you think spending $2.2 million in total, $1.6 million in specific, renovating one room in Parliament House is publicly defensible?
I'm not going to comment on the operational matters of DPS, Senator Patterson. You have directed your questions to them, and that is the appropriate place to do that.
You just objected to me asking questions about you in the third person, and then when offered a question, you didn't answer it at all.
Questions to me about what I signed off on are absolutely relevant. Questions about operational matters are questions for the department. What I can say to you, in my experience, the design integrity and the moral rights are very firm about how the parliament ought look, and that does increase significantly the costs of this place. And that fourth party room is in line with if we were building the suites, again, the Moral Rights Committee will have a view about the furniture. I'm very optimistic if Ms Hinder thinks she can move the Moral Rights Committee on furniture. That hasn't been my experience. So it does increase the costs because it has to be particular wood, particular threads of carpet, and so on and so forth. It might, maybe one of the things the committee would like to consider is to get a brief about the Moral Rights Committee and what we are required to do in terms of design integrity. My main concern about the fourth party room, and this did add to the cost because I said to Ms Hinder it had to be ready for the opening of Parliament. As I said in the last estimates, this was commenced when you were in government, and it seemed to me it had been dragged out, the costs would have changed and so on, and I did hammer Ms Hinder about, which she took gracefully, about making sure it opened along with the Parliament.
Sure. So, President, you signed a brief that approved the proceeding of this work when you were told the cost was $764,000. Had you known that they'd be $1.6 million or $2.2 million, would you have approved it?
I can't speculate in hindsight, Senator Patterson.
You can't say whether you think that's a reasonable use of taxpayers' money, for which you are publicly accountable and responsible.
I am accountable, but operational matters go to DPS. I'm very clear on what my responsibilities are, and my responsibilities are to make sure that a fourth party room, after many years, given it started when you were in government, was finally made available. That is where I focus.
Surely, but not at any cost, surely.
As Ms Hinchcliffe has said, the operational matters were matters for DPS. I was not informed. My main concern was to make sure that that party room was made available at the start of the new Parliament.
But, President, this is public money which you are accountable to the Parliament for the expenses of. You really don't have a view about whether this is a good use of public money, about whether this is a good example of construction costs in Parliament House, or whether you're concerned it would happen again?
Senator Patterson, I haven't been briefed on every aspect of the design work and the costs that have gone into it. What I do know, and what I informed the Senate of last time, is there are significant ceiling works that have to occur in this building to bring us up to code and to make this building function in the way that it should. They will be very big costs, and so what the development of the fourth party room in that whole corridor, and hopefully you'll see this on Friday if you're able to go to on the tour, showed us was that we can create some economies of scale, because that was really one of the first times we'd looked at the ceiling. So those are matters that I concern myself with. They are the proper matters, and I wasn't informed of cost updates. So asking me to comment in retrospect on a cost when I wasn't informed of increased costs is...
Sure, but this is taxpayers' money. You will face other decisions like this in the future as a presiding officer. I think taxpayers are entitled to know what approach you will take to that, stewarding their public money.
Well, I am vigilant in the expenditure of public monies where it is my responsibility. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I feel your suggestion for getting a brief on the Moral Rights Committee would be very useful. And Ms Hinder, I wish you all the very best in your endeavours there. We'll go to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Just one final question. I'm sure I should have covered off on this. I was just reading your opening statement, Secretary, and I just wanted to ask, I know that you have referenced the clerk many times in this opening statement with regards to the definition of parliamentary privilege. I'm wondering if you consulted the clerk in preparing the statement.
Senator, I did not consult the clerk in preparing the opening statement. I have taken the words that he gave to all of us publicly in estimates in October and have used those, quoted those in the opening statement.
So you did not consult the clerk in the definition of parliamentary privilege?
In terms of the opening statement, no, Senator. And in terms of my submission to the Privileges Committee, which you discussed with the clerk this morning, I did not consult with the clerk on my submission because I didn't want to conflict him. It is really important that he is available to provide advice to that committee about parliamentary privilege, and if I had consulted him on my submission, it would have put him in a conflicted position, which I did not want to do.
Secretary, I think you've misinterpreted my question. I have asked you now numerous times on your understanding of the definition of parliamentary privilege, whether you have consulted the clerk on your understanding of the definition of parliamentary privilege. I asked you that at a previous estimates hearing. I have said quite specifically that I will not be raising issues that are being discussed in other inquiries in this estimates hearing. I just am flabbergasted that once again, on your interpretation of parliamentary privilege, that you have presented to this hearing, that you haven't consulted the clerk again.
Again, because, Senator, it's important for the clerk to be able to provide advice to this committee, and I'm not going to conflict him. You're interested in what my understanding is, and I've provided you with my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Chair, if I may just come back to one thing so I can clear up a question on notice that the department doesn't have to answer.
Thank you, Ms Hinder.
Senator McGrath, I said I'd come back to you in relation to the timing of the website outage for the dynamic red. The website outage which impacted the dynamic red commenced at 11:12 a.m. and was resolved by 5:02 p.m.
And we'll now go to questions from Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. As a matter of interest, did the department advise, I mean, I knew it was down because I rely on it, did the department advise senators of the outage?
Senator, fairly soon after the outage came through, there was an information circular, an ICT information circular that was circulated to all advising that the website was experiencing issues and that the department was working to resolve it. And when it was resolved in the afternoon, I believe that advice went out to say the issue has been resolved.
Okay. I have a couple of questions from a different area. It's a topic we've discussed previously, which is the change to the reading room for what was on the ground floor.
The library reading room?
My understanding was that it was supposed to be finished some time ago, and if anything, it seems that the building works have encroached onto the corridor. So can we get an update as to what is going on in that area, how much it's costing, have there been cost overruns, and when is the finish date? Because I was pretty sure the finish date was supposed to be the end of last year, if not the year before.
So I'll just ask Mr Packboy to provide you with an update on that, and I note that the parliamentary librarian, Mr Fox, is here as well, that he can also add any detail to that.
Thank you, Senator. So the work that you've just mentioned that you've seen is the hoarding that has gone up to allow the construction proper to be undertaken. The current plan is for that to be completed around August of this year. So what were the other parts of your question?
So when was it previously due to be finished? Because I'm pretty sure 2026 it was supposed to be completed before this year.
Senator, I believe that it was. I also believe, though, as well, that there were a concurrent number of issues impacting the construction of that space that was beyond DPS control because it backs into areas which are controlled by the ministerial wing and some construction considerations there that I'm not comfortable to discuss openly.
What was the original budgeted cost for the work, and where is the budget now at?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. I genuinely don't have that information, but I'm very happy to take it on notice along with the time frame.
And it will be completed by August.
I think, Senator, that's the plan at the moment. All things being equal, we will hit that date.
And you can't recall when it was supposed to be finished by originally?
Senator, I'm sorry, I can't, but I will take it on notice.
There were issues, and I'll take this on notice to see how much information we can give you. There were issues with the ministerial wing, and there were design changes there which impacted on the reading room. The good news is it will be a bookable space, and Mr Fox has very kindly been keen on that because bookable spaces are hard to come by in this office, in this place. So I don't know if you want to add anything which will create some challenges with design, but it'll be a really good bookable space because it's very accessible.
Thanks, President. Stephen Fox, Parliamentary Librarian. Yes, look, it's a smaller space. It will be a smaller space than what was previously the ground floor reading room because of the development of the skiff, which is effectively just to fill in the gaps there. There was, when I arrived, there were still negotiations going on with agencies about construction matters, so the new space, or the space that will be, as we call in the ground floor library, will be, as the Senate President says, will be a flexible space. It will be there, it will showcase the library products and services, as well as being a bookable space after hours for parliamentarians to use.
So I won't take that on notice because Mr Fox has kindly informed you what the hold-up was.
Okay. I will follow up with questions in the budget estimates too to see how we're progressing, but I look forward to those other answers on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. All done? Thank you very much for your attendance this morning. We do appreciate it. We will let you go and we will actually take a very short break while we ask the National Indigenous Australia Agency to come to the table. Thank you. I would now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Malarndirri McCarthy, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Ms Julianne Guevara, the Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Indigenous Australians Agency. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
I would like to firstly just acknowledge that we come together on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri and just commend the Parliament in terms of the condemnation of the alleged bombing in Perth. It was important when I met with the Noongar elders and organisers in Perth that our Parliament together had expressed that, and it really meant a lot. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Guevara, would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In addition to the Minister's statement, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people as the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and pay my respects also to the Ngambri people and other families with connection to these lands. I extend my respect to traditional owners and custodians of country throughout Australia, and to First Nations senators and witnesses appearing here today. I'd also like to acknowledge that this Friday marks the 18th anniversary of the National Apology. It's a time to reflect and listen to many Stolen Generation survivors that have travelled to Canberra, and we'll be meeting with a range of them this week for the anniversary and a range of other events. I'm proud that the agency is working with supporting Stolen Generation survivors, particularly through the Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, which is helping survivors and their families in healing the trauma arising from removal from families and communities across the territories. The scheme has now received 2,500 applications and has made payments to more than 1,600 eligible applicants. In December, I outlined some of the agency's major initiatives. In 2026, the NIAA remains focused on delivering the government's commitments by working in genuine partnership with First Nations communities, stakeholders and all governments to ensure meaningful progress on the national agreement to closing the gap and to improving the lives of First Nations people. Advancing First Nations economic empowerment will remain central to our work. The third Remote Jobs and Economic Development grant round will open in early 2026, building on the already 1,700 jobs created. All first round projects under the expanded Indigenous Ranges program are now operational, supporting 1,000 jobs. Round 2 will add over 900 more jobs, keeping us on track for the 3,800 jobs by 2030 and significantly increasing the number of women rangers. The low-cost essential subsidy scheme is providing real cost of living relief for many remote communities in the north of Australia, with 113 stores now participating and 30 essential low-cost items being accessible. An independent review of the scheme is also now underway to ensure that it continues delivering results. Meanwhile, the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation, in partnership with NIAA, has commenced delivery of the First Nations nutrition workforce, with 21 positions being filled by July 2026. Through the Efficiencies and Resilience Grant, we're uplifting infrastructure and building supply chain resilience. At the Bailey's supermarket in WA, for example, power disruptions have often threatened food storage and supply routes when they're cut off. Through an off-grid solar system, it's transformed wet season reliability, reduced costs and helped make food more available. Actions continue to establish safe, secure housing where needed most, and since the commencement of the $4 billion Northern Territory Remote Housing Package in July 2024, more than 300 homes have now been delivered across remote communities and town camps. I think the 300 mark was actually just in the last month or so in Pepperminyardi. And so improving the living conditions while strengthening tenancy arrangements and safety and long-term asset maintenance. Under the Central Australia Plan, we're also delivering impactful outcomes. The expansion of the Ump-Merra Visitor Park has created an additional 20 short-term beds for women, young people and children affected by family violence. Over summer, the government partnered with 11 organisations across Alice Springs and surrounding communities to deliver free, safe and engaging activities from splash parks to movie screenings, with over 15,400 attendees at these events. The National Indigenous Australians Agency will continue to lead efforts across the Commonwealth and work with state and territory governments on closing the gap and to drive meaningful progress on priority reforms. The Commonwealth Closing the Gap annual report and implementation plan will be tabled soon by the government, and the NIAA will deliver on its commitments it is responsible for under the Commonwealth implementation plan. I thank you and I welcome questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Senator Little.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I'd like to also associate with the remarks of Minister McCarthy and the response from across the Parliament and some statements that were made when we made them. I want to address some of the things that you raised, Ms Guevara, but I'll do that throughout the line of questioning. I want to start with questions about Garma and specifically around your response to a question that I asked in previous estimates, which indicated that $312,000 was spent in Garma in 2025. That is 76 Commonwealth paid places for attendees. Can you tell me what is the outcome that is aligned with the participation of public servants in that activity?
Thank you, Senator. Garma, I'll turn to my colleague, Ms Ballinger, who runs our central group shortly. But Garma obviously provides an opportunity to leverage the NIAA's leadership role across the APS in ensuring that senior Commonwealth officials engage with First Nations communities on issues that affect them. We know Garma generally has very important themes to particularly communities in that area, addressed through the conversations and the dialogues that take place as part of Garma. It is about having an opportunity and a forum which celebrates the talents and culture of the Yolngu people as well. Those public officials that do go up to Garma each year, it is an opportunity for them to really think about their contributions to transformation of government, which is a key issue under Priority Reform 3. But I'll turn to my colleague, Ms Ballinger, just to provide some more detail around the quite significant thinking that goes into how the program is developed for those senior officials and what they generally engage in.
Thank you. Bridget Ballinger, Group Manager, Central Group. So thank you for your question. I think Garma, and what makes Garma a little different to other festivals, is that it is an important opportunity. It's a nationally significant forum for policy dialogue. So, as you know, it brings different community and Aboriginal leaders from across the Northern Territory, but more broadly across Australia. And what we try to do that is match that with when we have the theme for Garma with the public servants that we actually focus and invite to the forum. Some of the outcomes that we have seen around Garma is the SES Band 100. So that was a discussion. We have what we called fireside chats, where we bring the delegation together and we get different local Aboriginal traditional owners and people in the room, around the fire, in the camp, and other community leaders, depending again on the theme. So the SES Band 1, when it started, there was only 44 Aboriginal SES officers at the time, and since those discussions, we're now at 111. So that's one outcome.
Are you saying that's as a consequence from participation in Garma?
Yes, I am.
You've had that increase?
Yeah, that's correct.
How can you say that? What's the connection?
Because that was the discussion and deep reflection we did at the fireside chat.
Yep. So, Senator, if I can add to that. So there was the discussion at the fireside chat. As a result of that, not long afterwards, those senior officials returned to Canberra and commenced work on a budget proposal, which would support the relevant agencies. So it was the APSC, the Australian Public Service Commission, ourselves, in working up a specific proposal on how we would look to increase the numbers of senior executive service that were First Nations. As Ms Ballinger said, we had 44. We've now gone over, through that proposal, which was approved by government, we've now gone over 100 SES.
So my line of questioning is not about people going to Garma, it's the number. We're talking nearly 80 Commonwealth-funded positions that went to Garma at a cost of over $300,000. That is not the only number of Commonwealth public servants that went to Garma, because you can't necessarily tell us the amount that were in statutory authorities, let alone the amount that are in not-for-profits that are 100% funded by the Commonwealth. So I'm trying to understand what is the value return for over it is well over 300 if you take those unknowns into account, and the time frame that they're actually spending out there.
So, Senator, as I said previously, the government has made a commitment under Priority Reform 3, under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, to transforming government organisations. What we have found is that exposure for those senior public servants through their engagements with First Nations communities is helping them, when they return to Canberra, to think about what it is that they can contribute specifically for the Closing the Gap agenda. Ms Ballinger has said a specific one. I do recall last year, I didn't attend last year, but our previous CEO actually engaged in a conversation and a dialogue at the Garma event, which covered economic empowerment issues. As you'll recall, in the Prime Minister, I think, when he was at Garma last year, also announced the funding for an increase in funding for prescribed bodies corporates. Those are the types of issues that we would engage in. So it's a mixture of both supporting cultural empowerment of the local communities, but also looking at how we would improve that priority reform efforts of senior public servants.
So there are also a number of people that actually went there on corporate tickets at $6,000 a head. That means that they can get into the dinner that is held there with corporate company chiefs who seem to also attend that. That's a networking event. Can you tell me what the value is of that to public servants?
Again, it's an opportunity for them to be engaging with the First Nations community leaders who are also at that dinner, as well as the corporates as well. I think the structure and nature of the event, that the festival that Yothu Yindi Foundation does organise, is that idea of trying to ensure that everyone is thinking about how they best make a contribution to sort of First Nations policy issues, which is why they do bring government. Well, they are very keen to have government participation as much as they are corporate participation.
And we know that in 2023-24, the government gave $777,000 to the Barunga Festival specifically, the Garma Festival specifically. I'm interested, Paul Barunga, I'm interested to understand from that you've just told me, how much additional money, in addition to buying tickets, was provided to Garma? And I want to know in kind from taxpayers, and I also want to understand any other form of taxpayer-funded money that went to Garma in addition to the purchase of those tickets.
I might ask Ms Ballinger just for the details of the breakdowns of information.
So I think
in 2025.
In 2025, yes. So I think that detail was provided in the Quan.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, all right. I will take that on question.
I'm specifically asking, all you provided me
yes,
was in response to very specific questions about tickets. I want to know how much additional money in kind, what's the value of that in-kind support, or additional money by way of sponsorship, by way of additional funds and grants that were provided to Garma in 2025. That is not in the Quan.
Okay, Senator Little, I will take that on notice just to make sure I've got it absolutely accurate. I'm not aware of any in-kind contributions. There is the Garma Festival funding, and then there is the tickets that we purchase, and that is the only funding that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's
If you can confirm that, please.
I will do that.
Okay. So you mentioned, Ms Guevara, about other festivals, the Barunga Festival. Can you tell me how many public servants did you send to Barunga and what was the cost of that?
I might ask Ms Bellinger to provide those details. We do have an NIAA presence at a number of festivals, particularly in the Northern Territory, but across Australia. We do think it's an important role of NIAA to be engaging directly with community in events of significance, and Barunga being one of those. But Bridget, do you?
Yeah, thank you. So yes, we had a stall at the Barunga Festival. I believe the number of staff was 8, but I'll take that on notice and come back to you. I'll probably even be able to do that within this session.
Right. Given the Prime Minister often has used the Garma Festival to make major policy announcements of the government, I'm interested to understand when was the last time he went to another festival, a different festival, and made a major policy announcement? Given that you've said 8 went to Barunga?
So, Senator, I'm not aware of other events that the Prime Minister may have attended. It's probably a question best posed to the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay, thank you. I will do that. I'd like to ask a question about Better, Safer Future for Central Australia plan, please.
We might actually take the opportunity to rotate. We're at the sort of 10-minute point, if that's okay, if you're going on to another topic. Senator Little? I'll go to Senator Waters.
Can I start off with some questions firstly about the attack in Borloo? I'm interested in either whether Minister yourself or NIAA, in response to the attack, made any representations to the Prime Minister or to the AFP or the Attorney General about investigating the attack using those terrorism powers, before they then decided to investigate it as that, in that gap where it took, 4 or 5 days? Did either yourself, Minister...
Sorry, Senator, could you just speak up? I'm just having trouble hearing you properly. I'm not sure whether
your mic
be
of assistance there. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, just...
Yeah, thanks, Minister. So in the wake of the attack on First Nations people and allies in Borloo on the Invasion Day rally, did either yourself, Minister, or NIAA make any representations to the AFP or to the Prime Minister in relation to using the powers to investigate for potential terrorism offences?
The alleged attack occurred on the 26th, and I understand the evening of the 27th was when was it the 28th?
No, I think it was the 29th, from memory. There was about a 3-day
There was
gap.
a press release that the ASIO, AFP and Police Commissioner had put out.
I think that was on the Thursday.
That was on the Wednesday night, Wednesday evening. And that was the first I was aware that they had actually said that they were investigating it as a potential terrorist act.
Yes, thank you. My question perhaps will be clearer. Between the attack and when that statement was issued, saying that they would now consider whether it was a potential terrorist attack, did you or NIAA make any representations to relevant agencies that they should do so?
No.
No, Senator. Our focus in the wake of the attack has been on engagement with First Nations communities in Borloo, Perth. As you know, the Minister obviously went across to Perth last week and engaged with the Premier there. Our office, and I'll turn to our DCO of Operations and Delivery, Mr Braham, in a minute, but our office in Perth has been in contact with a range of community organisations to determine what supports they might need. I have subsequently also made a call, I've put in a call for an appointment with the AFP Commissioner, but the date for that meeting has not yet been set.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask whether either Minister, yourself, or again NIAA have made any representations to the Attorney about extending the terms of reference for the Royal Commission to include racism against First Nations people?
So, Senator... no, sorry, Minister, you should... Sorry. So on the Royal Commission, I mean, yes, obviously the letters patents have been set for the Royal Commission. It does, of course, within the scope of it, include social cohesion issues. We have been invited, as is a number of other public service agencies, to attend regular IDC process on the Royal Commission.
Okay, so you haven't advocated for an explicit term of reference change to address racism against First Nations people?
So obviously, I mean, this is a question that's probably best put to the Attorney General's Department, but that would be an issue for the Commissioner of the Royal Commission to determine, you know, what she would consider within her scope.
Okay, I understand that, but
can
just
I
checking.
Clarify that though, Senator? The concerns around racism and hatred has certainly been expressed by myself in terms of media interviews, but also in conversations, you know, within the Parliament. So that's very clear. I am very concerned about the increase in online hatred and racism, in particular towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And of course, I'm also looking very closely at what possibilities there are with the Royal Commission.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not besmirching your motives, just asking whether that representation for clarity in the terms of reference has been made by either of you. That's
so, as I said,
is it?
NIAA is participating in the RDC process, which has been established by the Attorney General's Department. Yeah. And I think the first meeting of that has, I'll confirm it, but I think the first meeting has taken place. I'm also aware of the Attorney General's Department engaging directly with a range of First Nations community representatives, which they did discuss that with us.
Okay, thank you. And Minister, sorry, just for clarity, your answer to that question was yes or no?
In terms of seeking advice.
Have you asked the Attorney to specifically reference racism against First Nations people in the Royal Commission terms of reference?
I've certainly raised that issue over a period of time since the Royal Commission was established. Senator Waters, it wasn't specifically in relation to the alleged bombing in Boolaloo, Perth.
Okay, and was the Attorney, I mean, obviously the terms of reference haven't been changed. Is it your perspective that they are in fact already broad enough to countenance those issues?
Well, I certainly understand that in terms of the terms of reference there is an avenue there, and I did mention this in the press conference on Thursday when I was asked about it, that I will be encouraging people to put in their submissions, in particular Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, submissions to the Royal Commission about their concerns in regards to racism and hatred.
Has NIAA proposed any additional anti-racism training for the AFP in the wake of the Boolaloo attack and response?
Senator, we support a range of training on exposure to First Nations issues in general across the Australian Public Service. So we do have a program called Footprints, which I might get our Chief Operating Officer to come up and just describe a little bit what Footprints does. It is available to, as I said, a range of different agencies across the public service. As I said, I still have an outstanding call in with the AFP Commissioner, and it would be to see what else we can do to work collaboratively on issues of importance to First Nations people. But I might just give some time
just before we do, I'm sorry, thank you for coming to the table, but so is it your intention in that phone call upcoming with the AFP that you will ask for additional anti-racism training for the AFP?
So, Senator, I will I will broach a range of different issues, I think, with the AFP Commissioner. It's not a call, as I said, I've put in a call for a meeting, so I'm actually hoping it's a face-to-face meeting where we can talk about a range of different issues related to how do we best support the AFP in its work in engaging with Aboriginal communities, because we haven't had a chance to hear from our DCO of Operations and Delivery, but there are a range of issues that community have raised post Boorloo. One of them, of course, is the attempted bombing in Boorloo. One of them is actually safety of future events, and obviously that is a jurisdictional issue where the WA Police will also need to be engaged. But just thinking about in the future, how will some of our security agencies engage with First Nations communities? I'd have to say it's not been one of those areas where, you know, we've had to really think about these until this incident. So I really want to explore what we can do together to work collaboratively on a range of different issues. But if we can, we'll just talk to the issue around training on anti-racism and awareness of First Nations communities.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. If you could be very brief, because I actually do have other questions.
Senator Rachel Jackson, Chief Operating Officer. Through a number of collaborations across the public service and public sector agencies, so including AFP, through our partnership with the APSC and also promoting through the Indigenous Champions Network, we promote a program called Footprints that was developed in the agency some years ago, but is now available across the service through the APS Academy's website. This is a cross-cultural learning program which encourages staff to engage in cultural learning, not just First Nations cultural learning, but cross-culturally. And we've had, I can get stats to you on notice, number of participation. It's been quite significant across the service, and it's growing as we promote it further, particularly through the Champions Network.
Thanks. I'll keep an eye out for those. Thanks, Chair. I do have some more questions. If you can come back to me. Thanks.
Thank you. As I mentioned, this question is in relation to Central Australia and relates to compliance with reporting obligations for those who've received parts of the 342 million. Understand that 87% of the 24-25 activities are unacquitted months after the deadline. Can you tell me what you're doing to get some compliance here, given that number?
Thank you, Senator. Bridget Ballinger, Group Manager, Central. Can I just ask where that number has come from?
That number has come from, I think, your annual performance report. Actually, no. It's a QAN NIAA 0001. I have a copy of it if you'd like.
Yeah, okay. I think there's definitely been a lot further movement in that regard, but I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you, Senator.
Yes, if you can give me the new number, that would be terrific.
I will do that.
And can you also provide me those ones that have been non-compliant with reporting obligations? This has not happened in the last year. These grants have been going out over several years. Can you actually give me a list of those organisations, please?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And has NIAA issued any breach notice to those providers who've missed that deadline?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but I'll have to come back to you.
That deadline was the 30th of September, I understand.
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that information here. I will come back to you.
Thank you.
Senator, I might just add, though, I mean, as you would be aware from previous testimony we've given, not all of the funding for the Central Australia Plan actually goes through the National Indigenous Australians Agency. And I think we did provide in the QAN an outline of the other government agencies who are receiving funding. So in terms of those, just around those acquittals, I mean, we would certainly have further information which we can provide to you on notice around our own grants that we administer and the acquittals, but we'd probably need to look to advice from those other agencies about
if it takes you longer to get that information, I'm interested in that information.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm particularly interested in understanding, when you provide that list of organisations, whether the amount of funds that have actually been unallocated, but you've defined who you're going to give it to, whether in fact there is any intention to give any of that money to organisations that have failed to meet their reporting obligations already.
Okay,
That's
thank
what
you.
I'm interested in understanding. And I'm interested to understand too about what specific health, social and economic metrics are being used to justify the continued rollout of programs that haven't cleared the acquittal stage. So for those ones, and there was a significant number that was in your con, 87%, I'm interested to know how they've actually responded to those metrics and whether those metrics are changed based on the reporting that they provided or haven't provided.
So sorry, Senator, just so I'm really clear on that. So what you're saying, for the ones that haven't been acquitted, you'd like a better understanding of their reporting obligations, and if we've changed any of their KPIs through that process?
What I'm really trying to get at here is that organisations that have failed to report under the obligations of those agreements do not, and those reporting obligations relate to health, wellbeing outcomes, social outcomes.
Yes.
I want to understand what the intention of NIAA is to give any further money to those organisations, given they haven't been able to demonstrate, because they haven't provided their acquittal, compliance or outcomes associated with those metrics.
Yeah, my understanding was from the provision of the Quan to now that a lot more have actually become compliant. But we, as Julianne had said, we will need to work across a number of different agencies, and we will absolutely do that and provide the information that you've asked for.
Thank you.
Senator Sean Worth, Group Manager, Integrity Group. I can step you through our approach to managing performance and failure to report performance and so on through the process. If you are wishing to understand the process,
not in this forum though. Thank you. I really appreciate Mr. Worth, and perhaps you could just send an email to my email address and I can follow that. I'm assuming it's codified in some sort of spreadsheet flowchart.
We do have an escalation process, as you can appreciate, and we do work closely with providers when they do fail to report on time to understand the basis of why that's happening, and to work with them to ensure that reporting does occur on time into the future.
Okay, thank you. I do refer now to the audit report, and I'm interested in somebody who's able to talk to me about the accountability in terms of what you've mentioned in your audit report. This is the one that was just recently released. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Sorry, Senator, could you, which audit report are you currently referring to? Yes, I can. Yep.
So that report references NIAA achieving just 52% of milestones on time, but NIAA actually labelled coordination as substantially achieved. How does 52% success constitute substantive achievement?
I'm happy to take this. Thank you. Thanks for the question, Senator. Simon Gordon, Group Manager of Strategy Group, and good afternoon to you and all the other senators and the Secretariat as well. So I think what you're referring to here in our annual report is Performance Measure 3, which relates to closing the gap. It has 3 different components. Target 1 was reported as achieved, as the Commonwealth Closing the Gap annual report and implementation plan was agreed and delivered within the timeframes and manner required by government. Target 2 was substantially achieved, and that related to a minimum of 88% of agenda items across the various Closing the Gap governance meetings being consistent with relevant terms of reference and agreed work plans. And Target 3, which I think is the one that you've just referenced, was reported as not achieved, with 52% of Commonwealth Government priority reform actions due to be completed in that reporting period being delivered on time. Those 3 elements, when you go not achieved, substantially achieved and achieved by the metrics that were put forward for the annual report, result in that overall finding on closing the gap. And I can just add to, I think we did touch on the Target 3 at the last estimates period. While 52% of those actions were completed at the time of reporting, I'm happy to say that that's now up to 76% of actions have been completed.
Okay.
Can I just add to that? I mean, so last year was the first time that our annual performance statements were actually audited by the ANAO. And I think I mentioned at the last estimates, we have been doing quite a substantial amount of work on ensuring that our performance measures are improved. So we're sort of on a maturity kind of journey on how we measure our outcomes as an agency. And so there have been changes even since the completion of the 24-25 financial year and the current financial year in how we are measuring performance across the agency.
Yeah. So I'm also interested in understanding, given that in this report 20 out of 42 actions were missed, as a CEO, have you met with the secretaries of lagging departments to ensure that that is actually rectified? And what potential do you actually have to, other than just meeting with them, actually get some compelling or enforcement of getting better results?
Thanks, Senator. I know the question was directed at the CEO, but I can just talk to some of the stuff we do in that regard. We have a quarterly report against all of the commitments which are made in the annual report and implementation plan, which is circulated to senior officials within agencies, referred to regularly in regular meetings we have at senior SES level, and is also taken to the Secretary's Board so that Secretary is aware of how they're tracking against those commitments. So that's quite an intensive kind of process that we go through. We also provide that to our CEO, and that helps inform her meetings that she does have with other secretaries as well, where we do kind of try to bring that sense of transparency and accountability to the commitments that have been made.
I'd just like to move to a couple of questions about remote housing verification and infrastructure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. NIAA's proxy measure for partnerships empowered communities has only achieved 20% of its target for local partnerships agreements. As the lead agency, what penalties or efficiency dividends are applied to other departments when they don't meet those milestones under Closing the Gap?
Sorry, so on the partnership measure under our annual report, there are actually several components of that. One is empowered communities and our relationship with them. It was the case that we didn't achieve that target primarily because we need to negotiate those outcomes with empowered community backbone partners. So it's a target we've set for ourselves, but in fact we can't achieve it without the cooperation of the organisation that we work with. So is there anything else?
Good afternoon, Senators. Deborah Fulton, Acting Deputy CEO for Policy and Programs. So since we last appeared, and at that point we had only had, I think, 2 of the agreements signed. So there are now 7 signed, 2 finalised, just awaiting that, and 1 still in progress. So there has been significant progress, but it is, as the CEO mentioned, it's a partnership approach to finalising them.
Okay. I just find it a bit unusual that these organisations that we've actually asked to coordinate, seek opinion from, devise strategies are just so bad at meeting their obligations in terms of negotiating new agreements. I mean, it's not just for the NIAA to do that. That's a responsibility of theirs as the receiver of taxpayer funding. So that's why I'm continuing to go to that question of accountability of those organisations that receive funds. So you've actually, when what you've just told me, there's 1 still in progress. So there's only 1 outstanding.
That's correct. So I think we do have 2 that haven't yet been signed, but they're finalised, and there's 1 still in progress.
Right. Okay. All right.
We might rotate the call.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Little.
Thanks, Chair. Hello again. Just to pick up where we left off, following the attack at the Boorloo Invasion Day rally, have any additional measures been implemented to address the widespread concern in First Nations communities about growing hostility and the future future possible attacks?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Waters. I spent time with Noongar leaders and also rally organisers last Thursday in a meeting with the Premier Cook and also the WA Chief of Police, Commissioner Blanche. So one of the things that came through out of the conversation was certainly the need for ongoing social and emotional support and wellbeing in terms of the trauma that's been experienced and continues, but also mindful that it will also continue given we are progressing into a court case at some point in time. So I sought guidance from leaders there and organisers and rally organisers as well as to what those next steps will look like. At the same time, I met with the National Indigenous Australians Agency staff to also express the need to see how they were going in the meetings. They have been doing some work, and I'll hand over to Kevin in a moment, but I know there's been work going on since the 26th of Jan, but I want to make sure that it doesn't stop, that this support continues and continues in a way that the Noongar mob ask for it to happen.
Thank you. Kevin Brahm, Deputy CEO of Operations and Delivery. Just for the record as well, I'm based in Perth, so I was in Perth during the incident and deeply affected the local community, but obviously had repercussions across the nation. We have 17 First Nation staff also working in our Perth office, so the Minister did mention she did meet with those staff to ensure they're supported. We had 5 people actually working in our office that day as well, so immediate attention to make sure their safety was front and centre, and we had staff members attend the rally as well as family and friends. And once we consolidated our internal response to make sure our staff were supported, we then looked externally, including ringing up providers. So a lot of our providers, they were basically First Nations providers themselves, as well as servicing First Nations communities, to get a sense of the feelings that the community was feeling, and that was in advance of the meeting that we had last Thursday with the WA Premier and representatives of the Noongar community. The Minister's mentioned some of the thematics around safety, healing, etc. There was an agreement that that group would continue and supported. The Minister will be writing to the Premier and seeking that the Commonwealth participate in that membership going forward. That group has also committed to develop an initial action plan, which I'm sure they'll want to go out and
Could
consult.
you speak up a little on what action plan?
That group has committed to give up suggestions and action plan of further action going forward, noting that the Minister mentioned there will be a series of events coming up, so the case is one of them, but also other festivals as well that are planned, whether it's NAIDOC events, etc. So we'll work with the state government and the Noongar community about better coordination around those events. We are also contacting individual organisations about their immediate needs. So they did express some issues around how their staff are feeling around their security. So if they're very small organisations, how can we support increase in security, which actually will make sure that they can continue to provide a service as well, because obviously service delivery is impacted if they don't feel secure. We're also working with the state government and the community around healing events and what that may look like into the future, and we're here to support those healing events. One of the key other elements was making sure that the voice of the youth is actually listened to, because obviously there were senior Noongar elders at that meeting. So we have engaged with the education sector, including there was an event last Thursday at Kings Park for Aboriginal boarding students that have come down to Perth. We're very mindful that many of them don't have family and friends actually to support them. So I've spoken myself personally to the service providers that provide that support and to see what else we can do. And Senator Brenda Cox also attended that event last Thursday evening. And so once we get the details of the further meetings that the Noongar community elders are having with the jurisdiction, we will also lean in and support.
Thanks very much. Can I move now to a different topic? At previous estimates, you advised me that NIAA's only current investment in truth-telling and treaty work was one part-time officer. keeping an eye on progress being made at the state level. Is that still the case?
Yes, Senator.
Right. Some First Nations orgs have told us that consultation on the New South Wales truth-telling and treaty process has been patchy and lacking in detail. Is NIAA doing anything to support the New South Wales process and to ensure that First Nations communities can participate in that consultation?
Well, in the conversations that we would have more broadly on how our states are going with their various processes that they undertake themselves, we'd be sort of seeking updates from all of them. I know when the Minister has the opportunity to have her Indigenous Affairs ministerial meetings, there's generally an opportunity to hear from those states and territories about how they're progressing work, including on subjects like truth-telling.
Okay, so the question was, what are you doing to support First Nations communities to participate in that consultation, if anything?
Well, I believe it would be for the New South Wales Government to kind of support people to participate in the development of their truth-telling initiatives.
Okay, so is there a role for NIAA in that space?
Certainly, Senator, there is a role in us, as I said previously, coordinating with other governments to hear what they are doing to support truth-telling in their own jurisdictions, but it is for jurisdictions, it's one of the principles that we all agreed to under the Closing the Gap agreement, that we will have partnership and engagement with our own communities. So I think it's really for that question is really for New South Wales Government and how they are supporting participation of communities in their processes for their truth-telling initiatives.
And that coordination is being done by that part-time single person?
So that person oversees the process, but that's not the single point of information gathering that we have. As I said, the Minister has her Indigenous Affairs ministerial meetings. There would be conversations in other senior officials' contexts as well. I know I have had conversations with Victorian government officials at senior levels about what they continue to do on truth-telling. So there's a range of different ways in which we collate that information, but yes, that one individual in Kate's group would be responsible for collating that for meetings.
Okay. Has NIAA made any representations to federal government, including any budget subs, to refund work on a Makarrata commission?
No, Senator.
Okay. The Walk for Truth, led by former Europe Commissioner Travis Lovett, will conclude in Canberra in May. The walk is part of a campaign calling on the government to commit to, fund and legislate a national process of truth-telling in partnership with First Nations people. Has either Minister or NIAA met with Mr Lovett? Are you supporting that walk in any way?
I haven't met with Mr Lovett in terms of his plans to do the walk. I would like to, so I'm hoping that will happen at some point. I've certainly had conversations with him prior to that in regards to the treaty in Victoria.
And NIAA, have you met with
So
him?
I've sought a meeting with Professor Lovett.
Okay, and what are you doing to position the government to be able to respond to that campaign by May when that walk concludes?
So I haven't had the chance to actually speak to Travis at this point in time. So obviously, I'd really appreciate the opportunity to hear from him about the walk, its significance, the information that he is suggesting might require Commonwealth involvement. But I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
Okay. I've got some questions on Closing the Gap. How long have I got, Chair? Can I start on those? Or are you rotating
we'll
again?
rotate the call again. We are trying to wrap up by 1 to go to lunch and go on to the next element of the program, but we'll see how we go. Senator Whittaker has a couple of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I would like to ask some questions about the Remote Australia Employment Service. So one of the commitments that was made before we came to government was to replace the failed community development program with the Remote Australia Employment Service. I'm wondering if you can talk me through the difference between the CDP and the RAES, how they're different.
Thank you. I might hand across to Ms Guthrie.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Senator. Jessica Guthrie, Group Manager, Jobs and Economic Development Group. Yes, correct. The Remote Australia Employment Service is the employment service that operates in remote communities that has replaced the Community Development Program, or the CDP. It's in 60 regions of Australia and it commenced on 1 November 2025. There is, as you mentioned, the government has a key commitment to replacing the CDP with a program that has jobs, wages and conditions. And the commitment has been developed through two programs. So one was the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, which was a commitment for 3,000 jobs. The other is through the Remote Australia Employment Service. And it is a pre-employment service that's designed to help people looking for work who may need help to become job ready and to get the skills and the resources they need to take up job opportunities. The key differences between the Remote Australia Employment Service and the CDP program, RAES has a greater emphasis and focus on job seeker engagement, with providers having the flexibility about how they engage with job seekers to tailor services. So, for instance, that might look like being able to work with the participant online or through a phone call and having more of an outreach service. A key element of the Remote Australia Employment Service is the flexibility for providers to spend up to 25% on what's called a co-design community project, which supports local priorities and aspirations and is designed to support local workforce development. There is the addition of a 52-week employment placement support, which acknowledges that there is continued support required when long-term people being unemployed are being put into employment to have a sustainable long-term employment. That 52-week employment placement is available to employers and to the provider. And we do have a range of trials focused on improving literacy and numeracy and a focus on increasing the job seeker assessment process.
Thank you. The Remote Australia Employment Service, a part of that requires providers to invest in locally designed community projects and offer more flexible, culturally safe support. Can you talk a little bit about how that works in practice and how communities are involved in shaping them?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, and so probably a key part is there's been a very deliberate incremental approach to being able to do this. And so we did test this approach through the previous program under a trial that was established around 2022 around, again, allowing the 25%. And so what we learnt from the trial that was started in 2022 was that having a local place-based initiative that suited that local circumstance would be successful. So we did see over 3,500 participants placed in employment through that trial, which was an increase of about 7% in placements since the previous year. So that was a really key part that was embedded into the new Remote Australia Employment Service. And a big part of what that looks like now is sort of a two-pronged approach that we're working through about community involvement. One of those is when an individual or a job seeker comes in to meet their employment provider, they go through what's called a job plan. And through that job plan, that is designed to work with the participant so the provider can understand their aspirations for work, the skills that they want to acquire, and over time, as they're building up the profile of those jobs plans, to be able to identify what a community project might look like that both benefits the job seeker, but also is something that communities want to see as a service or a program within their community. And then there is that coming forward into the next period of the program, because we are working through the implementation, will be then, it's how the provider works with communities to make sure that those projects are something that communities want to see. And we'd look for things like evidence, minutes from a local community board meeting that says that the community wants to see that in their community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to Senator Little.
I might throw this in. Given that you've explained that you don't necessarily control what work is actually done, that's community-led, what criteria actually sits around that to make sure that the projects that are actually done are not only fit whatever criteria that you apply, I'm not making an assumption about what criteria you apply, but also if you're going to be doing projects and tasks, you also need equipment and infrastructure to actually follow that. How does that all line up so that people actually are in meaningful work and not just sitting around waiting for a project or funding to catch up and supplies to catch up?
Can I start with that question first, Senator? And I might just get my colleagues will probably just come with the question for the other one. But your point about capital is entirely correct. And so part of the 25% is allowing organisations to access the capital that's required, because a key lesson that we did learn through those trials that I just pointed out was that you can't create a job if you don't have the capital there and the ability and the equipment for people to be able to do it. So you can't create, for instance, a road crew service if you don't have the equipment there for the shovels and the things that you need to dig up. And so the flexibility within that funding for community projects does allow for the capital, equipment, and also things like mentoring, supervision, to be able to make sure that you can operationalise that community project as soon as possible. And I might just pass down to Mr O'Sullivan for the answer to your first question, sorry.
Thank you for your question, Senator. So Ben O'Sullivan, Branch Manager, Remote Jobs and Employment Programs Branch. So in general terms, it is the provider working with community to determine the projects that community wants to undertake. And RAA has a role then in assessing those proposals that providers bring forward with community. And so what we're looking at through that process is ensuring that the proposals put forward a value for money, that if it is a request around infrastructure improvement, assets, supervision, equipment, resources, that those are closely linked to the community project, and it's not general costs, it's actually specific to the project that the community has asked for. So as part of that process, that checking around the value for money, checking evidence of community support, and also checking that the projects being created broadly are aligned with creating employment opportunities for participants. So it's not projects for project's sake, it's not work experience or activities for activity's sake, but it's directly linked to employment opportunities available in those communities or in surrounding communities.
Okay. This question relates, it's slightly different, but it relates to remote still, and that is, we know about the enthusiasm of senior executives to go to Garma. I have asked in previous quans about senior executives travel to remote communities and was told that was a difficult thing to provide. Why is that when people get travel allowance that actually says where their location is that they're actually travelling to? I'm trying to understand how many times those executives are actually going out and travelling to remote communities to see people and talk to people on the ground.
Thank you, Senator. We actually have a number of senior executives that's located outside of Canberra in our regional offices, so we actually have a regional presence with senior executives. And
yeah, I'm talking about people from outside of Canberra where a lot of the decisions are actually made, and there are a lot of public servants here in Canberra. What about them? I'm interested in the number that travel.
So I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator. Certainly know that, yes, we would travel quite extensively for a range of different things around Australia. As I said, I didn't get to Garma last year, but I certainly was there the year before.
You can exclude Garma.
Yeah, and there are a range of other sort of, places. So we'd have to take it on notice just to provide you with those details. I did, however, quickly want to go back because you asked the question previously about what, in addition to APS staff, costs were associated with Garma and Barunga. So we did issue a grant of $484,000 for Garma Festival, and Barunga was $250,000 as a grant.
In 2025?
That was 2025. 24-25.
So that is almost $1 million contribution to Garma in 2025.
It was the 700,000 that you referred to, so there's 484 here plus the 300,000 in terms
and the
of...
700,000 was for 23-24 year, not 25.
That's correct, yes.
So that doesn't include the 700,000?
No, so it's 484 for last financial year.
Almost $1 million in Commonwealth funding towards Garma in 2025. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Looking for any opportunity if anyone would like to put things on notice.
Yep, I understand that. Thank you. I just want to go to your opening statement and ask a question about this, the people known as the stolen generation, and they're attending Canberra, and I acknowledge that this week. Can I ask how you're defining the people that refer to themselves as the stolen generation? S, plural?
So, Senator, we have a set of eligibility criteria that relate in particular to the scheme, and that because that is operating in the Northern Territory, ACT and Jervis Bay, so we aren't defining survivors beyond how we might do it in the context of the scheme.
What I'm trying to understand is, because I've been asked this question by elders who I think meet that category completely, their concern is they're getting older and there are more people that are entering and calling themselves part of the stolen generations. I'm trying to understand what NIAA is doing to make sure that there isn't creep of that definition that exists in the department, or is there a development of another? Is there an organic definition of stolen generations that's occurring? I just want confirmation of what's going on.
Senator Kate Phipps, Acting Group Manager, Country Culture and Connection Group. We work, as part of our work with the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, we work very closely with the Healing Foundation, and we feel that they are the best people to give us advice on how to continue to think about the evolution of definitions in this space. So we would take our lead. We consider them key partners in how we think about this.
Okay. All right. Just in terms of your opening statement as well, I want to talk about energy. We've seen an example in the recent heat wave in the inner part of this country where there's one thing that is disruption to service during a heat wave. There's another thing that is people who are on prepaid energy plans, and what's actually being done to actually protect their health and well-being during periods of extreme heat, not just when there are disruptions, but when they're on prepaid fixed incomes. And I want to understand, in particular in South Australia, about the take-up of the South Australian government in relation to getting on with programs that exist to help them get some relief during that period of heat wave. Summer comes around every year and we seem to be dealing with the same issues.
So I might turn to my colleague, the Group Manager for...
Thank you for that question. Cheryl Smith, Group Manager for the West South Group. The incident in particular which you're speaking about is in South Australia, and so currently at the moment the power company has an option for residents to actually sign up to an email update service.
Which doesn't work in a power blackout, which is what I've raised before.
So they have an email update service, but they also have a SMS.
Which people tell me is intermittently effective.
So at this point in time, that's the service that is actually delivered.
Who struck that agreement with that energy company? Was it the Commonwealth or the state?
I believe that's a state responsibility.
Right. So is there any recognition of the impact of the lack of transparency or any concern from the department, or is the department getting involved between the agreement with these people as consumers and their rights as consumers? Because people are actually getting their power cut off. I've seen a notification that gives a time frame of 7 days to intermittent power disruptions. How on earth are people supposed to survive on fixed incomes when they're constantly replacing food that's gone off in their fridge, or they have medications, or they have CPAP machines, or they have all sorts of other vulnerabilities? I want to know what the department is doing to engage in those issues, because clearly the South Australian government isn't taking this seriously enough.
I would say the South Australian government, again, like all of the governments who've entered into the partnership under Closing the Gap, has responsibilities for provision of services, essential services to their constituency. We in NIAA do run a series of essential and critical infrastructure programs still, including outback power for remote communities in WA, the Northern Territory and Queensland, in part because the jurisdictions haven't necessarily taken on those responsibilities for the provision of essential services to those communities. We continue to engage state and territory governments on the need to consider how essential services are being provided to communities, because to your point, Senator, in not all instances is it adequate for communities in terms of the service that's being provided.
Because I understand also in terms of, I mean, to me it's simple transparency. You provide people with information about on a separate website so that they can ring their friends and say, when is my power coming on or whatever, but they also have information about what their rights are should the power go off. I'm just not seeing anybody taking responsibility for trying to find a solution for these people. And as I said, summer comes around every year, the same issues. And I think there is an issue of, you raised to close the gap. There is a cost to these interruptions that is far greater than also the cost to the individual, and that is the health consequences, the vulnerability consequences. We invest in Close the Gap. There has to be health outcomes as a consequence of what people just endured with their power being cut. We invest in trying to get people to those communities through work, through a whole lot of incentives to work in those communities. How on earth are we going to encourage people to go and work in those communities and take their skills there when they can't even rely on the power? And they are also impacted by those things. I'm just trying to get people to understand we need solutions, and we need the lead agency at the Commonwealth level to get involved if the state is letting people down.
So, Senator, I'll take that on notice, and we'll have follow-up conversations, obviously, as I said, with the relevant departments here in the Commonwealth, which is the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water. But as I said, we are engaging with states and territories in relation to outback power, which I know doesn't necessarily cover all of the same issues that you've referred to, but let me take that away, and yeah, we'll come back to you in terms of our future engagements.
Thank you.
And if you finish that line of questioning, we will rotate the call.
Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Just on closing the gap, Minister, you've previously announced that you're looking at ways to tie state and territory funding towards progress on closing the gap targets. Do you have any updates on that?
I wish I had a lot to say on it, Senator Waters, but I can say this, that I am still working through it in terms of my colleagues and the ministerial working group on closing the gap. I am mindful that a lot of the federal funding agreements are already midway, so I clearly can't impact those. What I can say is that in regards to the Northern Territory and the remote area investment, I have certainly insisted that we had elements within the NT Ray that did meet what we're trying to do around closing the gap. So I can say that the Northern Territory agreement will hopefully reflect that.
Okay, if there's anything more you can... I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you. Perhaps Hansard can turn the mics up a little more, please. If there's anything more that you can provide on notice about the changes that you've been able to achieve, I would love to learn about that.
Okay, thank you.
Has NIAA done any advocacy to state governments, in particular to Queensland and Victoria, pushing for adult crime, adult time legislation that will obviously disproportionately impact First Nations kids? Has NIAA done any advocacy with those state governments?
Senator, you may be aware it's the Attorney General's Department that is actually responsible for the Justice Policy Partnership under Closing the Gap. NIAA sits as an observer on that particular committee, so we do engage through the Justice Policy Partnership with the Attorney General's Department, who is the lead, on issues around crime prevention, also considering sort of how we need to continue to reform the justice system as it impacts on youth.
Okay, so the liaison is done by AG, you feed into them, they
That's
then
correct.
take it up with the states. Great, thank you. There's a National Commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Kids and Young People Commissioner Bill that's coming up. Under that bill, the Minister may request the Commissioner to conduct research and to inquire into systemic issues. I'm wondering, just for clarity, is that yourself, Minister, or will that be the Social Services Minister that will have that ability?
My understanding is the Social Services Minister, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Conscious of the time, Minister, at the last estimates you said you've asked the Commonwealth Ombudsman to review the actions of the ACT police who, in an appalling incident, pulled a young First Nations boy off a bus before realising that he was not in fact the suspect that they were pursuing. I'm interested in whether there's any updates on that investigation, and in particular whether you've confirmed that all ACT police officers have undertaken anti-racism training.
Senator Waters, I'm happy to take that on notice and provide further details to you.
Okay, thanks very much. The First Nations National Plan for Ending Violence Against Women is, I'm told, going to be launched tomorrow after quite a fulsome period to come to that time. Can you outline for me, please, what role NIAA has played in developing that plan? And in particular, have you had any feedback from Aboriginal orgs about the adequacy of consultation and whether their feedback was, in fact, reflected in the final draft?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So there were various ways that NIAA was engaged on the work on the development of Our Ways, Strong Ways. I myself was actually on the steering committee for development of Our Ways, Strong Ways. It did include a number of First Nations community peak organisations, for example, Family Violence Prevention Legal Services. It had quite renowned First Nations academics, including Hannah McGlade, who was on that. It had representation from state and territory governments and, of course, the Department of Social Services, who was leading the development of the Our Ways, Strong Ways work. In addition to my participation through that steering committee, there were other IDC processes as well, where NIAA engaged with the Department of Social Services and other Commonwealth agencies, including Attorney General's Department and others, around the development of the work. The actual work in developing the Our Ways, Strong Ways work and report was actually done by a secretariat which included SNAKE, which is the peak organisation for children as well. And so there was quite extensive consultation all through with First Nations communities, either as part of this process or through those community-controlled organisations who were present on the Our Ways, Strong Ways Steering Committee and IDCs. But is there anything else, the team?
Thank you. There's been some repeated calls, well, there's been calls for years for more funding for family violence prevention in First Nations communities and in all communities, but given the recent murder of 2 First Nations women in Lake Cargelligo in January, has NIAA made any representations to either the Treasurer or the AG calling for additional funding for FEPLS and other Aboriginal controlled DV services?
So, Senator, we continue to work with our Attorney General's colleagues in looking at what the resourcing requirements are for family violence prevention legal services. You may be aware that up until the establishment of the new national agreement on justice, NIAA was actually responsible for granting funding to the family violence prevention legal services. That was transferred when the new agreement was stood up, and it's now the Attorney General's Department who leads on the provision of funding to FVPLSs. At the time, though, of that transfer, we did, the government agreed to quite a substantial increase in funding for FVPLSs, so I think it was in the order of about 112% increase to FVPLSs. That's not to say that more couldn't be done, and as I said, there's ongoing engagements with FVPLSs about what resourcing requirements they do need, and particularly when Our Ways, Strong Ways is in the process of being implemented, how their funding will be looked at sort of into the future as well. That conversation is ongoing, as I understand it.
Okay.
Senator Waters, we've hit the 1 o'clock mark. I'm not sure if you're prepared to put questions on notice or...
Could I just sneak one more in, Chair, and then I can be done? Great,
Absolutely.
thank you. Just in relation to rolling out free period products through art shows in remote communities, a very welcome initiative. I'm interested in how the pilots are going, how many art shows have participated in that, and how much of the $12.5 million has been spent to date.
I'm just double checking with the team, but I think that actually might be administered through the Department of Health. But we might just, yeah.
Well, that saves us time then, doesn't it, Chair? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Waters.
If it's not, if it is you, could you take it on notice, please?
Yes,
Thanks
yes,
very much.
absolutely. Yeah.
Senator Little, do you have any final questions, or do we need to bring these witnesses back after lunch? Are you sure? You got nothing you want to just squeeze in your
fine, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, we will thank you so much for your attendance this morning and this afternoon, and let you go. Thank you very much. We will now break for lunch and return at 2 o'clock. If I could ask people to swiftly leave the room as we have a private meeting now. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are returning with the Andaliaqua, Central, Northern and Tiwi Land Councils. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you to those in the room for having travelled, and thank you to those online for making the time to appear before us today. I would like to welcome Mr Michael Traynor, the Interim CEO of the Andaliaqua Land Council, Mr Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council, Mr Yusuf Dean, CEO of the Northern Land Council, and Mr Brendan Ferguson, CEO of the Tiwi Land Council. I would also like to provide a very warm welcome to the board and council members who have joined us today. We really do appreciate your insights in this session. Would anybody like to make an opening statement? I'll take first shout.
I'll go first.
Mr Turner,
okay.
Yes. If you'd just like to introduce yourself and then go right ahead.
Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council. The Central Land Council has a strong record of upholding robust governance and delivering outcomes for and with its constituents. We do so with respect for both of the governance realms that we exist within, being Commonwealth legislation and Aboriginal culture, country and law. The drive for better outcomes for Aboriginal people across our region underpins our work. We work to realise land rights so that traditional owners are decision makers for their country and can exercise their custodial duties. We assist communities to achieve outcomes that strengthen their lives, such as through the range of programs and community development projects. We acknowledge the continued and tireless engagement of our constituents, as well as many stakeholders we work with to deliver on our functions, be accountable to constituents and comply with statutory requirements. In planning for the audit of the CLC's 25-26 financial statements, the Australian National Audit Office has assessed there be a low risk of material misstatement in the financial statements. This follows the CLC working closely with the ANAO to ensure appropriate disclosures were made in our 24-25 financial statements, with no unresolved findings at the conclusion of the ANAO's 24-25 audit. Tomorrow, on the 10th of February, the CLC will be standing beside native title holders of the Singleton Station for the High Court hearing of their challenge of the Singleton water licence. Native title holders have instructed the CLC to challenge the decision to grant the licence, which allows the proponent to take 40 billion litres of groundwater per year for 30 years from underneath the station for free. This is the biggest water licence in the Northern Territory and likely the whole country. It is predicted to destroy vast stretches of rich biodiverse country, including sacred trees and water places. This case is about supporting native title holders to have a genuine say about what happens on their land, to meaningful benefits from projects and to hold the government accountable for poor decision making. Getting to the High Court is a high achievement, and we congratulate the native title holders who have continued to fight so hard to protect their country for future generations. We also like to draw the committee's attention to the negative impacts of climate change on our constituents' lives and the grim climate predictions for the near future. In recent years, forecast temperature rises have been exceeded in both Alice Springs and Darwin. Impacts on living conditions are further exacerbated for people living remotely and in poverty, with regular power disconnections, flooding and road closures, and poorly designed and maintained housing that is often hotter inside than out, with few cooler places to escape to. Aboriginal people are seeing changes in country, species dying out and waterholes drying. Buffel-fuelled fire are burning hotter and more often, and the window for our ranger team to manage country is narrowing as the number of very hot days increases. We are and will continue to work steadfastly to support our people to manage and protect country. We also require courageous, decisive and coordinated Northern Territory and Commonwealth action on climate change now. Otherwise, many parts of the country that our people have lived on for millennia will become unlivable in our lifetimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Turner. Does anyone else have an opening statement?
Yep. Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
Yep. Good afternoon,
Chair and Senators. My name is Simon Mankara, trustee for the Chickalata clan. Beside me is Bonaventure Timapatua, member for Montupi. We acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngabru people, traditional owners of this land that we meet on. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Tiwi Land Council. On 19th of January, the Tiwi Land Council finalised a 40-year lease with the Tiwi Plantation Corporation to plant 30,000 hectares of eucalyptus on Novel Island. It will be the largest Indigenous-owned plantation project in Northern Australia, representing almost 5% of the total Australian hardwood forestry estate. It is expected to generate 5 million Australian carbon credit units over life of the project. The project is backed by 40 million invest from the Clan Energy Finance Corporation and 41 million from a private investor, River Capital. The agreement follows a comprehensive and strong consultation process with the Tiwi people. The Tiwi Land Council is to be assist in this process. We are hopeful that project will deliver significant long-term economic benefit for Tiwi people and properly manage risk to Tiwi country. Direct rental incomes to the Tiwi land owners groups, a mandatory requirement of 50% Tiwi employees, a profit share for Tiwi Plantation Corporation, which is 100% owned by Tiwi people, annual income to port another Tiwi owned for the use of its facilities, repayment of accessing Tiwi family debts, advance to support their rotation, activity management of the acacia species from exiting plantation. And now I hand over to my uncle Bonaventure.
The signing of this lease support the vision for our Tiwi economy, but we need more support from government. We continue to ask for investment in the roads, help with our waste and management, housing in our community and homeland. And hand it up to the boss.
Thank you, Simon and Bonaventure. And Senators, my name's Brendan Ferguson. I'm CEO of the Tiwi Land Council, and I'm proud to be here again at Estimates with Simon Mankara and Bonaventure Timapatua. I want to inform the committee today that this will be my last hearing. In December last year, I notified our chair and full council that I'll be relocating to Melbourne, and the reason for that is to be closer to family. So while the decision was very difficult, I've received nothing but support from my council members, and as Simon constantly tells me, family comes first. I want to thank the committee for affording us the opportunity to report to the Australian Government about our progress over the last couple of years while I've been in the role. In that time, we've had 17 of our 40 council members attend an estimates hearing. It's a valuable opportunity for them to learn and observe the public scrutiny to which our land councils are subject. Accountability is critical, and as is compliance with legislation and regulations that govern the Land Council. But our governing framework is also in constant tension with community expectations. And if there's one reflection that I'd like to share, it's the importance of ensuring that our land councils are afforded the reasonable opportunity to pursue the priorities and reflect the governance expectations of our Tiwi people. This is essential if we're to sustain the trust of Tiwi people, to represent their interests, manage their country and revitalise their culture for the benefit of future generations of Tiwis. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Mr Traynor, did you have an opening statement?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Senators. I'd like to first of all acknowledge and pay my respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, elders past and present, the first peoples on the land in which we're meeting. We're here meeting in Aliangula on the lands of the Andalakwa people. I'm representing the Andalakwa Land Council today, and I have with me Anna Malkazovich, Legal and Corporate Affairs Manager. I'll read a statement prepared by Sherelle Waruya, the Chair of the Andalakwa people, who unfortunately can't be here today. Since the RC members last spoke to the committee in December, the RC has made progress towards recruiting a new CEO and look forward to his commencement later this month. We also reported on the recent appointment of the Chief Financial Officer. With these senior appointments in place, the RC is confident it will be in a sound position to strengthen the work that it does to serve our communities. We are confident 2026 will be a strong year for the ALC and the Andalakwa people. Our focus will be to continue to implement strong governance systems, financial reporting, budget management and board member skill development. The leadership of the ALC will continue to listen to and address matters raised by the community and our stakeholders. We will focus on securing cultural, economic, social prosperity of our communities. This includes safeguarding the Andalakwa people's interests in exploration, mining and mine closure matters, with an eye on sustainable futures and inclusive decision making. Community-led programs that we are running successfully, like the Community Justice Program and the Andalakwa Healing Centre, are evident that we can, as a community, make positive changes. We are building on this success, such as housing to address overcrowding and to strengthen education outcomes for young people. We have a responsibility to leave a positive legacy for our children. The ALC's commitment and efforts to a sustainable and bright future is unwavering. I welcome any questions you have for us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Dean.
Yes, good afternoon, committee members. Today I'm joining you from the unceded lands of the Turrbal and Yagara people and pay honour to the ancestors of this country. I'd also like to thank the Senate committee for its grace and understanding in allowing or facilitating my attendance online due to parental commitments which I could not move at this stage. We do have staff at our new NLC office in Berrima, Darwin, but we also have staff in the actual Senate committee hearing in person. And with that, I pay respect to the custodians of the lands we're all meeting on today and acknowledge that this land, as with the rest of this continent, always was and always will be Aboriginal land. For the last 50 years, the Northern Land Council has fought hard for the rights and interests of traditional owners in the top end. Land rights were enshrined in the law with the passing of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act in 1976. And this year we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Act. The Land Rights Act was a landmark milestone for Aboriginal rights in this country and has fundamentally changed the way our land and sea country is respected, used and developed in the Northern Territory. The Land Rights Act now more than ever is critical to Aboriginal people in the NT, enabling self-determination over Aboriginal land and creating an environment to benefit economically, socially and culturally from land rights. NLC staff work tirelessly to seek instruction from traditional owners to bring their aspirations into reality. Our role is to make sure the right people are in attendance, the right voices are heard, and that decisions are made in line with the principles of free, prior and informed consent. Our advocacy remit extends beyond land use agreements, supporting traditional owners, native title holders and our constituents to understand and exercise their legal rights and to self-manage their traditional lands and seas. Our advocacy work is especially critical as we face increasing challenges from a hostile Northern Territory government and a rising level of racism directed at our people. A new full council came together in Jabiru in the last week of December last year. 94 positions on our new council are filled, with half of these held by first-time members, 35% by women, which is a significant increase in female representation. Matthew Ryan from West Arnhem was re-elected as chair of the NLC, and Lorraine Jones from the Victoria River District is our new deputy chair. The Executive Council has authorised, as a result and moving forward, the Executive Council has authorised a review of our strategic plan to ensure the priorities of the new council and in turn our constituents are embedded into future pathways. Our constituents face many challenges in the Northern Territory. One of these is the current CLP Territory government. There is a government that hides behind silence and closed doors, making decisions that target and undermine the rights of Aboriginal people. The recent selection of the NT Administrator, a man who has publicly mocked Aboriginal practices, culture and history, and the fast-tracking of housing legislation that removes rights of Aboriginal tenants to procedural fairness are just the latest two examples of this government's poor record working with Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. At this point, we would like to thank the Federal Government and acknowledge the Minister for Indigenous Australians and the Member for Lingiari for their continued support of ranger programs across the NLC region. Towards the end of last year, the Federal Government announced an increase in funding for ranger programs. The additional funding will enable the NLC to support new ranger groups and develop pathways towards employment and engagement for women and youth. The NLC acknowledges the commitment from the Australian Government for increased funding for the GhostNet Debris Initiative, and Rangers do an outstanding job caring for country and land and sea country, and we welcome the continued funding from the Commonwealth. Ranger programs with their vast work areas and interconnected networks along the NT coastline are eminently capable. They are the first and only responders along the most remote parts of the northern coastline. Ranger programs continue to provide an important service to the nation, keeping our porous borders intact. They are a unique resource that remains underutilised and under-resourced. Like the Australian Government, we would also like to keep our coastlines, communities and country safe. We stand ready to partner with the Government to improve the resourcing of our ranger groups. Finally, the NLC is looking forward to a year ahead with a new council and with a renewed sense of purpose as our vision evolves to best serve Aboriginal people across our 7 regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you all for attending. We'll go directly to Senator Little for questions.
Thank you, everyone, and particularly to those that have travelled. I'm just going to ask a general question that I want to give you a little bit of time to think about and then go to your specific representations. I want to ask a question about artificial intelligence. You know that AI is drawn from material that is already existing, and it continues to draw from that material over and over again in order to represent what it thinks it is a position, and it can only draw from the material that is actually in front of it, which provides for a particularly risky environment for oral communities where oral histories are really important and where information is sometimes held by people specifically who have responsibility for certain things and is not necessarily held by the broader population. But also, we've all seen examples where there are people who've come and recorded our history for their purposes, withheld some of that information, attached themselves to particular families, and that becomes the piece of material that is then represented as evidence in future court cases. The reason why I gave that little preamble is I'd like you to give some thought to what work you are currently doing to understand about the impact of artificial intelligence specifically on our communities, what you see as particular challenges for your communities in doing that, and anything you think we need to understand about where you're currently placed in order to participate in conversations about where artificial intelligence might take us as a general population, but more importantly, specific and unique to your community context. So if you can just give some thought to that, that is a question that I'd like you to give me a bit of an insight into. But I might go to Anandaliakwa first, if I can, please. Thank you for your statement. I'd just like to ask about the extension that you received until the 30th November 2025 about your annual report. I understand that that time frame has slipped again. Are you able to give us an update about that, please?
We then submitted a request and were granted a second extension to the end of February for our annual report. Senator, thank you very much for your question. The annual report is very close to being finalised, and we're still aiming to have that complete within that time frame.
Are you able to give some insight into the reason for that delay? Is it missing documentation, people seeking more information? I'm just wanting to understand a little bit more about that.
It's probably a combination of a number of factors, Senator. Initially, it was delayed, I understand, on behalf of ANO due to changes in the CEO prior to my appointment as the interim CEO. Then our place in the queue, for want of a better word, was then moved backwards with respect to the order that was appointed by ANO. There were further questions raised with respect to that. These have been answered. There was some additional delays through the appointment of our new CFO, who came on board in December, I believe it was, top of my head, and we've been going through the questions. We've had a meeting with the ANAO through our Audit Risk Committee last week. We're advised at this stage there's no material matter that's been found. So we're ready to close to have these finalised, Senator.
Right. I'm just going to combine a number of questions, but I'm interested to understand, in terms of employment and contracts with people who are engaged by the Land Council, are there any settlements of employment agreements that have been made outside the Fair Work process where finances of the Land Councils have actually been paid to settle those cases?
There have been, over the last 6 months, a couple of settlements, and I'll have to get back to you with the exact details of what those were, Senator.
Thank you, if you can take that on notice. And I'm wondering if you've had some time and you to reflect on the question that I asked about some consideration of the impact of artificial intelligence.
We at the Land Council are very conservative with respect to artificial intelligence from our own internal control processes. Concerns that we've got, particularly with respect to and the traditional owners on Groote Island, are really how stories, matters of cultural significance can be misappropriated through artificial intelligence, to ensure that does not happen. So that's probably the main area of concern for us at the moment, and where we see one of the main concerns of the community at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all my questions for Anna Diakwa. Thank you. You happy for me to continue going?
Yeah, keep going.
Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
Okay. I might ask some questions of the Central Land Council, please, if I can, Les. I'm wanting to ask about the questions around the 306 applications that remained on the books for a full year, and wondering whether you've completed that work or where that's up to.
I might get our General Manager of Professional Services to answer that, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We submitted our response to this question on the 23rd of December 2025. As we stated in our response, it is coincidental that the number of exploration title applications under negotiation at 30 June 2025 is the same as at 30 June 2024.
Okay.
Tables 16 and 17 on page 49 of the CLC's 24-25 annual report show the progress that was made in progressing exploration titles in the 24-25 financial year. And those details are available in our annual report.
Mm-hmm. So what specific performance improvement metrics have you been working on in the last quarter to move that timeline from 5.5-year average back to 2.6?
CLC, we are redeveloping our titles administration database, which is expected to reduce time required for data entry and to make it easier to monitor the progress of title applications. And that work is a substantial piece of work that we'll be working on this year. We've also been developing an updated set of precedent agreements to reduce turnaround time in negotiations. The actual conduct of negotiations, though, will depend on the attitude and approach taken by all parties, not just the CLC and traditional owners, native title holders and, of course, proponents and the Northern Territory Government.
Yeah. Given that the Albanese Government's focus on economic development and the critical minerals sector, might be the Minister wants to answer this or it could be you, has the Minister given any directives about doing that work to close that backlog, to line up with their economic agenda?
To my awareness, we've received no directions from the Minister about that backlog.
And what's your involvement with the economic agenda? How are you connected to the work and the funding that has gone into progressing economic development for Aboriginal communities more generally by the Albanese Government?
So we are the Central Land Council as a member of the Coalition of Peaks and the Aboriginal Peak Organisations NT. We are a member of the Economic Policy Partnership agreement that was signed last year.
Right, okay. Thank you. I want to ask a question about the artificial intelligence question, if you can give me some insight into where you're at with that.
All right, thanks for your question, Senator. The CLC does not use AI to influence or automate decision-making processes related to its functions. The CLC does permit staff to use AI tools for text-based queries and general assistance, but presently prohibits and uploads documents or files to AI platforms. Staff have been provided with guidance to not identify the CLC or include any personal information, community details, confidential or sensitive information when using AI tools. The CLC does not permit staff to use DeepSeek or CLC system or devices. As per the Australian Government's directive, access to DeepSeek website has been blocked on CLC internet services.
Thank you. Thank you. And what about more broadly? Are you engaging in processes more broadly around the use of artificial intelligence for considering Aboriginal stories, Aboriginal engagement, Jukupa more generally?
It'll be a work in progress and work with, our constituents as well in terms of informing and providing information.
Right. I'm just wanting to refer to a couple of things in the annual report. The first one being the page 100 and 123, which is the 1.4 million variance in salaries were they used, can you explain that? Is that like bonuses or are they new positions created without budget approval? How do you explain that 1.4 million variance in salaries on page 123 of your annual report?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. The CLC submitted our response to this question on notice to NIA on the 23rd of December, and it's at attachment A in NIA 1809. But the CLC's expenditure of ABA funds has not exceeded the ABA funds approved for the CLC. Variances between ABA approved budgets and actual budget expenditure within a financial year can reflect accrual accounting and timing differences and expenditure of funds approved in a prior year for a strategic project that continues into the next year. The $3 million variance includes $1.35 million expenditure on community development projects for which funds were received in a prior year. The Community Development Program's Match Funds Initiative sees ABA funds match to funds set aside by traditional owners for community development projects, which are administered by the CLC in accordance with its community development framework. The key reasons for the variance on salaries and expenditure is the ABA approved estimates does not provide for staff leave accruals. Staff leave accruals increased by $0.92 million for the previous financial year, and casual staff costs also increased significantly, including staff engaged in professional roles in finance, anthropology, legal and land management sections to ensure delivery of our work, CLC's work. And casual employment comes at a higher cost to the CLC. However, this has been essential due to the remote recruitment challenges, and costs were partly funded through budgeted salaries from vacant roles and partly through project funding.
Thank you. Can I just refer also to page 100 where you've got a list of consultants. You've got, I'm interested in the ones that we've got consultants above 100,000 in that particularly 24-25 year. Can you tell me what those consultants in those 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, what's the core business of those consultants?
Yeah, I haven't got the detail at hand, but I can provide that on notice to you, Senator.
Thank you. And I'd be interested to just have you confirm that there are no related party associations with those.
No related party.
No, thank you. Okay. I just want to ask a question about the Uluru Katajuda, the ceremony that was held to commemorate 40 years just recently. And I want to ask a question. I'm interested in exploring the transition of responsibility, both financial to communities associated with that, and how the Land Council works to ensure that those people who, given you're a central Land Council, there's a border there, how you actually work to ensure that people who are no longer living in Central Australia remain engaged with the process of traditional owner recognition.
Thanks, Senator. I'll get Principal Legal Officer Kate O'Brien to respond to that one.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I understand you're asking about how it is that the CLC ensures that people who are no longer living in the region remain connected. Is that correct?
That's right.
The CLC has an anthropology team that has records going back many, many years that, and it's the anthropologist's job to keep track of who the traditional owners are, and before we engage in work that involves consultation with traditional owners, it's standard practice for sections from the Land Council and staff from the Land Council to seek advice from the anthropology team as to the appropriate traditional owners. We then undertake consultation with those TOs by notifying them of meetings that are being held that may, particularly for people living in the APY lands, involve providing transport either from the CLC direct with staff members collecting them, or alternatively providing fuel orders to allow them to get to meetings.
Okay, thank you. I just want to have a final question that I asked the previous Land Council, and that is in relation to any complaints of employees either through Fair Work or other mechanisms that were actually settled by financial settlement in the previous 12 months?
I'll just look to complaints.
Senator, I'm not aware of any matters that have been settled outside of the Fair Work process, but I can't give a definitive answer on that, so we'll take that on notice and get back to you.
Thank you. And if you could include in that confirmation that of how many you've actually had that may have been settled through Fair Work.
In the Fair Work and outside
yes,
Fair Work.
Thank you. Thank you. That will be fine for that. I'll put any others on notice that I've got. Thank you. If I can ask a question of the Tiwi Land Council, was particularly interested to hear and read about your commercial project in relation to forestry, and I'm wanting to understand from you where you're at with that project now. What is the next best thing that you would like to do? I mean, you've got that sort of happening. What else do you want to do? Where else do you see opportunity that comes from that, considering you wouldn't want it to be a standalone project?
It's a really good question, Senator. I mean, this particular project is one that has sort of decades of history, and we're really hopeful that the agreement that Simon referred to in the opening statement is one that's going to deliver more benefits to Tiwi than forestry has over previous decades. But to your point, forestry isn't an economy in itself, and so we're kind of actively looking at that question that you've asked around what are the other industry opportunities that sit around the forestry opportunity and the infrastructure, including at Port Melville, that we have that's there to support forestry. We're about to embark on a piece of work that's being led through our policy team around a future Tiwi economy. I'm disappointed that I won't be there to see the whole piece of work through, but the intent of that is to really try and surface what some of those other opportunities are, drawing together not just the aspirations of Tiwi people, but also some hard-nosed analysis around what the opportunities are with reference to existing and potential future infrastructure, as well as the cultural and natural values on Tiwi. So I know that answer sort of is a bunch of platitudes and not a specific example of other industry opportunities, but it's something that we're really keen to actively dig into over the next 12 months.
Can I ask that question about AI?
Yeah.
And some of the thinking that you may have done around that?
I mean, I think it's a really good question for a start, Senator. I'm not just trying to butter you up, but I think it's something that we do need to really grapple with. Obviously, AI poses a lot of opportunities as well as threats, and within the Tiwi Land Council, we're in the process at the moment of developing our procedure around AI and the use of AI. And obviously, the ground's rapidly shifting, and we've seen changing guidelines from the Australian government for Commonwealth entities around reporting transparency statements in relation to the use of AI. I think, like the CLC, we would distinguish between the use of AI for administrative efficiency versus the application of AI in relation to culturally sensitive material. I think that's an important distinction. I also note that the NIAA ran a session in May last year for the Indigenous portfolio agency heads around AI to help kind of increase the literacy and understanding amongst not just the land councils but other bodies in relation to the use of AI. But one of the things that you asked in your question, I suppose, was around our capability internally, and I really welcome, and I suspect the other land councils would as well, further investment opportunities to properly grapple with how best we can use AI for the benefit of TOs without creating additional risk. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I've just got one final question, and that's in relation to how many employee issues exist that have been settled either through Fair Work or through separate compensation.
None.
None. Thank you. That is the end of my questions. I've got a couple quick ones for the Northern Land Council, and then pretty well right. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about ILUA performance and how that's actually going in the Northern Land Council post the questions that I raised at the last estimates, please. How are we going in terms of improving performance in that area?
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to clarify that you said ILUA.
Yeah, so the last time we spoke, we were talking about the target that was only just being met 10% of the time for progressing ILUA applications, and I'm wondering how much improvement there is and what's being done to improve that performance.
If I may, Senator, I'll ask our Principal Legal Officer to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senators. Thank you, CEO. I'm Catherine McLeish. I'm the Acting Principal Legal Officer at the moment. Thank you for the question. I think perhaps the reporting in the annual report does combine a number of pieces of work that we do under both the land rights regime and the native title regime. As you probably know, the Native Title Act refers to ILUAs, ILUAs, Indigenous Land Use Agreements, but we also assist our constituents with probably hundreds of land use agreements under the land rights regime every year. My colleague Nicole Hux is in Canberra today and can potentially talk about that area of agreement making that we are very busy with year in, year out. In terms of that measure, I think we could provide some more details if the previous answer didn't fully provide what you were looking for, Senator.
Yep. You talk in your answer about resourcing issues and professional roles changing as reasons for delays in signing agreements after consent. Can you tell me what's actually been done to change that?
I apologise, I don't have that answer in front of me at this minute. Right. We do have turnover issues in the Northern Territory generally, which we're not immune from, unfortunately. Sorry, Senator, what was the second part of your question?
Look, I might put that on notice if that's okay, and just in the interest of time, and I'll move to ask the question about complaints in relation to employees and cases in that 12-month period in the annual report that are before the Fair Work Commission or that have been settled outside of that process.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. For a more fulsome response, I'd like to call on our General Manager for Corporate Services, who may be able to clarify those details.
Good afternoon, Senators. Irfan Bar, General Manager, Corporate Services. Thanks for the question, Senator. We did had few settlements, Senator, but unfortunately I don't have the number in front of me. We can take that on notice.
Thank you. If you can provide those for both of those, thank you, that would be good. And the dollar value that's been attached to settlement of those cases, thank you. I've just got a final question and, oh, hang on, I haven't asked you about the AI question. I'm not sure who would like to answer that.
Thanks again, Senator, for the question. At this stage, the NLC, through our ICT function and more broader operations, are currently finalising an AI framework and protocols. That's the remit around that framework is more internally focused. We haven't turned our mind significantly to the particular point of your question around the use of or collection of cultural information and decision making on land. So we are able to review that and look at it more broadly. At this stage, we don't see it as a threat because of the manner in which we engage with countrymen on country in terms of that decision-making process. It is very hands-on and very resource-intensive, and we don't necessarily utilise the type of information for decision-making that would be prone to AI manipulation.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask specifically a question about mandatory training. We learnt that only 31% of staff completed mandatory training and that only 54% had completed the compliance for conflict of interest training. Can you tell me how much progress you've made to improving that statistic since we spoke last?
Yes, Senator, I do believe I have details here. If you just bear with me to find the information. So, as you rightly identified, 31% of all staff completed mandatory training, and 11%, which was an 11% increase from the previous financial year. The majority of non-compliance relates to casual staff who are not always available for training and have limited access to training portals, given that they're dispersed in the remote areas of our jurisdiction. To remedy this, supported facilitated guides are being developed to help people leaders deliver these courses in a face-to-face setting to their teams where necessary. A number of mandatory trainings have increased compliance levels in 2024-2025. 54% compliance with conflict of interest, 51% compliance with psychosocial hazards training, 63% of all workers completed governance training. This exceeds the 50% target. This is a 26% increase from 2023-2024.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today. We really do appreciate it, particularly for those of you who have travelled such long distances to be here. We really do appreciate your time. We will release you from the program, and I'd like to thank Minister McCarthy for your appearance this morning and allow you to go about your business as well. We will suspend for a few moments as we change portfolios, and we will come back in a few moments with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Thank you. Okay, I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs, representing the Prime Minister, and Mr Blair, XL Deputy Secretary and other officers of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, please. Whoa, that's very loud.
We've had some quiet people in.
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just do wish to take the opportunity to make an opening statement in relation to the anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi Beach. On the 14th of December 2025, we suffered the deadliest terrorist attack on our soil in Australian history. Against the iconic backdrop of Bondi Beach, where members of Australia's Jewish community had gathered to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah, two men with high-powered guns stole the lives of 15 innocent people and wounded so many more. It was a violent attack, it was a calculated attack, and it was targeted against our Australian Jewish community, a monstrous act of hate-filled anti-Semitism. Our hearts break for the families and loved ones of those who were killed, and we stand with them as they carry a profound grief. As the Prime Minister said in the immediate aftermath of the attack, Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. There is no place for anti-Semitism or hate of any kind in Australia, and the government will continue to prioritise national unity, to continue to work to bring Australians together in the face of those who would seek to divide us. During this time, our message to the Australian Jewish community has been and continues to be that the Australian government stands with you. We see you and we value you. Australia is a nation that has been enriched by people of every faith, of every background over generations. We are united in our shared love of what we have built here together, and we remain dedicated to safeguarding Australia's multicultural success for future generations, because every Australian has the right to feel valued and accepted and to practice their faith without fear of being subjected to violence or hate. Since the devastating attack on 14th December, the government has taken a range of actions to address both the motivation and the method of the anti-Semitic terrorist attack. In consultation with National Cabinet, the Commonwealth has taken steps to strengthen Australia's gun laws by legislating a framework for the National Gun Buyback Scheme, as well as restricting importation of firearms to Australian citizens and removing open-ended import permits. Importantly, Commonwealth background checks for gun licences will be mandatory, including assessment by ASIO. The government has also established a Commonwealth Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, led by former High Court Justice the Honourable Virginia Bell AC. The Royal Commission will investigate and make recommendations regarding the circumstances leading up to and including the attack, as well as the response of government and security agencies. The Royal Commission will also examine anti-Semitism in Australia and make recommendations towards combating hatred and strengthening social cohesion. The Commonwealth's recent legislative reforms also represent strong action designed to stamp out hate, anti-Semitism and violence. It is true that the final legislative package did not include everything the government wanted. However, new offences for hate preachers, increased penalties for hate crimes and expanded powers for the Minister for Home Affairs to list organisations as prohibited hate groups and to cancel visas of those who seek to spread hatred in Australia are all important new protections. The government has also announced that David Gonski AC will lead a 12-month task force alongside the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism to ensure the Australian education system properly prevents, tackles and responds to anti-Semitism. This measure represents part of the government's broader response to the Special Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism and our commitment to the ongoing program of work to be led by the Envoy, supported and implemented by government. These measures build on the government's record of taking action to tackle the scourge of anti-Semitism and stamp out hate and violence in Australia. This includes the establishment of our first Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism, Ms Gillian Siegel, AO, the establishment of Operation Avalite, legislating against hate speech and enacting a landmark ban on Nazi symbols, criminalising doxing and imposing counter-terrorism sanctions and financing restrictions on the white supremacist network Telegram, appointing Australia's first National Student Ombudsman and the creation of a National Hate Crimes and Incidents database. Increased funding for improved safety and security at Jewish sites across the country, including schools and synagogues, as well as increased funding for Jewish security organisations. And a record $100 million investment for countering violent extremism. Chair, committee members, as the Prime Minister has said repeatedly, Australians do not want to see violence and conflict brought to our shores. We as a people are united by respect for each other's humanity and for each other's right to live in peace. In the wake of the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi Beach in December, the celebration of our diversity, the rejection of hate, will continue to inform the actions of the Australian Government as we continue to do everything in our power to keep Australians safe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Axel, do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Blair Axel, Deputy Secretary of the Social Policy Group in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Other members of PMC's executive are in attendance today for this session, include Ellie Lawson, Deputy Secretary, International and Security, Kendra Moroney, Deputy Secretary for AUKUS, Narelle Luchetti, Acting Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and Resilience, and Karen Crosswaith, Acting Deputy Secretary for Governance and Corporate Group. Officers from the Office of Women and Australian Government Consulting will be appearing tomorrow with portfolio agencies under the responsibility of the Minister for Women and Minister for the Public Service, respectively. I also note the following recent changes to the PMC executive. As of 12th of January 2026, Kendra Moroney was promoted to the position of Deputy Secretary, AUKUS Group. Nadine Williams has been seconded to the Department of Defence to lead the whole-of-government task force to implement the Defence Delivery Agency, announced by the Government on the 1st of December 2025. And finally, Martin Hare retired from the public service on the 6th of February 2026 after a career that spanned more than 3 decades working across the ACT and the Commonwealth Public Service, and we thank him for his service. I have PMC's organisational chart available for the committee should you wish to have it tabled. And following the Minister's comments, I would also like to acknowledge on behalf of PMC that our thoughts are also remain with the families and friends of the 15 people who tragically lost their lives in the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Bondi Beach on the 14th of December, those recovering from injuries and all those affected. As the Prime Minister said in his remarks during the National Day of Mourning on Thursday the 22nd of January, we stand in solidarity with Jewish Australians and affirm our shared values of unity, compassion and resilience that define Australia. In response to the attack, PMC established the Bondi Response Coordination Task Force to manage coordination of activities across government in response to the attack, in addition to its business as usual role in supporting the government's policy response and the usual workings of government. PMC continues to work closely with New South Wales to ensure victims and their families receive the support they need. PMC also worked in close collaboration with the agencies leading aspects of the government's response, in particular the Department of Home Affairs on firearms reform, the government response to the report of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Firearm and Customs Laws, and on security and immediate support for Jewish community organisations. The Attorney General's Department on the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, and the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Criminal and Migration Laws Act. The National Emergency Management Agency on funding to New South Wales under the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, and the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing on implementation of the immediate mental health supports for the affected communities. Thank you for the time, Chair. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We'll go directly to Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And Chair, I assume we're getting copies of both of the opening statements, if they're able to be printed. Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't. I might have altered as I spoke a little, but the gist of it.
The gist of it's there. The gist of it's there.
And to be fair, I shortened some too.
Could I just turn to Royal Commissions generally and then specifically the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission? Do we need anybody at the table? Yep. Thank you. Just in terms of the general first, Can you briefly, because of time, take me through the role that Prime Minister and Cabinet plays in the establishment of a federal Royal Commission?
Senator, thanks for the question. The Attorney General's Department is the lead department responsible for Royal Commission's operations and processes. The Prime Minister's Department normally plays, I'll turn to my colleague to support this, a role to support that, and because normally Prime Ministers are very involved in the establishment of Royal Commissioners, so that is what occurred in this instance. We worked very closely with Attorney Generals in the preparation of the processes.
Could you just take me through that process then, when you said that is what occurred in this instance? Just take me through. So the AGs was the lead department when it came to, I'll refer to it as the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission. Is that correct?
Sorry, Senator, I think I said the Attorney General's Department is the lead department for Royal Commissions and the establishment of the processes.
Yes. So when you said in this instance, were you referring to the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission?
No, I was referring to the broad. You were talking about the broad.
Understood.
The broad processes, so yeah.
That's fine. Okay. So in terms of then the process for developing draft terms of reference, how is that normally undertaken, and what's PM&C's role?
Senator, I can't speak to how they're normally undertaken. This is my first experience in doing a Royal Commission, but I'll turn to my colleague for the broader process, and then I'm happy to come back to how this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Andrew Walter, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. So it varies historically. Obviously, Royal Commissions are established by the Governor-General. That occurs on advice from the government. For the last couple, that advice has come from the Attorney-General, but they've been government decisions to recommend the establishment of the Royal Commission. Obviously, depending on the particular Royal Commission, this department plays either a fairly lead role or a coordinating role, depending on the circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. Could I then specifically turn to, as I said, I'll refer to it as the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission. What was the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet's role in relation to the establishment of that particular Royal Commission?
Senator, in this instance, Senator, it was essentially led by the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. We received, I guess, the tasking from government to commence the process. We then reached out in that process with the Department of Attorney Generals to seek their advice and input to the process and the establishment of the terms of reference.
So in terms of the terms of reference themselves, when did PM&C first begin drafting them?
Senator, that would have been on approximately the 5th of January.
The 5th of January? Yep, okay. When were you first consulted on the terms of reference? So you commenced drafting on or about the 5th of January. When were you first consulted on the terms of reference?
Sorry, consulted by whom?
The government.
Well, advice to government is not something he'll be talking about.
I'm asking for a date, Senator Wong. I'm not asking for what was consulted on. We now know that on the 5th of January the drafting commenced. I'm merely asking on what date did the consultation commence?
Sorry, are you referring to a consultation from the Prime Minister's Department with others, or are you referring to
with the way yourselves? You commenced drafting on the 5th.
Yep.
When were you told to commence drafting?
Thank you. That's a good question. So we received formal request to start some drafting on the night before. So on
the night before?
Yep.
Right. So the 4th of January?
On the evening of the 4th of January,
Yep.
That's correct.
Thank you. In terms of the terms of reference themselves, who within the department had final sign-off of the draft terms of reference before any versions were sent off to, say, the Prime Minister's office? So who had the final sign-off on these terms of reference?
So the terms of reference were ultimately, or the letters patent, were considered by the government before they were referred to the Governor-General for her consideration. If you're asking who led the development of those terms of reference in coordination with the Attorney-General's Department, that was me.
That was you, Mr Walters, was it? Okay. On what day were the terms of reference in draft form first provided to the government for their consideration?
Yep.
State secret, this one.
The Prime Minister had a press conference on the day that the terms of reference were agreed by the government. So it was on the 8th of January.
The 8th
was
of
the
January.
date, as the Prime Minister has said publicly.
Right, the 8th of January.
And then, just for completeness, considered by the Governor-General the following day on the 9th.
On the 9th, yes. How many drafts of the terms of reference were there?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. So I think it's worth saying that when we were tasked, we weren't starting from scratch. Obviously, as the Prime Minister has said, the government have been thinking about the possibility of a Royal Commission for some time, have been consulting with the Prime Minister, been consulting with his colleagues and with the community, particularly the Jewish community. So there were some thoughts that were well developed. We obviously had the terms of reference for the independent review being conducted by Dennis Richardson, which you'll find was incorporated into the letters patent. We did make some changes there to make them more in the language of letters patent. And we'd also had some discussions with New South Wales about what they'd had in mind, so we had quite a lot to start with. But there would have been a few drafts gone through over those couple of days, and they become more formal. So the Attorney-General's Department asked the Office of Parliamentary Counsel to draft the letters patent. I think that would have been on the 6th of January that instructions would have been given for that.
Sorry, on the 6th of January?
I think so. I'll check that date, but I'm pretty sure it was the 6th of January. So they put it into the formal language that you see in the letters patent, and there were a couple of versions of that that we went through before they were considered by the government.
If I could just go back to the time frame. You said that, and I quote, "We didn't start from scratch," and that the government had been consulting on a Royal Commission for some time. Can I ask you then, Mr Walters, when was the first point in time that you began consulting on a Royal Commission into anti-Semitism?
Yes, no, understood. So what I was saying was the Prime Minister has made clear that he had been consulting for some time about the possibility of a Royal Commission. There were definitely some thoughts that came out of that process, of those consultations which were provided to us over the 4th and the 5th of January, which we worked with as we then worked through those other factors as well, including the Richardson terms of reference and so forth.
But in terms of the time frame, it seems to be a very short time frame. The 4th you were given instructions, the 5th you appeared to a consult, and the 6th AGs asked OPC to actually draft the letters patent. Is that correct?
It's true, but we had some pretty well-formed thoughts by the time we were going to OPC.
So when you say you consulted, in terms of the terms of reference for this particular Royal Commission, who exactly was consulted with?
So there's two elements here, Senator. So the Prime Minister had been consulting, and I'd have to take that on notice because I know he was consulting with members of the Jewish community and with his colleagues, and obviously there was a lot of consultation with colleagues through this process. So, but that was predominantly done by the Prime Minister and his office. We then took over the kind of, if I can call it, the internal to government consultation aspect, and that was predominantly with the Attorney-General's Department as the most affected department. We did ask the Department of Home Affairs to have a look at an early draft. They provided some very useful comments, but they were keen to be careful because a lot of the topics fall within their responsibilities. So they were careful not to be seen to drive it particularly. So it was mainly with the Attorney-General's Department.
Mr Walters, when you say we took over, meaning the department, in terms of the drafting and the consultation, on what date was that?
So as Mr Excel has said, we were tasked on the evening of the 4th and we began substantive work on the 5th.
And substantive work, right. And so you said that the department consulted substantively with the Attorney-General's Department and also the Department of Home Affairs, but in terms of...
A bit more limited.
You needed, yeah.
Yes.
Who else did you consult with?
As I mentioned, the Office of Parliamentary Counsel did the formal drafting. So the form you see now was drafted by the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. I understand that during that period, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's Office was continuing to consult with colleagues and also with the community.
Okay. During that period, does that mean between the evening of the 4th to the 6th of January? So, Senator Wong, during that period, Mr Walter says the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's Office continued to consult with colleagues. What does that actually mean? What was he consulting on and which colleagues did he speak to?
Well, I think the Prime Minister has made clear that through this period, after the horrific attack, there were multiple meetings of the NSC. Obviously, there was an active investigation and a requirement to ensure whatever action that needed to be taken to keep Australians safe was taken. So there was consultation through those normal processes.
So that wasn't quite my question. My question was the evening of the 4th through to the 6th.
Well, I don't necessarily accept that timetable, to be frank. That might be the department's engagement on consultation, but I can say to you the issue of the response to the attack and how best to respond was obviously something on which the Prime Minister was engaging very closely with members of the Jewish community, including those particularly from the community who were most affected, as well as colleagues. So I think Mr Walter has given you an indication of a timeframe from the perspective of the public service. But I think people know the Prime Minister was very deeply engaged with members of the community, leading faith leaders, community leaders, as well as grieving families.
Senator Wong, how many Jewish community groups were consulted in relation to the final terms of reference?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. How many Jewish community leaders actually saw the draft terms of reference on the 5th of January 2026?
I'll take these matters on notice.
Mr Walters, can you potentially answer those questions then from a departmental perspective?
I've taken them on notice.
No, I'm sure, Senator Wong, you don't need to instruct Mr Walters.
No, I'm not instructing
to take it
him.
On notice.
I'm the minister at the table.
Yes, but if Mr Walters has the knowledge, Senator Wong...
May I finish?
Senator Cash.
The minister is entitled to take the question on notice.
Not if there is a departmental official here that has been directly asked a question and has the knowledge within his remit. So you've instructed him to take it on notice.
No.
On what basis, Senator Wong, have you asked Mr Walter to take that question on notice?
I am able to request that a question be taken on notice.
Yeah, but on what basis?
Well, because I am able to do that, because I am absolutely sure Mr Walter would not have all of the consultation that the Prime Minister has undertaken in his mind.
I didn't ask for that. I asked for consultation on the draft.
I'm trying to be polite here, but I'm being spoken
Senator
over
Cash.
endlessly. Thank you, Chair. I'll start my answer again.
Thank you.
Senator Cash, you asked a wide-ranging question. I've taken it on notice because I want to make sure the answer is accurate. I'm sure that Mr Walter, as good as he is, will not know every engagement the Prime Minister had. So I think it is reasonable for the question to him to also be taken on notice, and that is the prerogative of the Minister at the table.
Except with all due respect, Senator Wong, that was not the question that I asked Mr Walter. I asked a very specific question in relation to the terms of reference as drafted on the 5th of January. The evidence given by Mr Walter is instructions would be given on the evening on the 4th of January. The drafting commenced on the 5th and was provided, and OPC were directed to start drafting the letters patent on the 6th. So my question to Mr Walters is, how many Jewish groups saw on either the 5th or the 6th of January the terms of reference, Mr Walter?
But that's my point. He won't know.
Well, he hasn't had a chance to actually answer. If the answer is Mr Walter does not know...
Well, he's not going to know who everyone whom the Prime Minister spoke to.
On the 5th of January?
Well, he won't.
Well, that is for Mr Walter to tell me. Mr Walter, were any Jewish groups in your knowledge...
That's a different question.
...showing the terms of reference?
It's another question.
So, Senator, in terms of the original question you asked, I'm afraid I will have to take it on notice.
That's
because
fine.
the consultation was occurring through the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office.
Thank you.
So through the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office, are you aware, Mr Walter, if any Jewish groups were shown the terms of reference as drafted on the 5th of January?
So if I can just... So I will take that on notice, but if I can just clarify that the terms of reference were developed over those couple of days, including the drafting of the formal letters patent, which incorporate what you might regard as terms of reference. So it was over a couple of days, not just on the 5th of January. But I would need to take that on notice nonetheless.
Senator Wong, which of the victims' families saw the draft terms of reference as at the 5th of January 2026?
The Prime Minister engaged with members of the family. Obviously, has I think kept many of those interactions have not been in public. We are talking grieving families. But I think that is your question really goes to your earlier question about consultation, so I'll take it on notice.
So
2 minutes, Senator Cash. And then
so obviously the grieving families had to fight for a Royal Commission. The whole of Australia watched day after day as they made their views very, very clear on the need for the Prime Minister to call the Royal Commission. So my question is limited to the final draft of the terms of references as on the 5th of January. Did any of the victims' families see the draft terms of reference on the 5th of January?
I'd have to take that on notice. But what I would say is that the government has consulted and will consult widely has consulted and will consult about not only the Royal Commission but how best to confront anti-Semitism.
Mr Walter, do you know if any of the victims' families saw the draft terms of reference as at the 5th of January?
I'd have to take that on notice.
In terms of the terms of reference themselves as finalised, and as we now know they are, can I just turn to an article that was published yesterday in the Daily Telegraph? Blue are used to indoctrinate New South Wales kids in unauthorised pro-Palestine lesson plans. I will have a copy tabled, but just in terms of the content of the article, popular children's cartoon characters, including Bluey, are being used in unauthorised pro-Palestinian lesson plans circulated by activist New South Wales teachers, with educators also distributing classroom guides featuring a number of prescribed terrorist organisations. The Sunday Telegraph have obtained a 24-page teaching guide aimed at primary school children that praises Leila Khaled's wearing of the keffiyeh, despite her links to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Khaled is a Palestinian activist who hijacked 2 planes and labelled Hamas operatives responsible for the October 7, 2023 attacks as freedom fighters. The lesson plan, which is being shared by the Teachers for Palestine New South Wales and Victoria activist groups, also features the popular cartoon character Bluey alongside the text. And this is actually in the cartoon in the article: "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." Other well-known cartoon characters, including Miffy and the Powder Puff Girls, are also depicted in the teaching guides, holding protest banners reading "Resist to exist" and "Resistance justified." Senator Wong, is that appropriate material to be taught in our schools?
Well, I think 3 things. One is I have not seen the article. 2, I'm a Bluey fan. Would recommend it for when you're feeling a bit down. And 3, I think that really is, I'm not sure what portfolio you say is responsible for this, but perhaps it would be something you might want to address to the Department of Education. It sounded to me from the very lengthy thing that you read that this is actually a matter for the New South Wales government.
The point
Senator Cass, I am going to rotate the call. There are a lot of senators in the room. I did give you a heads up that I was going to rotate.
I'll come back.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Right. Excellent. We will go to Senator Barber.
Question for you, Minister. It is a fact that President Isaac Herzog of Israel was found by a UN Commission of Inquiry to have incited genocide against the Palestinian people. It's also a fact that Israel has been found by the UN Special Commission of Inquiry and numerous human rights organisations and genocide scholars to be committing a genocide, and yet the PM is welcoming the President of Israel. Minister, how much has it cost the Australian public to host Isaac Herzog, including security, staffing, travel, accommodation and other public resources, and what departmental resources have been allocated to facilitating his visit?
I think the first point I'd make, Senator, and I do, as I've said publicly, understand that people have very many different views and strongly held views about President Herzog's visit. I want to emphasise that the visit is to honour and remember the victims of the Bondi anti-Semitic terrorist attack, which is the worst terrorist attack on our soil and explicitly anti-Semitic, and to support members of the Jewish community, invited on the recommendation of the Prime Minister by the Governor-General. People have a right to express their views. We're a democracy, but I would ask that people recognise the solemn nature of the engagement that President Herzog will have while here, particularly with the community at Bondi, which I think is occurring today. You asked, in terms of some of the assertions you made, they're probably matters for DFAT on Thursday. In terms of the questions you asked about costs, I suspect we will need to take them on notice, and we will do so because obviously those costs have not been finalised.
Thank you. Look forward to getting that on notice. Is President Herzog visiting the Australian Parliament?
I think the Deputy Prime Minister has made clear the President Herzog is not addressing the Parliament. I think the DPM made that clear yesterday. I would ask you, Senator, there's obviously heightened security environment, so we are if I take some of these questions on notice, I would just ask you to understand that that is the reason for it.
So my question was, will he be visiting? You've said he won't be addressing.
Yep.
Will he be visiting?
And
the
I'll
Parliament?
take that on notice.
And what activities do you think?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Will he be invited to the House of Representatives?
I'll take that on notice.
I'm interested in whether he will be addressing the House of Representatives.
Well, I've
also.
just told you he was not addressing Parliament.
Either House.
So
Thank you.
that is consistent with what the Deputy Prime Minister said yesterday.
Minister, is it appropriate for Australian taxpayers to fund the visit of a head of state who the UN Commission of Inquiry has said is inciting genocide?
Senator, I'd really refer you to my opening answer. President Herzog has been invited to visit our country after the worst terrorist attack on our soil, in which 15 Australians, innocent Australians, died, an anti-Semitic attack. He's coming here to honour and remember the victims of that attack and to support the Australian Jewish community.
I look forward to your answers on notice. Thank you. I turn to a different issue, and my question's probably best for you, Deputy Secretary. I wanted to turn to the recent conclusion of Secretary James' 5-year term as Secretary of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Sorry, Secretary, what was the last name? James?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't understand. Okay.
Minister Rishworth published a media release on 16 December 2025 stating that Secretary James will conclude her term with no further details around the circumstances. It's not clear whether this was a resignation or a termination. As the PM&C Secretary is responsible for advising the PM on Secretary terminations, can you confirm whether this was a voluntary resignation or a termination under Section 59 of the Public Service Act?
Thank you, Senator. Ms James was terminated under Section 59 of the Public Service Act.
So according to former APS Commissioner Andrew Podger, quote, no reason for the termination has been revealed publicly, even though the High Court in the Barrett case found that a reason for termination must be provided. What are the reasons?
Yes, I do. So there's two questions really there, and perhaps if I start with the second one, which is about Barrett and Howard. The decision in Barrett and Howard goes to procedural fairness, and the reason needs to be provided to the individual who was terminated. So it's a procedural fairness case. And the requirements of Barrett and Howard were met in this instance. As to the first point, because of matters of personal privacy, we don't speak publicly about the reasons for termination, and that's why we've been silent on that.
So it's just so I understand clearly, you're saying for reasons of personal privacy, you won't be providing any public explanation as to the reason.
That's our practice. What I can confirm, though, because I think this is quite important, is there's no question of misbehaviour or misconduct on behalf of Ms James.
So it's my understanding that Section 59(3) of the Public Service Act states that before recommending to the Governor-General the appointment of a Secretary be terminated, the PM must have received a report about the proposed termination from the Secretary of the Prime Minister's Department. Can you confirm that such a report has been provided to the Prime Minister?
Yes.
It has. Who initiated the termination and provided the reasons?
So the report is always prepared by the Secretary of the Department. Typically, these reports are done following consultations with relevant ministers and the Prime Minister, and typically, and they are required, it is a requirement that consultation occur with the Public Service Commissioner, which occurred in this instance, and as I mentioned, in accordance with Barrett and Howard, the Secretary is also, the relevant Secretary is also given the opportunity to comment on the brief, and that occurred as well.
So, okay. Was there a difference? You've clarified that the APS Commissioner was consulted as required.
Yes.
Was there a difference of opinion between Ms James and the government regarding the unlawful operation of the targeted compliance framework?
Senator, I can't answer that question. I don't know. You'd have to ask the relevant minister.
Ask who?
The relevant minister.
The Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. I will do that. Will Secretary James be receiving a payout similar to former DAF Secretary Fennessy, who received an almost $900,000 golden handshake after being terminated under Section 59 of the Public Service Act?
So, under the terms and conditions determined by the Remuneration Tribunal, a secretary who is terminated under Section 59 is entitled to compensation for loss of office. And the way that is calculated is, so in this instance, Ms James had more than 12 months to serve on her 5-year initial term of appointment. The way it's calculated is 12 months. For that length, it's calculated as 12 months what's called reference salary, which is total remuneration minus Commonwealth super contribution. Off the top of my head, her salary was $932,120 from memory. So it's that amount minus whatever the Commonwealth super contribution was. I don't know that figure, but you can ask that from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
I will do that.
We will need to rotate the calls.
Thank you. I just clarify, Ms James worked for 4 years in the department, is that correct?
She was appointed on the 11th of July 2022, so 3.5.
3.5 years, and she got almost $1 million in payment as she left.
They're the conditions determined by the Remuneration Tribunal. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. In November, Tasmanian student Flossie Brodrib was invited to Canberra to share her research on the negative effects of social media ban with the Prime Minister. My line of questioning is around that visit.
If you could just... I'm hoping someone will come to the table, Senator Payman.
Thank you.
Just give us a... Thank you.
Thank you. I'm curious to understand, was any of the expense of that trip covered by the government? If so, can you please provide a breakdown of the costs?
Thanks, Senator. Narella Keddy, Acting Deputy Secretary. I'm not aware that the government covered the cost. I'll just confirm with my colleague. No, government did not cover the cost.
Okay. So, as far as you know, taxpayers were not charged for this trip?
So I'll take it on notice, but as far as I know, the government didn't cover the cost.
Okay. This question was already taken on notice. It was taken on notice during the hearings last year. And if you want to know which question, it was question 1561 of the supplementary budget estimates. And I'm just wondering, why did your response to that question you took it on notice, but now you're saying that there was no costs associated?
Sorry, Senator, did the Prime Minister's Department take the question on notice, or was it the line department who took the question
on notice? It was the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll follow that up. Was it a chamber quan or a...
No, it was during supplementary budget estimates.
Okay. We'll check that for you, Senator.
Thank you. So, having not just the Tasmanian student, but a few others, I'm curious to understand what necessitated receiving the research in person rather than electronically, given the ban was already legislated.
Senator, I'll have to take it on notice as well.
Okay. Has the Prime Minister received any in-person representations in a manner similar to Flossie Brodrib from Australians aged 16 or younger regarding the limited effectiveness of the social media ban proposal?
Senator Peter Good, Assistant Secretary, Industry, Innovation, Science and Communications Branch.
Senator, I'm not aware off the top of my head of any other individuals who might have engaged with the Prime Minister on this. I need to take that on notice.
Thank you. The Canberra Times reported last year that one of the issues driving the ban was that young people don't have the capacity to discern what is real and what is not before the age of 16. The Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, said this was said in reference to the social media ban. Are you able to give us an inclination or indication of what that means?
So, Senator, one of the purposes of the ban is to provide young people greater time to build skills around online engagements and greater life skills as well, to be able to engage more maturely on those platforms. Certainly, the government in designing the ban engaged extensively with a range of experts, including youth experts, educators, and a whole range of different stakeholders in designing this ban.
Are you able to tell us what research informed that particular statement? Because a few, well, not just a few, many young people are offended that they're not able to discern what is real and what is not real by the age of 16. So I'm curious to understand what research informed that statement.
Senator, I need to take that on notice. I'm mindful as well that the Communications Department has carriage of the policy, so it may also be a question better directed to the Communications Department, who are appearing tomorrow.
No worries. I look forward to receiving the answers on notice taken the second time. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator David Pocock.
Minister, there's obviously been a lot of discussion about President Herzog's visit, and I understand and appreciate that his visit will be of comfort to some in the Jewish community, and it comes off the back of, as you said, this terrorist attack that targeted the Jewish community. One Israeli national was killed in the attack, but also acknowledge the deep distress that many Australians are feeling that their government has invited such a divisive figure to our country at a time where we are facing a lot of division. And we've heard politicians talk about the need to bring the temperature down. And so I was keen to ask, very respectfully, what consultation actually took place before this invitation was extended to President Herzog? Was there expert advice sought? How does this process sort of happen?
Yeah. Well, first, can I just make a couple of comments? I'd really refer you back to my answer to the other Senator Pocock, Barbara Pocock, about the reason for the visit and the context of the visit, and acknowledging, and I appreciate that you have, I think, asked this question in a respectful way, because I think part of taking the temperature down is, as we've discussed, where you have differences of views, is also how we deal with differences is relevant here to how we deal with differences of views on this visit. I can say to you, and I'll see what I can provide on notice, that this certainly was something that was raised by members of the Jewish community, and I think you would have seen public statements to that effect. In fact, that confirming that.
Mm-hmm. And I totally understand that. I've met with parts of the Jewish community here who are thankful for the invitation, keen to see him visit. Mm-hmm. But the backdrop of all the talk about social cohesion, a president who has some very damning findings against him by international bodies, someone who has signed bombs. Who did the Prime Minister consult with before extending this consultation, this invitation?
Well, again, in relation to some of those matters that you assert, they're probably matters for DFAT on Thursday. but I'll take on notice what we can provide you in terms of consultation. I mean, this is obviously a period where there was a lot of engagement with a community that is and certainly was traumatised.
And Minister, given we're seeing a lot of concern about the visit, we're seeing a crackdown on protests in states like New South Wales, what steps are being taken by the federal government to try and quell some of this
well, I think we all
tension at a time where, you know, I think people have very legitimate concerns?
I respect that people have strong views about this, but I think all of us in positions of leadership, including members and senators, have a role in terms of how we deal with those differences of views in our communities.
Thank you. I also have some questions about the desecrated war graves in...
Probably not for this department.
I was interested in the Prime Minister's response and whether or not he'll be raising this with the President, asking if Israel will pay for the works that are needed to actually restore the war graves.
Well, as a matter of principle, the graves of fallen Australians are sacred to us, and we would always make clear the priority we attach to the resting place of Australians.
Has the Prime Minister...
But I will take on notice the remainder of your question.
Minister, maybe just a last question, and I hope you don't mind if I just read a very, very short excerpt from an email from a Canberran. Dear Senator, I am the daughter of an Australian World War II soldier buried in the Gaza War Cemetery. I've just read the article in yesterday's Guardian where many of the Australian graves have apparently been bulldozed by the Israeli Defence Forces. My family is distressed and angry as we were led to believe by the War Graves Commission that very few Australian people's graves have been affected. I'm also distressed that the Australian government has very lately invited the President of Israel to Australia when our soldiers' graves have been desecrated by the Israeli Defence Force. I'm wondering what action the Australian government has taken over this bulldozing of graves and what action they intend to take. Minister, what should I say to this constituent?
I suspect that the appropriate estimates would be War Graves Commission and Veterans Affairs, I'm just trying to remember where the commission is. I think it's in Veterans. So I'm sure that, or DFAT, we can give you an update on that.
Surely something like this, I mean, a lot of Australians find it outrageous. Surely the Prime Minister has some sort of role to
Senator,
actually raise this with an ally.
I know you want to ask this here, and I will take on notice what, because I can't tell you what the Prime Minister has raised, because obviously the visit has not yet occurred, but I'm not trying to be difficult, but you have been around long enough now to know that governments work by certain areas being administered by different portfolios, and as much as you might want to make a political attack on the Prime Minister, the appropriate body that you referenced is not in this portfolio. So I'm simply asking you to ask the question in the appropriate portfolio.
Sure. I mean,
and just to assist you, Senator Pocock, in Veterans Affairs there is the Office of Australian War Graves.
That's it.
I've no doubt that they will have turned their minds to this, and you'll probably get a more fulsome approach because it's their business and it's an issue that they would be across.
Just finally, Minister Wong, I'm not sure it's a political attack to ask whether the Prime Minister is going to raise what I think is a very serious issue.
And I've taken that on notice, Senator, because I can't preempt, I can't tell you ahead of time what will or won't be raised.
Okay. You don't plan out what you're going to ask
Senator, I don't.
A President?
Well, we certainly don't do it through Senate estimates.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Whitten.
My questions are mainly directed at you, Minister. I went to the last estimates and attended the Department of Women and talked about the possibility of a Department of Men. And they directed me here to ask these questions of you. So,
thank you. That was a good handball. Fantastic.
You can thank Minister Gallagher.
I'm going to find out who that was. You mean the Office of Women?
Office of Women.
Tomorrow.
I thought that Senator Gallagher, I think I might have observed some of that questioning, and I thought she answered, if I may say, much better than I might, the government's view about equality being important for both men and women, and the work that the government was doing in relation, for example, to men's health and other areas. But what is your question, Senator?
Is there going to be an Office for Men established? And I'll give you some stats. So men make up 77% of suicides, the 95% of workplace deaths. They only have primary care of their children, around 10% of the separations. They're 92% of the prison population. Boys under 18 are 3 times more likely to be on ADHD medication. And Australian boys are now 38% of students starting university. It would seem that boys and men could do with an office for men if there's an office for women.
I always, over the years that I have advocated in various contexts for equality, including in my own party for affirmative action and in this place, I think a kind of zero-sum game around equality is not helpful to our society. And
would you mind speaking up? I'm really quite deaf. I'm happy for you.
Over the years, sorry, I'll try and repeat. Over the years that I have advocated for greater equality, whether it's inside our party, affirmative action, or here, I've also put the view that I think equality is a benefit to all, and that dealing with some of the structural disadvantage and discrimination against women was not something that ought be feared. Now, the issues you raise around men's health, we are the first government, I think, I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong, that has appointed an envoy for men's health. And that is a good thing. And I don't think the fact that there is an office for women to try and deal with the disadvantage and discrimination that our daughters and our still experience should be seen as somehow a negative for men and boys.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about discrimination. Society, families, women, children would all do better with better men. Men can do so much better, and I just don't understand why there wouldn't be an office for men to help that cause, because there's so many benefits to having good, moral men. I'm not saying men are being discriminated against, and I'm not taking anything away from women, might I add. I 100% agree and support the Office for Women. I'm just curious as to why there wouldn't be an Office for Men, given the challenges that men and boys are facing at the moment.
I'm not sure it's an estimates question, but...
a comment, perhaps. I think the envoy, you might want to follow the social media of the envoy for men's health. I think you quite appreciate it.
I saw some today.
Did you have one here to delete this morning?
Oh, I don't know.
I didn't want to bring it up.
He's a little entertaining, there's no doubt, but I think there's some very, very solid material in there. Did you have another question, Senator Whitten?
Sorry?
Did you have another question?
No, I'll leave it at that, but I just want to put on the record that I would think that an office for men would be warranted, given the challenges that men and boys face in the current climate, not taking anything away from women.
Thank you. Senator Cash, would you like to take us out to the break?
So is that 4:15 or 4 o'clock?
Let's call it 4:05 to give you a run up.
4:05. Fabulous, I can do that. Could I just briefly then turn back to the Daily Telegraph article Bluey used to indoctrinate New South Wales kids in unauthorised pro-Palestine lesson plans? Can I just confirm, in terms of the terms of reference of the Royal Commission, tackling anti-Semitism by investigating the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism in institutions and society, are educational institutions, for example, schools like I've referred to, are they captured in that term? This is...
Sorry, Senator, just confirm, you're talking about the letters patent now, yeah? The Royal
letters
Commission,
patent,
yeah.
yes.
Not the envoys.
I think the better answer, which I ought to have given you before, was the government's announcement arising out of the implementation of the Special Envoy's report of appointing David Gonski as head of or chair of the Anti-Semitism Education Task Force. And I believe that does look at anti-Semitism in schools. But
I believe. I just want to get this now. I just want to now ensure that we're all on the same page. So, Virginia Bell, is she able to look at anti-Semitism in schools as part of her remit?
Senator, if I can refer you to the greeting in the letters patent, which states that hearing from the Jewish community will be important to informing the recommendations of your inquiry and recognising concerns relating to educational and cultural institutions and other sectors of Australian society. In the short, yes, the Royal Commission will
when we
be
say
able
in
to...
short...
Well, these are matters... I mean, Mr Walters is being very helpful by reading the letters patent to you. So, obviously, ultimately, the Royal Commissioner is... these are matters for the Royal Commission about how they choose to proceed, or we can refer to as the letters patent. I was trying to be very helpful, which is to point out to you that the Royal Commission is not the full sum of what the government has done or is doing on anti-Semitism, and that the recommendation that Ms Siegel made, which first, I think there was a report card and now there is a task force that David Gonski is chairing, goes more broadly, more specifically, I should say, to the issue of anti-Semitism in schools. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm trying to read...
I'm more interested in the Royal Commission and what the Royal Commission is able to look at or not look at. I have now had this raised with me by many, many people who want to know the answer to, and I'll just read a bit more now onto the record to make sure we're all on the same page.
No, hang on. I appreciate you want to read things into the record. These are matters for the Royal Commissioner.
Yes,
all we can do,
able to.
well, all we can do is point you to the part of the terms of reference which is relevant to that.
And I don't want an I think, I may. I'd be a bit worried, Senator Wong, if I leave here today and I don't get a clear yes to can Virginia Bell actually look at this material that is being shared on a WhatsApp group by teachers and is being taught in New South Wales schools.
Senator, because I can't answer for Virginia Bell, I can only answer from the terms of reference. And
so
Mr. Well, hang on,
is it clear that this is able to be looked at? It's a simple yes or no.
Well, no, it's an interpretation
It
by
is.
the Commissioner,
Well,
surely, if there's a hook in there.
But is it within the scope? A3, making recommendations to counteract and prevent manifestations of anti-Semitism. So is that yes or no?
So that's the relevant section.
And I think the 5th paragraph, and hearing from the Australian Jewish community will be important to informing the recommendations of your inquiry and recognising concerns relating to educational and cultural institution and other sectors of Australian society. Now, we are being careful about, because of the legal nature of the Royal Commission, which is the Royal Commissioner is in charge, not the government of the day. But I think those two provisions make it clear. But additionally, and I don't know why you want to dismiss this, there's a task force in the work under the Envoy's report where David Gonski has specifically been asked by the government to look at this issue. I'm certainly not dismissing it, Senator Wong. I'm trying to get clarity. Can I go back to then of the letters patent A1 where it says investigating the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism in institutions? What is the definition of an institution?
I think Senator, institution would take its natural meaning in that context. So it could be a range of institutions, both government and social institutions.
How did that answer my question? Can you give me some examples then?
Well, obviously it could include government departments, could include universities.
Schools?
I think it's entirely open to, again, being very mindful of what the Minister has said. If the Royal Commissioner wants to go there, I think it's entirely open to her to do so.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I needed. When we're saying institutions and you said government departments, does that include government itself? Decisions made by this government?
Sorry, I'm just struggling a little bit with what you're trying to get at, Senator. Could you give me an example of what you're trying to capture, or what you're concerned about?
Is the Royal Commissioner, should she choose, able to look into decisions made, etc., by the executive of the federal government?
So I think that they're very broad terms of reference, and it's a matter for the Royal Commissioner what she looks into. I think this aspect of the terms of reference is very much focused on what's happening now, what is the prevalence, what's happening, and what could be done better. So to the extent that would be relevant, then yes, I think it would be open to her to at least ask those questions and seek information in relation to it, but it's entirely a matter for her.
So if I go to letters patent E, any matter reasonably incidental to a matter referred to in paragraphs A to D, or that you believe is reasonably relevant to your inquiry, that would appear to be very open-ended. Does that basically leave it up to the Royal Commissioner herself as to what she would like to look at?
Yes, the government was very clear that there were a couple of areas where it absolutely wanted the Royal Commissioner to focus, but was also conscious that there might be other things that arise as she goes about her work that she might want to pay attention to.
But there's no specific term of reference in relation to decisions made by the federal government, for example, since October the 7th, 2023. No, just as there's no specific reference to the failure of the coalition to support legislation that was asked for by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry and the Anti-Semitism Envoy. You're correct. I clearly touched a point, Senator Wong. No, I'm just saying. I'm just making the point, Senator. All right. You argued. You argued to come back, and then you, including you personally, didn't vote for the legislation. So. and I'm asking about the terms of reference, which
sure
do
you
not
are.
appear to have a section specifically dedicated to decisions made by this government. Is there an ability for the public to provide input into the Royal Commission?
Senator, it's entirely for the Royal Commissioner to determine how she will go about managing this process. Past Royal Commissions have used a whole range of different mechanisms, including public hearings, calls for submissions, small roundtables, those types of things, but that's a matter for the Commissioner. I understand the official secretary to the Royal Commission is appearing today in the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. I think your question's best directed to her at this point.
Minister, do you think anti-Semitism being promoted by teachers as reported in the article should be looked at?
I'm sorry. I was talking to someone else.
Do you think that anti-Semitism being promoted in schools by teachers as reported in this article should be looked at?
I think that we should, as a country, ensure that we understand how best to confront and prevent anti-Semitism and other hatred. And you know, I have confidence in the Royal Commissioner to make the appropriate judgments.
I would have said yes, but I also accept your answer. I think mine was probably a little more succinct and clearly conveyed where we sit on certain things.
Can I just go to if I may,
certainly,
that there is an independence of the Royal Commission here, Senator, that I'm trying to respect. Right? Ministers are not making decisions about what is in or out. The Royal Commissioner is charged with via the letters patent and has the power to make a whole range of decisions about what she thinks are relevant to those terms of reference. So you might wish to try and make a political point about my answer. My answer respects the independence of the Royal Commission.
Wow.
And on that point,
greatest terrorist attack ever experienced in this country. Seriously, 15
we
people
will
dead.
return at 4:20. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are returning with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and we will go directly to Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I just perhaps get Mr Walter back to the table just in relation to the evidence he gave at the outset of Prime Minister and Cabinet, just in relation to the establishment of this Royal Commission, so the Royal Commission into anti-Semitism. I just want to make sure I've got the evidence correct. In terms of advice in relation to whether or not call a Royal Commission versus consultation on draft letters patent, could you just take me through what the role of the Attorney General's Department was? Did you go to, or did the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet go to the Attorney General's Department to give advice in relation to whether or not to call the Royal Commission?
Senator...
Or should be established, should I say, should be established following the Bondi terrorist attack?
So, Senator, the evidence I gave earlier was primarily around the drafting of the letters patent.
Yep.
And this is a good opportunity for me to correct the record as well. I think I might have said we instructed OPC on the 6th.
Correct.
It was actually the 7th.
The 7th?
So if I can correct that little bit of evidence while I'm here. So the evidence I gave earlier was in relation to the drafting of the letters patent, which, as the Prime Minister has said, were ultimately decided upon by government on the 8th of January and then put to the Governor-General formally on the 9th. So that was my evidence earlier. In terms of your other question, the decision to establish a Royal Commission is, of course, a matter for government, and we wouldn't talk about that advice.
So just in terms of evidence given by the Secretary of the Attorney-General's Department earlier today, I'm just trying to work out, I just don't want to misquote anybody, that's all. So the Secretary stated, or the question put to the Secretary was, Secretary, were you asked to give any advice in relation to whether or not a Royal Commission should be established following the Bondi terrorist attack? The answer the Secretary gave was no, Senator. The question then was, so you weren't asked to give any advice, you weren't consulted? The Secretary stated the Attorney-General's Department was consulted on some draft letters patent once the decision had been taken to establish a Royal Commission, but we had not provided advice previously. Is that your recollection? The Attorney-General's Department were only brought into this when they were consulted on some draft letters patent?
So the issue here for me, Senator, is, as the Minister has said, and the Prime Minister has said, there were a range of decisions being taken by government in relation to its response, and they went through the usual government decision-making processes. And they, of course, involve the Attorney-General, the Attorney-General's Department, depending on the circumstances. So without going into those, it's very difficult for me to respond to what you're telling me Secretary Jones said. I can talk about the consultation on the letters patent, and yes, what you've said, she said, sounds right to me. But in terms of that broader government decision-making, I'm a bit reluctant to go there because of the nature of that decision-making, and we don't normally talk about those things.
Well, hold on, but there's now evidence on the record, and I just want to establish the correctness of this evidence. So the Secretary of the Attorney-General's Department states that they were not asked to give advice on the establishment of a Royal Commission following the Bondi terrorist attack. To the best of your knowledge, is that correct?
I think, Senator, it would be best if I took it on notice. I mean, if that's what Secretary Jones has said, I'm not meaning to dispute that in any way, but I think I'd have to take it on notice to confirm.
Well, Mr Walter, did you consult with the Attorney-General's Department prior to them being consulted on some, I'm using her words, some draft letters patent?
I think the thing I'm struggling with here, Senator, is the two kind of travel together. The decision to establish a Royal Commission and to recommend to the Governor-General to issue letters patent, it's the same decision. So we consulted with Secretary Jones's department on the letters patent, but they do lead to the establishment of a Royal Commission. So in that sense, we consulted. So I think we're giving the same answer, we're just approaching it from different angles.
I think they're two entirely different answers, with all due respect. When was the first time that you consulted with the Attorney-General's Department? On what date?
I think he's taken that on notice, hasn't he?
Well, you did direct him to. I did see that direction.
No, I just said he might want to see what... I haven't seen what the Secretary said.
Yes,
so I was just saying we might want to see it. I'm happy to put that on the record so we can confirm. You've asked him to confirm an answer he's not saying. That's all.
And I would prefer to see what exactly Secretary Jones has said and in relation to what questions I can answer appropriately.
I can assure you, and I appreciate that, I have not in any way, I have read out as it is in what's been produced. I'm not trying to mislead you in any way.
Or what your office has sent you, Senator.
It's clearly... No, not at all. It's actually the verbatim transcript that comes out. Okay, thank you. Secretary, were you asked to give any advice in relation to whether or not a Royal Commission should be established following the Bondi terrorist attack? No, Senator. So you weren't asked to give any advice, you weren't consulted. The Attorney-General's Department was consulted on some draft letters patent once the decision had been taken to establish our Royal Commission, but we had not provided advice previously.
So I think those two answers, what I've said and what Secretary Jones said, are entirely consistent with one another.
Well, then I'll read out the next question because it can become my question as well. Okay, so just to get that on the record, and then I can close out this line of questioning. The Attorney-General's Department, no one within the Attorney-General's Department, including the branch dealing with the Royal Commissions, which has the particular expertise of the Commonwealth in relation to Royal Commissions, the conduct of Royal Commissions, no one in that branch of the Attorney-General's Department with particular experience with respect to Royal Commissions was asked to give advice to the Prime Minister when he made the statement that actual experts and current experts had been advised against a current Royal Commission. Is that correct? And this is the response, or the answer, should I say. That's correct. Just to be very precise, up until recently, or actually that can stop there, actually, it's a different answer. Just to be, so that's just what I'm trying to confirm. Can you then take on notice for me, was the Attorney-General's Department ever consulted in relation to the establishment of a Royal Commission following the Bondi terrorist attack?
And can I take it you mean prior to the consultation in relation to the letters patent?
Correct.
Because
the two separate issues. The letters patent and wanting the consultation in relation to the establishment of a Royal Commission.
So, Senator, the point I'm trying to make is letters patent they're legislation, but they're made by the Governor-General. So they are the mechanism that creates a Royal Commission. So when we are consulting on letters patent, we are consulting on the creation of a Royal Commission.
Correct, and I'm not trying to be cute.
No, so I understand that before that you're asking whether...
Correct.
I will take that.
And then on what day were the Attorney-General's Department shown the letters patent as drafted as at the 5th of July?
So, again, on that, so it was the Attorney-General's Department who issued the drafting instructions for the drafting of the letters patent. We worked together on those instructions. And as I've just said, those instructions were provided to OPC on the 7th of
On the 7th, not
January.
the 6th, on the 7th of January.
On the 7th of January, but we were talking to them from, if I recall correctly, the 6th of January, and then the instructions to OPC were issued on the 7th.
On the 30th of December 2025, the Prime Minister cited actual experts and current experts to advise against, at that stage, the establishment of the Royal Commission. Minister, who were those experts?
Sorry, this is a press statement, a comment in the media?
I think the Prime Minister stood up and stated, in answer to a question, that actual experts and experts had advised him not at that stage to establish our Royal Commission. He has been asked on several occasions since who those experts are, and he has not yet named them or said where they're from. So this is now our opportunity to find out where they're from.
Well, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't recall the press interview that you're referencing.
Do you know if any experts advised the Prime Minister not to call a Royal Commission or to establish a Royal Commission?
Well, I'll take that on notice. I think it's actually a version of the question I've already taken on notice. What I would say is obviously, and the Prime Minister's being upfront about it, our initial and immediate focus was on assuring the safety of Australians and the progress of the investigation. And the Prime Minister and the government was focused on immediate action, which was why the engagement of Mr Richardson was undertaken promptly. This goes to assuring the security of Australians, and I'd note that the time frame for that engagement remains the same, I think. The Prime Minister's made clear he did engage with members of the community about the Royal Commission, and that resulted ultimately in the government making the announcements that it has.
It's the transcript of a press conference in Canberra on Tuesday, the 30th of December 2025. It's at AFP headquarters in Canberra. And it's obviously on the Prime Minister's website. And it states here, yesterday a couple of the reasons you and Mr Burke gave for not holding a Royal Commission was to platform anti-Semitic views and was not the best format for national security issues. Victims and Jewish leaders are saying that they want these views put out there. They want a light shone on this, and national security experts are dismissing that it wouldn't have been appropriate for national security. So what's your explanation to continuing to refuse to go down this track? Are you gaslighting victims? And the response, or part of the response the Prime Minister gives, which has been played out publicly on several occasions. So our position is not out of convenience. It is out of conviction that this is the right direction to go in. And the actual experts, who are the current experts, have all recommended this course of action. The Prime Minister has time and time again been asked, very simple question, Prime Minister, when you say the actual experts, who are the current experts, have all recommended this course of action, who are you referring to? And to date, the public have yet to get an answer. So again, Mr Walter, do you know who the actual experts, who are the current experts, are who recommended this course of action?
I think the Minister's taken that on notice, and I don't have anything to add.
Okay. All because the Minister took it on notice doesn't mean that you can't answer the question if it's in your remit. Do you know who these people are?
He's entitled to take the question on notice.
Not if he knows the answer to it, Senator Wong.
He is actually entitled to take...
Not if you actually know the answer to it.
Because you can take on notice to consult across government. You don't... It's not just... He's entitled to take the question on notice. But can I just go back here? Obviously, this was a shocking and horrific attack, and as the Prime Minister has said, the aftermath of the attack, the first priority of the government was to establish the facts and to keep Australians safe, and there were real and pressing security questions that had to be explored and answered. And you would know them, Senator. Was this a lone attack or not? Was there any other risk to Australians? Were there any other threats? And obviously those were the most pressing matters the government was focused on. Within days, the government announced the Richardson Review, which was about trying to get prompt advice about any gaps in security architecture. You would also remember that New South Wales had already announced a Royal Commission, although I don't think they'd made anything public about any arrangements for that. And the Prime Minister had already made clear at this time federal government cooperation with that Royal Commission. Now, I appreciate there's a political point that you're seeking to make. The Prime Minister first engaged with members of the Jewish community, engaged with family members of those who had lost loved ones, and ultimately also the New South Wales government about the federal government announcing a Royal Commission and New South Wales not proceeding with theirs. So that is what has occurred. And I note that it is a Royal Commission that has been welcomed by many members and organisations in Australia, including Jewish organisations and leaders.
Sorry, is that it?
Yes, I was just being helpful.
Thank you. It still doesn't answer my question, and as I said, it's a question that journalist after journalist after journalist has actually asked. This has been put to the Prime Minister on more than one occasion. He makes a statement in response to, this is on the 30th of December, why the government, despite the overwhelming calls across Australia for a Royal Commission into this terrorist incident to be established, and his very clear words are, and the actual experts who are the current experts have all recommended this course of action. People just want to, do they exist? Can we establish that perhaps? Minister Wong, do these people actually exist?
Well, Senator, I've taken that question on notice, but I've also laid out for you the sequence here, broadly, of what occurred. Yes, the government did make a decision. The Prime Minister was upfront about making a decision after consulting within and outside government, and he was upfront about that.
Do we need to check whether or not these experts actually exist?
Senator, you've asked a question. I've taken it on notice.
I appreciate that. However, as I said, this is a statement made now on the 30th of December. One would think that if these experts do exist, the Prime Minister would happily tell the Australian people, who I think are entitled to know, given their calls for the establishment of a Royal Commission, who these experts were that were, to quote the Prime Minister, advising against the establishment of a Royal Commission. Is there a reason that the Prime Minister has been unable to provide Australians with who these people actually are?
Senator, I assume you'd also say the Australian people are entitled to know why you didn't turn up to vote for legislation that was about combating anti-Semitism.
Well, if you'd like to swap places, I'm more than happy to go and sit
You're going to do that?
I'm more than happy to go and sit
I'm interested in the fact that the Nationals have paid a price for not voting for the shadow cabinet position, but not you, Senator.
And we probably get a lot further. Again,
so I'll give you the opportunity to take the floor and explain to the Australian people why you didn't vote for this legislation.
Question,
Leader of the
Senator
Opposition
Wong,
in the Senate.
The Prime Minister has made statements about why he didn't call a Royal Commission as at the 30th of December. He's on the record as saying, and the actual experts who are the current experts, it's a simple question. Who are they? Mr Walters, are they within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet?
Why didn't you vote, Senator Cash?
Again, Senator Wong, it's going to be a very long day if we sit here.
It's interesting, like the coalition has split, although now reunited,
it has got
over three Nationals not voting the shadow cabinet position. You didn't vote the shadow cabinet position,
Apparently it
but
is.
you're still Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. So how does that work?
Senator Wong, again, this is actually a very serious issue.
Yeah, so is this. This is legislation that is about hate crimes and hate speech.
After 15
this is about direct. This is
were slaughtered whilst you are in government.
Yes, and this is legislation that is a direct response. Let me respond
here today and say whether or not the letters patent even allow the Royal Commissioner to look into the actions and decisions.
Senator Cash, that is enough.
Let's start with
Senator Cash, that is enough.
So 15 Australians were killed. You called for us to come back to enact stronger provisions around hate crimes and hate speech, right? In accordance with the Anti-Semitism Envoy's report. Then you rocked up to Parliament and you refused to vote for them. You refused to vote for legislation that arose directly out of the Anti-Semitism Envoy's report. You refused to vote for legislation that the Executive Council of Australian Jewry asked you to vote for. And you, as a leader, refused to vote for legislation that had been endorsed by the Shadow Cabinet. And I think if you want to talk about accountability, perhaps you ought to demonstrate some yourself.
And we are now going to rotate the call, and I will go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for attending again. Good afternoon. Minister, national identity is important. I'm sure you'd agree. It's one of the core issues for any country, national identity. Could you please explain why the website for the National Australia Day Council does not show the Australian flag? Does the government or the Prime Minister believe the Australian flag is not appropriate to the celebration of Australia Day?
So which website, sir?
The National Australia Day Council.
I think they appear separately, Senator. I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, I understand that, but you're overseeing them.
Oh, am I?
Your government is.
In the portfolio, but
I don't believe they've been requested for this one.
I want to know what the government's attitude is.
Senator, the National Australia Day Council is a Commonwealth company. And they make their own decisions about their website, and I haven't looked at their website recently, but I can do that. But they're an independent body. There's an independent council that's appointed that manage the Secretariat and the company, so those decisions are a matter for it.
Let's continue. The 2024-25 report by the National Australia Day Council has lots of glossy pages full of photos of the world that matters to them. No Australian flags treated as a photo illustration. 3 scene and incidental shots. Is the National Australia Day Council acting on a government instruction to ignore that we have a national flag, or are they doing so on their own initiative?
As I said, Senator, the National Australia Day Council is it's a company. It's an independent company set up under Commonwealth company legislation. It makes its own decisions.
I understand the National Australia Day Council budget for grants has risen from $4.5 million in 2025, last year, to $10 million in 2026, 120% increase, more than double. This covers 849 grants in the amounts of $2,000 and 869 grants of $10,000 for larger events, and a special rate for Aboriginal groups of up to $15,000. Are you aware, and is this correct, and do you condone it?
The government absolutely supports the grants process. Funding has been provided over many years for a grants program for the National Australia Day Council. What those grants are used for are to host Australia Day events. That's the purpose of the grants. They're provided largely to local government instrumentalities to support their holding of Australia Day functions, so functions in support of Australia Day. So yes, the government does support that program.
This funding included funding for smoking ceremonies, truth-telling workshops and cultural performances, multicultural events. Direct National Australia Day Council examples include capital city events like Sydney's flag raising with Indigenous flags. Did those flag raising events include the Australian flag?
I'd have to take that on notice. I assume so, but I would have to take it on notice. I didn't attend the events, but I would presume they did, yes, but they're for Australia Day.
Last question on this topic before switching briefly. I understand Minister Gorman required the National Australia Day Council to conduct these events. Minister Gorman, that's my understanding. which he calls reflective. Minister, has the ALP government declared war on our Western heritage and flag? Are you, as a government, ashamed of our heritage?
No and no.
Okay, let's move to the Port of Darwin. Minister, the Prime Minister said to the ABC, I think just before the election, but I'm not sure of the timing, but he definitely said that the idea that any Australian port owned by foreign interests is not in Australian national interest. Does that also apply to the lease of the Port of Darwin, a catastrophic mistake made originally by the Coalition?
Narella Kedding, Acting Deputy Secretary. The Prime Minister has said that the Port of Darwin, he's working to get into Australian hands.
Is what?
The Prime Minister has publicly committed to return the Port of Darwin to Australian hands.
My understanding, thank you, Senator Wong. Minister, my understanding is that it was not raised with on his recent trip to China, his latest trip to China. As an electoral promise, the Prime Minister said that Labor would ensure the Australian strategic Port of Darwin would return to Australian hands. When is he going to fulfil this promise, or is he too scared of the threat of Communist Party economic retaliation as threatened recently by the Chinese ambassador?
Well, I speak for the Australian government. I'll leave others to publicise what other governments say. The Australian government's position is we will deliver on our commitment to return the Port of Darwin to Australian hands, and we are working to deliver on that commitment.
As Foreign Minister, why wasn't it raised on his latest trip to China?
Well, might ask Ms Lawson to add if I miss anything, but obviously I would just make the point that the Port of Darwin is actually leased to another corporate entity.
Chinese. Controlled by the Communist Party? I know it wasn't Labor that did the deal, but nonetheless, we want Labor to undo the deal.
Senator, I would, Ellie Lawson, Deputy Secretary, International Security Group. The Prime Minister raised a range of issues in the national interest during his travel to China. We don't go into the specifics of those conversations. He has said that the Port of Darwin will return to Australian hands, and that is what he has committed to do.
Thank you. Is there a time frame?
I'm not able to give you a time frame, no.
Thank you, Chair.
What I would say, Senator, is I think that China is well aware of our position on this.
Are they doing anything with it, though?
Well, I'm just saying China is well aware of our position on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. Just with time escaping us, can I just confirm, Senator Wong, that the government has accepted in full Gillian Segal's report? The recommendations of Gillian Segal's report?
I'm just trying to recall the wording that the Prime Minister used at the press conference. I think that was the wording, but I'll check what was said publicly. Yeah,
that's fine.
When there was a press conference with him and Gillian.
Yeah, correct, exactly. If I go to the recommendations in Section 3.2, Law Reform, Training and Enforcement, and Section 3.3, Education Awareness and Public Discourse of the plan to combat anti-Semitism, Ms Segal recommends providing guidance and comprehensive education to public officials, educators and public servants to ensure that they have a foundational understanding of anti-Semitism. It states, and I quote, public servants must have access to training to recognise and address anti-Semitism. And again, on the 30th of December 2025 at the press conference, the Prime Minister said, we appointed the first ever special envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Gillian Segal, and we're implementing her recommendations. And so, Deputy Secretary, can I ask, has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet commenced or completed anti-Semitism awareness training for its own staff?
Senator, thank you for your question. I'm aware some parts of PMC have undertaken some of the pilot training, which has been recommended here. The broader issue of training for the AAPS, I think, is a question for the AAPSC that is actually committed, and I think released some advice earlier today in terms of steps to put in place some training and guidance for the broader public service. But Ms Crothwaite might wish to
I'm
add
actually
to
interested in PM&C. So if I could concentrate on Prime Minister and Cabinet. So you said yes, some parts of Prime Minister and Cabinet have. Did you
some
say
individuals?
commenced?
I said some individuals.
Some. Oh, hold on. So we're going from.
Yep.
So when we say how many staff are there in Prime Minister and Cabinet? Approximately.
Senator Karen Crossway, Acting Deputy Secretary, Governance and Corporate. There's approximately 1,300 employees in PM&C.
In PM&C, okay. How many have undertaken or completed anti-Semitism training? Oh, anti-Semitism awareness training.
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. Just to build on what Mr Excel has said, the pilot training that he was referring to, some departments are in the process of developing and piloting some anti-Semitism awareness training, and some officials have been invited to participate in those, but I would have to take on notice the number of people who have participated from PM&C.
Sorry, so can I just confirm then, some departments are in the process of piloting and developing. Has anyone actually completed anti-Semitism awareness training as per the Segal report in Prime Minister and Cabinet?
Prime Minister and Cabinet does not currently or yet have our own anti-Semitism awareness training. We have contracted and are procuring anti-racism training, which we are currently working with the providers on to see whether there is a way that we can incorporate the elements of anti-Semitism awareness training that we should be into what we've already procured, and we will look at whether that is going to meet the requirements. Well, the reason I'm answering that question that way, Senator, is I don't know whether there are people within Prime Minister and Cabinet, without taking it on notice, who have attended training with other organisations that are not Prime Minister and Cabinet.
So, Deputy Secretary, what is the status of the implementation of the Gillian Segal report insofar as the recommendation relates to comprehensive education to, we'll call them public service officials and public servants in Prime Minister and Cabinet? Has one person completed the training?
So again, I would draw, Senator, your attention to the answer from Ms Crothwaite, who referred to the kind of trainings that have occurred in PM&C. I would answer it in the broader to say that the APSC is supporting the Special Envoy to develop guidance in terms of that training course that then we look to be developed for more broad rollout across the APS. So in essence, in the broad, it's a work in progress to respond to that recommendation. For PM&C, I would refer to the evidence previously.
Okay. When you say it's a work in progress, yep. Can I just confirm then, I'm not trying to be smart, I'm actually trying to get to the bottom of it. Has this been done? It hasn't been rolled out.
So my understanding, again, I'll take this notice to confirm it, but we're aiming for a March 2026 release of that training products.
Sorry, March?
2026, yeah.
2020. So when you say you're aiming for...
Yep.
Is there an absolute, we're going to start by this date? I'm personally surprised you haven't started, but that's me. When will you commence the first session?
So as I said, Senator, the APSC is leading this work. It has advised it is looking to have a first session in March.
When you say the first session with Prime Minister and Cabinet?
No, that's the idea is that's for broad rollout across the public service.
So as I understand it, and I think I'm understanding Ms Crosswaite's evidence, is that like other training, APSC provides
across the board.
Across the board. So departments, portfolios can avail themselves of that training. So rather than PMC providing specific training on specific issues, the APSC provides training, available training across the public service.
Has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, given it's the lead agency, had any input into what the training should look like?
I'm aware of engagement. I'm not across. I have to take a notice unless Ms. Crothway has specifics in terms of the inputs. I'm aware of conversations.
So the question is, really, in terms of the modules that it is intended that APSC provide, did PMC engage in the preparation of those modules? Okay, we'll take that on notice. Can I just clarify something? And I understand that the APSC has released a circular today on anti-Semitism, which I think you might have referred to. Can I just clarify the evidence earlier, Senator Cass, because I like to be very accurate if I can. What the Prime Minister said in relation to the Special Envoy's report. Our Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel, has delivered a report that sets out further steps we can take. The Australian Government adopts and fully supports the plan to combat anti-Semitism. We have already legislated for hate speech, hate crimes, hate symbols, outlawing doxing. We've already undertaken education action, including appointing the first ever student ombudsman and the development of the Envoy's report card on universities. We will continue to work through the implementation of the 13 recommendations in consultation with the Jewish community and the Envoy. And of course, the first recommendation was the adoption of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism that the government adopted. So I think the phrase was adopts and fully supports. I think you use different languages now.
And thank you for clarifying that. Just going back to the training, given PMC as the lead agency, will the Prime Minister's office sign off on the modules to ensure that the Prime Minister and his office are actually satisfied it does what it needs to do?
I'd have to take that question on specific process on notice. I think it's actually a question for the APSC in terms of what process they have for the approvals of their material. So I'll just take that on notice.
Just in terms of participation in the anti-Semitism training for, as you say, around the 1,300 staff, is it going to be mandatory training? Is it voluntary training? Is it mandatory but you're allowed to conscientiously object?
Senator, that's some...
Conscientiously object?
Yes, that's been put to me.
Senator, we haven't considered that yet. That's something that I imagine the Executive Board and the Secretary will consider once the training has been finalised, because we do have a mix of mandatory and other essential training. That's part of how our training works, but we haven't considered that at the moment.
Sorry, can you just take me through that? Mandatory and other essential training, what does that mean?
I'll defer to Ms Crothwaite in terms of the specifics, but we have a range of training programs, that some of which is mandatory, that we need to all do on an annual or 18-month process.
Can I be really clear? Which is why I reacted to your suggestion. No one's ever put that to me until you did. APS values guide the behaviour of all APS employees and non-APS staff, which includes respectful. The APS respects all people, including their rights and their heritage.
Sorry, I'm not sure. What was that meant to mean? I do apologise, Senator Wong.
It is meant to mean that it is a central public service value to respect others, all people, including their rights and their heritage, and as a consequence we have zero tolerance of anti-Semitism and all other forms of hate and discrimination.
So on that basis, would it be the expectation of the Prime Minister that, given obviously what's occurred over the last 2 years, we have a Royal Commission looking into anti-Semitism in Australia, we have the unfortunate occurrence at Bondi and 15 people are dead, is it the expectation then of the Prime Minister that anti-Semitism training across the public service, but in particular in Prime Minister and Cabinet, would be mandatory?
Well, it would be the expectation, I think, of all ministers that all public servants observe those principles, which include zero tolerance of anti-Semitism.
But I'm talking about the actual training itself, given what you said about the Prime Minister and the adoption fully supports Ms Segal's report. One of the recommendations is comprehensive education to public officials, educators and public servants to ensure they have a foundational understanding of anti-Semitism. So my question is, will it then be the expectation of the Prime Minister that at least for Prime Minister and Cabinet, the lead agency, setting the example across the public service, this training is mandatory?
Senator, I will take on notice the nature of the training. It is the expectation of the Prime Minister and all ministers that there is zero tolerance of anti-Semitism in the public service. Full stop.
No, I appreciate that.
And I would also make this point, Senator, and I don't want to get into the politics again, but you seem very, very focused on implementing some of the anti-Semitism envoy's recommendations. But your party refused to vote for stronger vilification provisions, which was a specific recommendation from the envoy. So it seems that some recommendations matter more to you than others.
So, Minister, do you think that this training should be mandatory?
I think it is a requirement that you are not, that the public service recognise there is zero tolerance for anti-Semitism. I think managers should exercise judgment about whether or not what training is required.
Again, though, I'm just trying to work my way through this specific recommendation of Ms Segal's report, which states that public servants must have access to training to recognise and address anti-Semitism. You've said that the Prime Minister adopts and fully supports the recommendations of the report. I'm just trying to work out, the report was actually handed down some time ago now. The Prime Minister has now said, yes, absolutely, adopts and fully supports. I'm just trying to work through, in terms of this specific training, given that Prime Minister and Cabinet are the lead agency, would it be the Prime Minister's expectation that, yes, 1,300 or thereabouts in my department, they will, to provide an example, undertake this training?
Senator, if it helps, my previous comment was not meant to imply in any way that that would not be considered for that. And I think, as the Minister has set out, there is an expectation here. I guess my point for not confirming that here today is that that's the authority of the Secretary to actually do that, that then mandates a set of reporting and requirement of, across the department. So, yes, I would expect we will consider this as being one of those elements, but actually that's the decision of the Secretary that I can't take and declare here today when we haven't considered it. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think it might be best, Senator, if you're happy to ask APSC some questions on this, that would probably be most helpful.
And I'm more than happy to ask APSC. I was actually more interested, though, in the attitude of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, given the significance of the Segal report and what occurred.
So why didn't the coalition support vilification, which was a recommendation, Senator?
I hate to tell you this, Senator
Senator,
Wong,
why didn't you?
You are in government. And from what I'm hearing so far, I'm not sure the Prime Minister is
It is the hypocrisy.
He would, as
you on the one hand, demand that the anti-Semitism envoy's report is recommended, but you voted against it.
Deputy Secretary, if a staff member did not undertake the training,
I'm surprised she ignored me on that.
Would they face disciplinary action? What happens if there's mandatory training and you don't do it? What actually does happen? What's the process?
I'll let Ms Crossway go through the process of our overall training, but in regard to this one, I think it's a hypothetical. So for the specific question around the training we're talking about, but the general process, I'll go to Ms Crossway.
Yeah, so there are a range of specific learning and development courses that are
mandatory. Some of those are every year, and some of those are upon commencement. The specific consequence would depend on what the training was. For example, if you don't frequently complete your fraud and corruption awareness training, and you sent the reminders, so that this is something that this is the way it's managed in the department. Reminders are sent to employees and to their managers. That is a part of you being a public servant in Prime Minister and Cabinet. It's an expectation. You would not be meeting expectations of performance in the department, and that would be managed through a performance management process.
Right, so there is a performance management process in the event, but it depends on the type of training that it is.
These are often subjective decisions. There are, like for example, I can't get a credit card in the department unless I've done my credit card training. So there are consequences that are a bit more direct than a performance management process.
Okay.
And we will rotate if you're finished that
Yep,
line.
that's fine. Yep.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions in relation to First Nations policy, particularly around progress on the First Nations Economic Development Partnership. I think that was announced and agreed in the second half of last year, which was supporting Indigenous-led economic development through shared decision-making, agreed priority reforms and a published work plan. So, noting the agreement is only a few months old, could you provide an update on how the partnership is operating in practice, including key areas of work currently underway and how those priorities are being progressed?
Thank you, Senator. Greta Doherty, Social Policy Division. As you noted, Senator, the partnership agreement was finalised last year between the Australian Government as well as the Coalition of the Peaks and the Economic Alliance. Since formalisation of the partnership, work has progressed between partners to develop a work plan, which was one of the key partnership outcomes, and working groups have been established through that work plan to cover key priority areas, which include access to capital, which is one of the key drivers, particularly from the partners from the Economic Alliance. Work underway around education and skills, which had its genesis in the employment white paper process earlier, as well as work to establish an economic framework for First Nations economic empowerment. There is a meeting of the partners later this month where we will be provided with more updates on actions underway under each of those working groups.
And particularly around the new funding model for prescribed body corporates. How do you see that improving practically flowing through to economic opportunities, including land use agreements that support projects, jobs and local business opportunities?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, as you're aware, as you were no doubt aware, under the Native Title Act, prescribed bodies corporates are established in perpetuity as a first point of contact for any party, be it government or business, wanting to undertake activities on native title land. So the Prime Minister's announcement at Garma of $75 million of additional funding for prescribed bodies corporate will be a key enabler for native title organisations to partner with businesses and other organisations that want to undertake economic empowerment activity. The work on the funding model for the prescribed bodies corporate is being led out of the NIAA in close partnership with the Native Title Council. The Native Title Council provided an update on that work to the partnership late last year, and I think work will continue to make sure that the funding is allocated in a way that best supports empowerment across a range of organisations.
Thank you. On a similar theme in relation to economic empowerment, I noticed the Australia-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement was the first ever Australian trade agreement to specifically include measures aimed at leveraging opportunities in the economy for Indigenous Australians. So could you just outline how significant that was and what some of the commitments that were included in that first agreement to support Indigenous jobs and broad opportunities?
Yes, Senator. I might see if my colleague would like to comment, but while Ms Lawson... Yes, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade led on the UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement First Nations Action Plan. It does outline tangible support for First Nations businesses to realise the significant economic potential of the UAE and the broader region, but probably would direct any further detailed questions to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Yeah, I guess more just in the broader sense about you leveraging our trade relationships to improve outcomes for First Nations people. Is this something that you think that we can continue to progress and look at in other trade discussions and those international relationships?
Senator, I don't want to comment on future trade negotiations, but I suppose to bring the UAE partnership agreement back to some of the objectives of the economic partnership. Certainly the range of sectors that are covered by the agreement, including creative industries, the green economy, services, agri-food and some of those critical enabling technologies are very much consistent with the objectives under the partnership, which government has signed up to.
Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. Can I please speak to the Office of Impact Analysis? I feel like I'm on a long-distance phone call there.
Sounds that way.
Yes. Are they available today? Hello. So you're the Office of Impact Analysis?
Yes, Joanna Abayaratna, the Executive Director of the Office of
Okay.
Analysis.
Thanks for coming. So in broad terms, your role is to do quality assurance effectively on the bills that the government wants to pass as laws in terms of the regulatory cost.
So, Senator, the Office of Impact Analysis administers the government's impact analysis framework, which is available on the Office of Impact Analysis website.
Mm-hmm.
So our role is to work in agencies administering that, which involves making decisions around triggering an impact analysis, so which policy proposals require an impact analysis, as well as part of our role is assessing the quality of the of impact analysis coming forward.
Okay, so in lay terms, effectively a minister or a department has to provide an impact analysis when they're bringing forward a new policy proposal. Is that right?
Partly, Senator. I'll just clarify a bit. So an impact analysis under the framework, the government's framework, an impact analysis is required for any policy or proposal coming forward to government that has an expectation of compliance and a more than minor impact on people, businesses or the community.
And again, in lay terms, is it reasonable for me to assert that this is designed to be a restraint on unnecessary red tape?
So part of the framework is to look at the regulatory burden changes, both positive and negative, and part of the requirements of the framework is that departments will develop an estimate of the regulatory burden changes associated with the policy. The framework also asks departments to consider the broader impacts of that proposal.
Okay, so effectively, if there is a new proposal, the department has to do the impact analysis and present it to your agency.
Yes, Senator. So what they would do is they would provide it to the decision maker, and they'd have to reach out to the office to assess the quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you then look at that and say this is a good impact analysis or a bad impact analysis?
So, Senator, as you said before, part of the role of the office is to assess the quality of that analysis. We also provide training and workshops In doing that, we look at there's 7 questions in the guide that talk about what would make a good quality impact analysis, and we have a rubric that works through those 7 questions. Yeah.
It sounds very, very bureaucratic, but okay, great. So then you only look at the flows of regulation, don't you? You don't look at the overall stock?
That's correct, Senator. So we look at proposals coming forward. Yeah.
Okay. So if I asked you how many laws are on the books, that's not a question for you?
No, Senator.
Okay, but I could ask you, how many laws did the government pass in the last Parliament?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of I don't have that information with me, but our policy process, we'd engage with agencies through that policy development up until legislation process.
Okay. The answer is about 400. And as part of that 400 new laws passing the Parliament, of course, there were these impact analyses done. So what's your general sense of these flows over the last few years? Are we getting more expensive compliance costs, or are we reducing compliance costs and red tape in Australia?
So, Senator, when an impact analysis is required, it's published once announced onto our website. So the role of the office is to provide, part of the role is to provide transparency once a decision's made about, so when an impact analysis is required and it's announced, it's published on our website. So it's transparent about what those particular estimates by the department around the regulatory burden changes were.
Okay, but do you look at the overall impact of this new regulation, new red tape?
So for the flow of estimates, Senator, we provide some compliance summary reports on our website that, based on the information provided by departments on the estimated regulatory burden changes, we provide some summary information.
Okay. So of those 400 new laws, how many of those did you send back to the drawing board?
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you mean by the question, but what we would do is we'd engage with agencies over the process. So we'd provide an initial assessment with comments to the agency around how we think the impact analysis could be improved, and then we provide a final assessment, and that final assessment is that rating by the OA is published. Right,
because there is, like, objectively, according to your own department's data, a lot of new red tape. There's the 400 new laws, which, according to your department, cost $4.6 billion in the last Parliament. Surely some of these you sent back to the keeper or sent back to the bowler and said, look, this is way too expensive. The country can't afford this level of red tape and ridiculousness. Can you please find a better way to do it, or don't do it at all? How many times did you do that?
So, Senator, we would engage with departments multiple times on an impact analysis. So, in terms of an impact analysis, our role is to support them in developing a quality of analysis that meets the framework, the Australian Government's Guide to Policy Impact Analysis.
So what about getting rid of red tape?
So it's not the role of the agency, of the office, to provide advice about should policy proposals go forward or not.
So who in Australia is going to get rid of red tape then? Because I'm worried that this has become a bureaucratic nightmare. If it's a bureaucracy trying to stop red tape, can't get rid of red tape, who will?
So, Senator, the Department of Finance is in charge of regulatory policy more broadly, and maybe your questions are best directed there.
Right. So you receive proposals from departments and ministers. They give you a piece of paper that says, here's how much we think it's going to cost the industry. And then you say, this is a good analysis or a bad analysis, or what do you say? You engage with them. How many times have you said to them, this is rubbish?
So, Senator, we'd engage multiple times in developing analysis, and then we publish our final ratings on the website, along with associated with the impact analysis.
Now, how many have you sent back? And you said, there's no way this can be justified, the cost?
So in terms of, we have multiple ratings in terms of final insufficiencies. I'll just have to get that.
Thank you. Because surely, like 1 in 400 would have to be knocked back. Surely there's a few that are no good.
So in 25-26, so this year to date, we've had, or this financial year to date, we've had 1 insufficiency.
1 out of 400.
So, Senator, not all 400, not every policy that comes forward or legislation will require an impact analysis. Would have to pass that.
So you sent back 1.
Threshold.
Who did you send that back to?
So so we'd work, it's a departmental document, the impact analysis. So again, we'd work with the department,
Right.
you know, literally as they develop the impact
I
assessment.
bet it was Mr. Chalmers, was it? Was it him?
For the ones insufficiency.
Was it him? He loves red tape. Was it him?
Senator?
Early warning, Senator Bragg.
I'm just trying to work out where it came from.
Well, no, you're trying to
Where
make
the missile came from.
You're trying to make a political point as well. It
Well,
just
he
puts the public servant in a difficult position if you ask them to respond to something after you say that.
Well, let's just see where it came from.
So again, Senator, all our assessments for finalised impact analysis are published on our website. So all that information is available publicly.
But do you know
And I
where?
will just say there's a lot of very useful resources there.
I've read the
Senator Bragg.
website. It's good website.
So then why
But
didn't you ask the question?
Can't you just tell me who it was?
Well, it's on the website, mate. She just told you that.
Well, I'm
Why
in the
don't you
middle of
look
a
at that?
hearing. I don't want to be rude to the.
No, why don't you look at the publicly available information?
Well, because I'm
that you say
hearing
you
some
read all the
estimates.
time.
Can you remember where it came from?
So that particular one was from the Department of Social Services.
Social Services. Okay, I thought it might have been Treasury. Okay, so 1 out of 400, and did it end up being modified so it could be satisfactory or not, or did it never came back?
So the information around that, we do have a web post that talks about the insufficiency in that case. So under the guide, when a impact analysis insufficient, that's the OIA's assessment of the process. Right. It doesn't necessarily stop a decision going forward.
All right. So what about the YouTube ban? Did you look at that one?
Excuse me, the social. What
the
are you
government
referring
passed
to,
legislation to ban YouTube and other streaming.
I thought you supported that.
Well, the YouTube thing seems particularly bizarre to me.
But I thought you supported that.
But did you look at the YouTube
So
one?
it isn't the opposition's position.
Are you asking me questions or am I
Well,
asking
just confusing that you're asking questions about something that I thought you supported.
I think the social media issue is quite separate from streaming. I don't think we live in a country where we're supposed to be, blocking and...
So is this the Andrew Bagg or the Susan Lee version?
Again, are you asking me questions? I'm just
trying to understand what the opposition's position is.
Well, I'm just trying to understand how this all came about, that you could have potentially very expensive and very convoluted policy pass through the Office of Impact Analysis. So did you look at the YouTube ban?
So you're referring to the social media ban for under 16. There is an impact analysis equivalent process on the website that relates to that.
Yeah, and do you remember what sort of interaction you had with the department about that one?
I don't recall, Senator.
Right. Well, could you take it on notice, please?
Yes, Senator.
Whether you can provide any further information, because I'd like to know whether there was any analysis done on how this particular arrangement could be enforced and whether the cost estimates alongside it would be reliable. Finally, can I just ask, Chair, how many people work in your area at the moment?
Senator, the current headcount is 14 staff members.
14. So that's down from 20, yeah? A couple of years ago?
Which particular year are you referring to, Senator?
Which year? 2022? You lost a few of you?
So 22-23 financial year, there was 20.3 actual ASL.
Yeah. Have you got enough people to check on all these new pieces of red tape the government wants to push through?
Maybe rephrase that question, Senator Bragg.
Well, do you have enough resources? I'm worried the government isn't giving you enough people to check on their mad re-regulation of the economy.
You can't.
Again, Senator Bragg, I will ask you to rephrase your question.
Even Senator David Pocock is shaking. He said, you can't put that to a public servant.
I think he agrees with me, actually.
Well, Well, if he's a Canberra senator for deregulation, go
Well,
for it.
I'm
mate.
arguing
But
for
I'm
more
just
jobs.
making the point, you can't put to a public servant the question in the loaded terms you have.
Yeah, well, I think he agrees with me because there'll be more jobs in Canberra.
And on that point, Senator Bragg, do you have a final question before we rotate the call to your colleague in arms at the other end?
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing his questions, but I guess my question, if I'm allowed to ask it in the way that I would like to, is...
With all the respect in the world for the public servants who are going to answer it.
Yeah, well, I want more of them to be doing good work. Do you have enough workers?
Senator, we meet in a way demand driven. So what proposals come forward, we assess those, and we work with departments. Yeah. And we maintain that flow.
So you're happy with the resources you've got? You think you can do the job?
So we meet we work to meet and support departments and the government in making decisions.
I guess my time's expired.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the awarding of Australian sports medals. If anyone can help me with that.
I'm really hoping someone's moving behind me.
Australian sports medals. I've had a...
Under the Australia Day Council or a separate process?
No, my understanding is it's through the Prime Minister's office.
Prime Minister's office.
Anyway, I'll explain the problem and then maybe we can...
Sure.
So I've had a veterans advocate raise with me an issue relating to the awarding of Australian sports medals for veterans who participate in the Invictus Games. There was some amendments were made to regulations that enable athletes who participate in the Invictus Games from 2018 to receive these medals. The concern's been raised that the Invictus Games have been going since 2014, so there's about 80 veterans who have competed as representing Australia at the Invictus Games and haven't been able to receive a medal, and was just interested if this has been raised with PMC and whether or not there's a way that the regulations could be updated to start at the start of the Invictus Games in 2014.
Senator, I'm not, sorry. I was going to say, not aware it's been raised with us directly, and to my understanding, it's a matter of the Veterans Affairs that looks after Invictus Games. There might be a role there for Office of Sport as well, but I was in that office for a time, and I don't recall that coming up there, so I think it is Department of Veterans Affairs. But.
Sure.
Senator, can I just clarify? Yeah, but just so I'm clear, the request is, can the government look at retrospective application of a change made in 2018?
So, my understanding is that there was already a retrospective action, but they went to 2018, not 2014.
Right.
And so you've just
So when was the decision made that you're referencing? Was that under our government or the previous government?
I assume it was under your governments, and just having a look. Yeah, the Australian Sports Medal is listed on the PMNC website, as well as the DVA one. So as well as defence.
It sounds like, from some advice I've got, it sounds like it might have been done in 2020, the last amendments.
2020, okay.
Yeah. But again, it's I think Department of Veterans Affairs is the best place to start.
Okay, thank you. And then, Minister, I just had some questions about the government responding to Senate committee reports.
Yeah.
And I mean, I take it you agree that the Senate is a vital institution in our democracy, and I'm concerned that when you look at the numbers, the President's report shows that 155 Senate committee reports have not been responded to by the government, and some are more than 3 years old now.
And some of them are not our government. So, yes, I do think the Senate is it's a second change. We have a bicameral Parliament, and I sought to come into this chamber because I believe very passionately in the importance of the work that the Senate does. I also think there are conventions and practices which are important, and you know I have an issue, Senator, with how many OPDs you use as a first, you and your correspondent college use as a first port of call. When, as someone who spent a long time in opposition, we did not use it as the first port of call. We actually tried to find out the information in other ways and used it as as more of a, if not a last resort, certainly something that after other avenues have been exhausted, because I think it lessens the weight of them and makes it very difficult. I am aware of the issue of Senate committee reports, and in fact when we first came to government I raised the point that there were multiple Senate committee reports that had never been responsible, including going back a long way, and asked that we at least, in relation to those where we weren't in a position to respond because they might have been for the Abbott or the Turnbull or the Morrison government, that we, as a matter of courtesy, explain that to the Senate. I can say as a Senate minister, I also look pretty carefully at what the government response is on reports for which I have portfolio responsibility. I'll have a look at, I'll ask that the numbers that you've outlined, we will have a look at those and see how many of those A, relate to previous governments, but B, where those responses are. I think that the usual processes would indicate that there's a report, which I assume you're reading from, which is tabled about where the Senate response is. Sorry, apologies, where the government response to the Senate committee report is.
And why isn't the government responding to Senate committee reports?
Well, we are. It's not correct to say that.
There's 155 that you haven't.
We have responded to many, and I can say that as someone who's ticked off on responses. But we can provide you with more information on notice. I don't know how many of those are in our term of government, Senator.
I might ask the...
Well, you've got it in front of you.
I don't actually
This is
have
the
that.
information.
I don't
How many of them
report.
are... Well, if it's Mr Abbott's government, it's Mr Morrison's government, Mr Turnbull's government.
So 155 are in this term of government.
This term?
Well,
that wouldn't be
Albanese
right.
government.
That wouldn't be right.
4 years.
I don't know. Well, I want to look at that.
That's from the president's.
I'm not sure that's right.
Well, you asked me to tell you, and then when I tell you,
well,
you disagree,
155 Senate reports since 2022. That just seems a lot.
Well, I might ask someone in PMC. You must track this stuff. Do you track Senate reports centrally in PMC?
No. Senator, we do assist with that through the parliamentary liaison officers, who are one located in the Senate, one in the House. And as the Minister has averted to, we did go through a process about 12, 18 months ago of going through and tidying up a lot of the outstanding responses, including from former governments or former terms of Parliament. This is something the Prime Minister takes seriously, and we're looking at ways in which we can improve our approaches to this. So I'll take your specific questions on notice. But it is something that PM...
You do track it centrally?
Yes, we help with the assistant, as I said, we assist with preparation of those reports, and it's something that the Prime Minister and his office is very conscious of, so we are looking at options to improve that response.
And have you given ministers advice of the Senate standing orders for them to provide advice to the Senate once they have missed the... That's
not our role to advise ministers of the standing orders as such, and that can occur through parliamentary departments. But obviously the government is mindful of those responses, and we are looking at seeing how we can improve things. So
that's someone else's job. Whose job is it then?
I'm sorry, I'm just saying that in terms of advising on the process of the Parliament, yes, you can come to one of the parliamentary liaison officers if you're a minister, but also obviously there's the tabling office and other offices within the Parliament that can assist with that as well.
And so you're tracking them centrally, and when you see that they're overdue, you don't actually inform that minister and say, hey, this needs a response.
As I said, this government has gone through processes where we try and tidy up the books, and we're looking at other options at the moment.
Senator, I've just downloaded, and I can barely read it because my glasses are not this good, but the December 2025 President's Report, which includes all of these reports. The first one is a certain maritime incident. I remember this one. That reported in December, it's October 2002. Then there is the Law Enforcement Integrity one, 2016. So I'm just making the point, and there's another one, indefinite detention of people with cognitive psychiatric impairment in Australia, November 2016. The Joint Select Committee in relation to recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, 2014 and 2015 and 2018. So I would make the point, I'm not in the Senate Select Committee into Public Interest Immunity Claims, 2021. So I'm making the point, it is reasonable to request that the government respond to Senate reports. They do take some time. I think it's 3 months is what is expected. I can say to you in terms of whole of government consultation on many of the reports, that takes longer, to be frank. But I think the list that you've described does include reports which are older. As Mr Walters said, we did try and clean a lot of that up over the last few years because there were many reports that the Abbott, Morrison, Turnbull governments had not responded to, and it seemed to me and others that we should at least respond, even if it was only to say, given the change in the government's position because of the change in government, that we will not be responding to this report. Yeah.
And who ultimately decides to delay a government response to Senate committee report? Is it the portfolio minister, the PM,
No.
PM&C?
It's not usually a decision to delay. So I think it's more... Sorry.
Well, I think you're going to go exactly where I was going. The portfolio minister is ultimately responsible for for making sure that a report is provided to the Parliament, a response.
Then why are there such sort of routines? Why is it so routine for it to be so delayed, the response?
Well, I think the minister's actually gone to some of the reasons why there might be a delay. I mean, leaving aside for the moment reports from previous governments, some reports are quite complex and they go to multiple departments or multiple portfolio responsibilities, and they do require consultation and consideration. Yeah. They might raise, the response itself might require decisions from government, and all those things unfortunately can take time in complex policy areas.
I would also note that quite a number of these reports have had interim responses, which is also something I think is I think it's a courteous thing for the executive to do. Yeah. So if you've got a recommendation that you know is going to, there's a number of things which would have to occur before you can respond to it, whatever, that you at least provide an interim response which says we can do this, we can't do this, and we're working on this. So I think you'll find quite a lot of these, if this report of the 2025 is correct, quite a number of these have had interim responses.
And just going to that, the President's report, it was that the Albanese government hasn't responded to 155 within the 3 month.
Within the 3 months. Yeah, no, I think that's correct. I think the 3 months, to be honest, is ambitious for a lot of the sort of reports we have today.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to rotate the call. You've got a last...
Last one or two. Has PM&C told any ministers or departments to not, submit their response?
That wouldn't be our role, so not that I can't say that definitively, but I would be extremely doubtful. That wouldn't be our role to tell the Minister not to submit a report.
Maybe just on notice then, if you're happy to take that.
Of course.
And what steps are you taking other than tracking them of trying to improve this?
So, Senator, I've taken that on notice. We are in that process at the moment, and hopefully I'll be able to come back to you with a bit more information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. We will go to Senator Cash.
Thank you. If I could just very briefly go to the appointment of the Royal Commissioner, Virginia Bell. Just in terms of general first, in terms of the appointment of a Royal Commissioner, is there a specific process a government has to go through, or is it at the sole discretion of the government?
So the formal process for appointing a Royal Commissioner is through the letters patent. The letters patent, as you might notice, are actually addressed to the Royal Commissioner. So that is the formal process. It goes to the Executive, so the Governor-General Council.
Take one step back. My apologies, Mr Walter. In terms of actually choosing who the Royal Commissioner is going to be, is that purely at the government's discretion, or is there a process that needs to be gone through? For example, vetting of other candidates, etc.
There's no... I don't think... I'd say there's not a formal process as such. However, there's a certain range of candidates who are obviously considered for these kinds of roles, and obviously a former High Court judge is eminently qualified to perform this kind of role.
Despite what Minister Burke may have said, on the 24th of December, the best way to act with absolute urgency is not to have something chaired by a retired judge. It's to have something chaired by a national security expert, but they were comments by Minister Burke. Mr Walters, on what date was Prime Minister and Cabinet first instructed to begin vetting candidates for a Royal Commissioner to head the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism?
I don't think the term vetting is one that I would use. Well, it's not one I would use. There were discussions, I guess, well, from Prime Minister and Cabinet's perspective, there were discussions from around the 4th of January about who the Commissioner might be, but Ms Bell emerged very quickly as the preferred candidate, assuming that she would accept the role. She was in fact overseas at the time, so contact was made with her to see whether she would accept the role, and she advised she would, and so we proceeded from there.
Did Prime Minister and Cabinet provide a formal shortlist of, say, 3 candidates to the Prime Minister's office for the role?
There were a couple of other names that were provided to the Prime Minister's office, but I think that's as far as I could go.
Sorry, you dropped out there.
Oh, sorry. I think that's as far as I could go. We provided a couple of names, which included Ms Bell, of course.
Right, yes, OK, that was my next question, exactly. So when you say a couple of names, does that mean 2 names, 3 names?
I'd actually have to take it on notice. I've 4s in my head, but I'll take it on notice.
That's fine. Thank you very much. And on what date were those names provided?
Again, I'll take that on notice. I just can't recall. It would have been early in that week.
So the discussions began on the 4th, so...
Yeah, around then.
That week, OK. In terms of the names that were provided, and obviously not asking what those names were, how many of the candidates had specific documented expertise in counter-terrorism or anti-Semitic radicalisation?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Was there a selection criteria used to evaluate the suitability of the Royal Commissioner, given the nature of the Royal Commission?
It was ultimately a matter for the Prime Minister and the government to consider. We were looking for eminently qualified people. We wanted someone ideally who had a criminal law background because of the fact that there is likely to be a prosecution that will occur at the same time as the Royal Commission. So we needed somebody who will be able to navigate the complexities of that. And Ms Bell has a background in criminal law. That was her speciality as a barrister. That was something we were looking for in particular, but I don't think it's not so much formal criteria, it's that they have an appropriate eminence, that we think they'll be able to deliver within the desired timeframes. Mentioned Mr. Burke's comments, and then the ability to navigate some of those particular challenges.
I'm just trying to think, how many Royal Commissions has Ms Bell done?
She hasn't been a Royal Commissioner, but I do think she might have been counsel assisting in a New South Wales Royal Commission.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, that's. Just in terms of a comment that you made, just checking that Ms Bell obviously had the availability to do that. Did PMC assess the risk of appointment fatigue, given that she has previously led high-profile inquiries?
No, that wasn't something that we turned our mind to. I think Ms Bell would have absolutely let us know if she didn't think she was, ready and able to do the role.
Okay. Just in terms of the Royal Commissioner and her role, does Commissioner Bell have the power to compel Mr Richardson to hand over his evidence, or is this purely a voluntary arrangement? How is that actually going to work?
So Mr Richardson has been employed by the Royal Commission. He is working for the Royal Commission. He acts under the direction of...
The Commissioner?
Under the Commissioner, the direction of the Commissioner.
Yep.
So it's not a case of compelling. He is now part of the Royal Commission. For completeness, Mr Richardson had been reaching out to departments asking for information. I can tell you that that information has been requested through notices to produce by the Royal Commission, so there's no risk of information falling through the gaps.
Can you just explain that to me?
So under the Royal Commissions Act, the Royal Commission has, or the Royal Commissioner has the power to issue notices to produce.
Yes.
To anyone who might hold relevant information. Mr Richardson, when he was doing his independent review, had identified information that he wanted provided by departments on a kind of confidential basis.
Yes.
That information has now been sought under a formal
of the
notice
Royal
to produce.
Commission, because he's now been employed under
as evidence of the Royal Commission.
So at this point in time, he has literally there was the announcement of the Royal Commission on January the 8th. On the 7th, the PM announced Dennis Richardson would lead the review into the intelligence agencies. Has that literally gone and done that now, has it? So he's now working as part of the Royal Commission, but still leading the review of the intelligence agencies.
So he is formally part of the Commission, and he is assisting the Commissioner with those parts of the letters patent.
Okay. Just in terms of the appointment of the Royal Commissioner herself, before the Prime Minister announced Ms Bell's appointment...
Can I just clarify? Sorry. I don't think you meant to... I think you might have just misspoken, but you will recall Mr Richardson, prior to the decision to have a Royal Commission, had already been announced. So it wasn't the 7th. I think you said the 7th.
Oh, I said, I did have... On January 7th, the PM announced Dennis Richardson. He had already been... I'm sorry,
That's not correct. I think it was December...
Yeah, it was in December.
Sometime. I can't recall the...
Apologies, and thank you.
21st of December.
Thank you. Just in terms of the appointment of Ms Bell, were Jewish community stakeholders consulted in relation to the appointment?
My understanding... we earlier took on notice which groups and individuals were consulted, and I might take this on notice as well. My understanding is, yes, that did occur through the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister, but I'd have to take that on notice with the other elements.
So this is specifically on Ms Bell and her appointment. Yeah, thank you very much. Did the Prime Minister consult the victims' families on who should lead the Royal Commission?
Again, I would have to take that on notice.
Okay. Could you take on notice then how many stakeholders were consulted in total in relation to Ms Bell's specific appointment?
Yes.
Did Prime Minister and Cabinet, as you, did you consult anybody in relation to the appointment of the Royal Commissioner?
Only the Attorney General's Department.
The Attorney General's Department. Can I ask when that was?
I'll have to take that on notice. It would have been somewhere, obviously, in that area where we're consulting on the letters paid.
Okay. How many PM&C staff were diverted to the National Security Division to manage the emergency stand-up of the Bell Commission between January 5th and January the 9th? Sorry, could you repeat that? How many PM&C staff actually worked on or were diverted to the National Security Division to help stand up the Royal Commission?
So in terms of... I might need to clarify exactly what you mean. In terms of the what I think of as a standing up of a Royal Commission, which is finding premises, employing staff, all those kinds of things, the Attorney General's Department manages that. That is entirely managed by the Attorney General's Department. They appointed, they appoint the official secretary in consultation with the Royal Commissioner, and then they provide all the support to get it up and going. So those are really questions for the Attorney General's Department. If that's what you're. So
what's PM&C's ongoing role then?
Really not terribly much now. We will, of course, respond to any notices to produce. There will be, the Commissioner could ask for government submissions and so forth, and we would have a role there. But in terms of the day-to-day operations of the Commission, that's the Attorney General's Department that facilitates and supports that.
Senator, one aspect I'd add is there's a Commonwealth state dynamic here as well. So PM&C supports the Com state engagement. I think the Royal Commission will have its own specific IDC to use that language, but actually we support that through the National Cabinet mechanisms to ensure there's awareness across the broader stuff. So that is a role for PM&C also.
And just in terms of any cost associated with the Royal Commission, is there an estimated total cost? Is there a cost that's been spent to date on the establishment of it?
So in terms of the anticipated costs, so over the forward estimates, the costs are $131.1 million, and that's all within the Attorney General's portfolio. So in terms of cost to date and so forth, again, questions to the Attorney
General's Department. Very quickly, because I put some questions on notice, Foreign Affairs, and they were referred off to this department when we got the answer back. Just in terms of the government's announcement of recognising the Palestinian state, that was announced on the 21st of September 2025. And in a press release on the 11th of August 2025, it was stated that the Australian recognition was contingent on a number of undertakings from the Palestinian Authority. Did we ever get those undertakings in writing?
Senator Lauren Bain, First Assistant Secretary, International Division. We'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay. That will assist me with a lot of my other questions then. What's the process from here? So the Australian government's formally recognised a Palestinian state. It was contingent on a number of undertakings from the Palestinian Authority. From the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet's perspective, what is now the process from here to ensure that those undertakings are indeed met? The questions on notice that we had asked that were referred back to this department provide a list of all meetings and or conversations the Prime Minister has had with President Mahmoud Abbas since the 1st of January 2024. Are you aware of how many conversations have been had?
Senator, I can confirm that the Prime Minister spoke with the President of the State of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, on the 4th of August 2025 and also on the 9th of November 2023.
9th of November. So the recognition of the Palestinian state was on the 21st of September.
Yeah, I think you said December, Senator.
September?
Yeah.
21st of September 2025. And in the press release, as I said, of the 11th of August, it was stated that it was contingent on a number of undertakings from the Palestinian Authority. So since the 21st of September 2025, can I just confirm there have been no phone calls between the Prime Minister and Mahmoud Abbas?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. How is the implementation of the undertakings being monitored?
I think it's probably a question for DFAT, Senator.
So there's no role in terms of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet in monitoring that the undertakings are indeed being completed?
Senator, I would need to check on the details of that. I think it's a matter for DFAT, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Is there anybody in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet who is specifically liaising then with DFAT in terms of the ability of the Palestinian state to actually deliver on the undertakings?
Senator, of course, we have team members who engage with DFAT regularly on these matters.
Okay, and specifically in relation to the deliverables that we have been talking about, the undertakings from the Palestinian Authority.
Senator, we're very happy to take your specific question on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Can you recall what those undertakings were?
Senator, we don't have that information here, so we will have to come back to you on notice.
Does the Prime Minister know, or does the Department know if any of the undertakings have been acted upon?
Senator, with respect, we've told you it's not really fair to put Ms Lawson and Dr Bain in this position. They've told you this isn't something this department is dealing with. This is appropriately a matter for the Department of Foreign Affairs to respond on.
That actually wasn't my question. My question was there any awareness from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet in relation to whether
they haven't
or not
come with the documents associated with that because it's not, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect that they would have. These are matters that DFAT would be expected to respond to on Thursday.
Have I given any indication that I wasn't happy with them taking something on notice?
Well, actually, you did complain about it before in relation to the previous officer, but I'm sure they'll be very happy to take this on notice.
Well, they have, and I've accepted that as the answer. I'm a little surprised. I would have thought that the Prime Minister would want to know whether or not Mr Abbas is indeed keeping his promises. But I understand that I will have to obviously put the rest of my questions on notice because there doesn't appear to be any ability to answer them here, and obviously I will follow them up, Senator Wong, and I look forward to that on Thursday. Just very briefly, has the Prime Minister received an invitation to join President Trump's Board of Peace in Gaza?
Senator, yes, that's publicly been announced.
Okay. Can I ask, when and in what form was the invitation received?
I would need to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Has a decision been made as to whether or not Australia will indeed join the Board of Peace?
That matter is still under consideration.
Under consideration. And when we say under consideration, by the Prime Minister, by the government?
The government is still considering that matter.
Okay. Do we know for how much longer the government is going to consider that matter?
Senator, I don't want to preempt any decisions on this matter by the government.
Has the Prime Minister spoken to President Trump about the invitation to join the Board of Peace?
We'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take it on notice.
Take that on notice. I mean, look, I think the PM's made clear that the Board of Peace would be an international treaty with legally binding obligations for Australia. I think it's different to other groupings that we are or commitments that we've entered into recently. So hence the careful consideration. But obviously we want to keep working constructively with the United States to promote peace, stability and prosperity in our region. We want to continue to work with the US, particularly in the context of AUKUS and the Quad, as well as the G20. We look forward to that engagement.
Thank you, Chair. I unfortunately have to go to another committee. Senator McGrath, though, has some questions that...
We also have a list.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the Prime Minister and Minister Wong's visit to Indonesia in recent days. Could you tell us a little more about the Treaty on Common Security that the Prime Minister signed with President Prabowo and why it's so important?
Can I start? Dr. Bain can go through in more detail. Right? As the Prime Minister has said, there is no country that that is more important to our security and our stability than Indonesia, and you just need to look at history and geography to understand why. The treaty that was previously in place 30 years ago, which is in very similar terms around the consultation and Treaty on Common Security, was obviously previously regarded as a high water mark of our strategic engagement. So it is, a momentous step for this treaty to be signed, and we are very conscious of the import of it, but also what it means in terms of the further work together that we have to do, because a treaty that says we're going to consult each other regularly at senior levels, leader and minister, is an invitation for an even deeper strategic partnership with Indonesia, which is in both our interests and certainly in the interests, we believe, of the region, and works alongside the alliance with Papua New Guinea in terms of an architecture of commitments to one another that enables us to work for peace and stability in times which are turbulent. But Dr. Bain can talk more about the detail.
Thanks, Minister. Senator, as the Minister said, this was really a momentous milestone for Australia-Indonesia relations. As the Prime Minister said, it was a watershed moment in our bilateral relations, and that the treaty will take our defence and security cooperation with Indonesia to a new level. I would note that the Prime Minister also said it is now the strongest relationship we've ever had with Indonesia, a critical partner and friend. Thank you.
Thank you. You've mentioned just then in your response the defence and security elements. I'm just wondering if you could explain a little bit more about those outcomes that the Prime Minister announced during the visit.
Sure. So, Senator, the Prime Minister announced 3 additional defence commitments. One is a commitment to invite an Indonesia senior officer to be seconded to the ADF. That's the first time we've ever made that offer to a Southeast Asian partner. He also made an announcement about our commitment to work with Indonesia to upgrade some training-related infrastructure. And finally, he announced a leadership program or an expansion of our existing exchange programs with young defence leaders.
That's great, thank you. Minister Wong, this was clearly a really important visit. And for us, the relationship between our countries and for the region, as you've said. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the visit. You were there over the weekend. What would you say the state of the relationship is between our two nations?
Well, I think the PM's words, it's never been stronger, are right. But, I mean, this is the culmination of a very great amount of personal engagement, first between the President and the Prime Minister. And you might recall, Senator, that the first bilateral overseas visit this term and last term the Prime Minister made were to Jakarta. then obviously this was something that the Prime Minister has been engaging with President Prabowo about from and since that first visit last year. Obviously Foreign Minister Sugiona and I have been engaged in those and in discussions about the form of the treaty. It, I think, demonstrates a trust between principles and between our nations that we want to continue to build upon, and it reinforces what the Prime Minister has said so often, that fundamentally our security comes from our region, this is about working in our region, and security also comes from relationships, and this is such an important relationship for Australia. And this is new ground, as Dr. Bain said, in terms of what this treaty envisages and what we will do together. So we are really honoured to have been part of this. We're really honoured to, I know the Prime Minister was really honoured to sign this at Istana Merdeka with the President, and we were both very grateful for the hospitality and hosting, as always, very gracious by the President and the Foreign Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Dr. Bain. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Just had a follow-up question on that treaty. So how does it compare to the Lombok Treaty of 2006?
Well, in fact, Lombok is referenced in... Do you have the treaty here? We referenced it in the beginning, in the recitations at the front of the treaty, for obvious reasons. I mean, territorial integrity and respecting and reaffirming Lombok was a central part of the discussions. I think what is different in this is obviously they deal with slightly different issues, but the commitment to consult at both leader and ministerial level generally, but also in the case of adverse challenges, is obviously an important inclusion.
I just understood the Lombok Treaty, and I don't discount that this is an important advance, but the Lombok Treaty established a framework for senior consultations. It had non-interference, respect for sovereignty, defence cooperation elements to it. So I'm just trying to understand, what does this change, and where does this leave the Lombok Treaty? Is that being rescinded, or is that
No, I just said we remain committed to Lombok. And I said to you, it's included in the recitation.
You said it's referenced.
Sorry, if I may. You're a diplomat, and you know it matters that it's included in the recitations at the front of that treaty. So no one is disregarding Lombok, and all of those Liberal foreign policy staffers who are worried about Prime Minister Howard's legacy on this. All governments of all political persuasions have continued to build our relationship with Indonesia. The Lombok Treaty mattered greatly because it particularly went to territorial integrity and sovereignty, right? Which is very important in the relationship. The Keating-Suharto Treaty is regarded as the high watermark until this moment where we've signed this treaty. Now, governments of both political persuasions should and will continue to build this relationship because it matters to our national interests and to our national security and to our prosperity going forward.
Thanks, Senator Wong.
Thank you.
So the Lombok Treaty, this builds upon the Lombok Treaty then. I just want to understand.
Yes, that's correct, Senator. As Minister Wong said, the 1995 Agreement on Maintaining Security was very much seen as a high watermark in the Australia-Indonesia relationship, and this new treaty re-establishes the commitment to consult in the case of adverse challenges to our common security.
Did you wish to say something, Minister?
You could just say it's great.
I haven't.
Just
I
like we
haven't offered
backed
any
in Lombok, you could just do that. You know,
I haven't
you
offered
could
any
just
criticism,
say
but I'm just keen
there
to
are things
understand
which
how
are
it's-
above partisanship, and Lombok's great.
I don't
and this
see
is
how
great
I'm-
too. You could just say that.
I don't
couldn't
see
you?
how I'm making a partisan point here at all.
No,
All I'm
you
doing
just-
is...
graciousness is hard, isn't it? It's hard. Very
I think
hard.
that's quite rich coming from you,
Very
Minister.
hard.
Okay,
I think that's a glass house of stones
let's
comment.
settle it down, shall we?
Thank you. That was all I had on the
bet.
Lombok
I bet
Treaty
it
and the
was.
Indonesia Security Agreement. Thank you.
We'll go to
That went
Senator
well.
McGrath.
Thank you. I have some questions in relation to official residences, please. Just a very short line.
Whenever he's about to do something I might not like, James blinks. That's his tell. True.
I
There's a blink.
must do a lot of blinking, Senator Wong.
That's it. Yeah, well, that's true. Or when you're trying to be, you know, what's the word? Butter wouldn't melt my mouth, so I'm going to blink.
I'm a good boy, I promise.
Oh, dear.
We have your right officials. Emily?
Excellent. Thank you. Just some questions. There's some privacy screens have been installed on the gates at Kirribilli House and maybe Admiralty House. I was just wondering if when were these screens installed?
Arthur Spiro, First Assistant Secretary, Ministerial Support Division. Senator, the screens were put up by the Department of Home Affairs, and I understand they were put up before Christmas last year.
Okay. So questions go to the Department of Home Affairs, or can you answer these questions?
Well, the questions in terms of those particular works would go to Home Affairs.
Okay. Okay, can you answer where they are in relation to... So I don't understand they're at Kirribilli House and Admiralty House, is that correct?
I'm not sure about Admiralty House. Home Affairs has responsibility in terms of security, the built security of both those residences. What we have responsibility of is the residences that the Prime Minister lives in. I'm aware of the fact that there has been a privacy screen that's been placed on the front gate of Kirribilli House. It's just an opaque piece of perspex.
Is that for security or is it for privacy?
It'd be for both.
Okay. Do you have a cost for this, or is this something that Department of Home Affairs?
Home Affairs would give us the number for that, sir.
Okay. And this was a decision of the Department of Home Affairs?
That would be a decision of the Department of Home Affairs.
Okay. And so it'll be funded through their budget rather than your
They
budget?
have specific funding that relates to built security infrastructure for all of the official establishments, including those that the Governor-General resides in.
Okay. I have some more questions, but I think I'll put them towards the Department of Home Affairs in relation to that. No, thank you. So it'll be short and sweet, so thank you very much. But I also have some questions, not in relation to your area, in relation to, I suppose, the expenses issue that arose recently. So I might put that to you, Deputy Secretary, or you, Minister.
Which?
Well, I'll put the question. So on the 21st of December last year, the Prime Minister was asked the following: Prime Minister, on politician expenses, you sought advice from EPA. Will you be making any changes to the rules then? The Prime Minister responded, I received that advice from EPA. I received that advice on the weekend, 9 or 10 days ago, and determined we'd write to the REM Tribunal. Can the department please provide a copy of EPA's advice to the Prime Minister and then the subsequent letter that was written to the REM Tribunal?
Senator, in terms of the advice from EPA, I'd like to take that on notice. The reason I want to do that is It's prefaced as personal advice to the Prime Minister under Section 12 of IPIA's legislation. And because that preface, I'd like to check with the Prime Minister, obviously, but also consult with the CEO of IPIA because of their legislation.
Minister, is this something that you'd be happy to release in relation to the letter that was, the EP's advice to the Prime Minister and then the subsequent letter that the Prime Minister sent to the REM Tribunal?
So, on the second one, so a letter was sent from the Special Minister of State and Minister for Finance to the Remuneration Tribunal.
Okay, so it's a smallest one, but in relation to IPIA back to the Prime Minister, I don't think this is something that, I'm not putting words in your mouth, Minister, that's necessarily that secret. If you want to take it on notice.
We'll take it on notice. To be honest, probably best if you ask Senator Farrell and the Department of Finance, but my understanding is the letter to the Tribunal was from Ministers Farrell and Gallagher. I'll take on notice your request. So you're asking for that one, but that's obviously a matter for them. But you're asking for, will the Prime Minister release the response to that?
The advice from EPA.
I'll take that on notice.
Mr Walter said it was personal advice, whereas I think the Prime Minister...
Yeah, I'll take it on notice.
I was saying it's a policy issue. So.
My concern is only the way the response is framed, and I just want to make sure that we consult with IPIA and obviously check with the Prime Minister.
Since November 2025, has the Prime Minister or his office requested that the Secretary or the Department evaluate whether any minister has breached the Ministerial Code of Conduct in relation to the use of expenses?
So the Prime Minister does from time to time ask the Department for advice on matters that go to the Code. We don't disclose the nature or the advice nature of the advice requested or the advice provided, but I can say that no minister, since the commencement of the Albanese government, no minister has been found to have breached the Code of Conduct.
So, notwithstanding that answer, did the Secretary of the Department provide any advice to the Prime Minister or his office as to whether Ministers Wells, Butler, Farrell and Rowland's use of entitlements violated the Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Senator, I can only repeat what I've just said, which is that we don't disclose the nature of requests in relation to the Code or the nature of advice provided to the Code, or even, whether specific requests for advice were made or not.
Minister, can you explain what the Prime Minister's Code of Conduct or the Ministerial Code of Conduct means when it states Ministers and their staff are provided with resources and facilities at public expense for the effective conduct of public business. Such resources are not to be subject to wasteful, extravagant use and due economies to be observed at all times. In particular, Ministers must be scrupulous in ensuring the accuracy of any claim for ministerial, parliamentary or travel expenses.
Well, I think the words speak for themselves, Senator.
Well, Minister, how did Minister Wells observe due economy when she charged the taxpayer for a family weekend at the Snow?
Well, look, I think we all know, this has got a lot of media attention. I think the Prime Minister responded quite clearly in December of last year. He said that taxpayers do have a right to expect value for money. He also referenced the fact that the rules exist and Minister Wells had referred herself to IPIA to examine the specifics of her travel and that he would await any recommendations.
How did Minister Butler ensure that resources were not subject to wasteful use when he flew himself and his wife to the Australian Open final on public money and charged the public for travel allowance.
Senator, there are a range of rules associated with ministerial and parliamentary travel, and ministers and members and senators have an obligation to ensure that they comply with those rules as a consequence of some of these issues. Obviously changes have been made, and I would ask that you speak to Senator Farrell about those. I think he's up next because he is taken responsibility along with Senator Gallagher for management of those changes.
But I suppose I will happily do that, and I'm sure Senator Farrell would welcome the questioning. But Minister, how can you explain how violating EPA's rules is in line with the Ministerial Code of Conduct? Because the Ministerial Code of Conduct has a higher level for ministers and their staff, and if the ministers have breached EPA and have had to repay money to EPA, surely it follows that they've breached the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
You might recall EPA was established actually I think in response or as a consequence of Ms Lee's multiple visits to the Gold Coast and purchases of property. And my recollection is, and as I said, Senator Farrell has been and Senator Gallagher have been dealing with this, in part it was also to provide advice to parliamentarians about their expenses. And that is, you know, what Minister Wells is seeking.
But we also have the instance of the Attorney-General, the Chief Law Officer of this country, breaking the rules and repaying money back to Parliament. Yeah. How is the Attorney-General in compliance with the Ministerial Code of Conduct when they've had to repay, I think it's $10,000 or over $10,000?
Well, I think the fact is the Attorney-General and Minister Wells have asked EPA for their advice about their expenses. And then, obviously, I think Minister Wells is still awaiting that advice. The Attorney-General acted upon that advice. That's a reasonable thing to do.
But the Attorney-General has admitted that on one level rules have been breached, but when it comes to, or otherwise they would not have repaid the money, or she would not have paid the money, sorry. So I'm just trying to understand, how is it that a minister can admit that they have breached the rules in relation to politicians' travel and therefore not be in breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct, which has such a higher bar for the conduct of and the expenditure of taxpayers' money? And I can go back to the quote: such resources are not to be subject to wasteful, extravagant use, and due economy is to be observed at all times.
Well, Senator, it is EPA, it's a principles-based framework. You and I both know, you know, that there are times when there are questions about the operations of that framework, and parliamentarians across this parliament have sought advice and have received that advice and have acted accordingly, and that is what the ministers have or are doing, and it's a process that is arm's length and independent.
Has Prime Minister and Cabinet provided any advice to the Prime Minister or the PMO on risks to the Ministerial Code of Conduct from the use of taxpayer-funded family travel entitlements before November 2025?
The Parliamentary Business Resource Framework is a matter for the Department of Finance, Special Minister of State and Finance Minister, so I think your question's better directed to them, Senator.
But I suppose my question is, the question will go to them also, but has Prime Minister and Cabinet provided any advice to the Prime Minister or his office on risks to the Ministerial Code of Conduct, which he has carriage of, concerning the use of taxpayer-funded family travel entitlements before November last year?
So I'm just going to confine your question to, let's say the last 12, 18 months, not that I'm aware of. And obviously the code, it's a ministerial code, it's the Prime Minister's code. So while we support the Prime Minister where he requests it, it's ultimately, it's the Prime Minister's code.
I'll put some questions on notice to the Times, and Chair, I think my colleagues have some questions.
Yes, Senator Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. In the last round of Senate estimates, the Department of Finance confirmed that the Acting Prime Minister wrote to ministers on the 26th of September seeking options for budget reprioritisations, and that responses were due by the end of October 2025. Is that right?
Senator, I'll refer to one of my colleagues in relation to the date, just to check that.
Yep, thank you.
Senator Louise Rawlings, Chief Economist and First Assistant Secretary, Economic Division. Sorry, I'll have to take the date on notice. We don't have it to hand.
Okay. But the substance is right. It was the Acting Prime Minister who wrote to ministers in about September.
I think if this is the...
Mr Neil is nodding.
Well, if this is, I think Senator Gallagher responded on this in relation to an OPD, both on behalf of the PM and Treasurer and in her capacity as Finance Minister. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, for the moment, I'm just trying to establish that it was the Acting Prime Minister who sent the letter.
We'll take that on notice.
When it was sent. I think the officials were nodding, so I'm going to assume that's correct unless someone contradicts me. Why, just for interest, why was it the Acting Prime Minister who wrote this letter?
Probably because the Prime Minister was away.
Well, that's one other person who could have written the letter, but for example, why wasn't it the Treasurer or the Finance Minister?
Because the Acting Prime Minister...
Please enlighten me, Senator.
No, I'm just... The Prime Minister's away, the duties are undertaken by the Acting Prime Minister.
Yes, but this is a letter seeking savings from departments and agencies.
It's not unusual for, as part of... there are a set of... the Prime Minister has... it's not unusual, and in fact it would be a normal part of the budget process for the Prime Minister to ask ministers to do certain things, to provide authorities for things to come forward, in an orderly system of government where the Prime Minister is not trying to be the Treasurer as well. The Prime Minister does, including not only is the Prime Minister of the country, but also it's the Chair of ERC.
Well, I was going to ask, thank you for answering my question. I just was interested as to why he said it. Him being the Chair of ERC is one logical reason for it. Does PMC have a copy of the correspondence?
We'll have to take it on notice, Senator.
That whether or not you have a copy, you don't know whether or not you have a copy.
I'll check with the team, but we'll take it on notice.
We do have a copy of the letter, but not to hand. We have to provide that.
All right, so we have a copy. That's good. Could you take on notice providing it to the committee, please?
We'd have to take it on notice, given it is part of normal budget deliberations.
Just suggested that you did.
It may well be Cabinet in confidence.
Please take it on notice. Which ministers did the acting Prime Minister write to?
We'll take that on notice too.
Thank you. Did PMC draft the letter?
Senator, can I refer you to the response on the OPD? I refer to Senate OPD, agreed to by the Senate on Wednesday, 26 November. I respond in my capacity as Finance Minister on behalf of the PM and the Treasurer, as I advised the Senate on Tuesday, 25th November, in relation to the assertions in the article referred to in the order. One, the idea that we are imposing a 5% cut on agencies is incorrect. As I said in a radio interview this morning, what we have asked agencies to do is to think about all the things they are doing, all the programs they administer, and to consider whether they are still priorities, because we need to ensure we have got the resources available to meet all of the pressures coming the way of the public service. The letter goes on to say, documents prepared for budget processes would reveal the deliberations of Cabinet and accordingly are subject to public interest immunity claims. It is well recognised under long-standing conventions that it is in the public interest to preserve the confidentiality of Cabinet deliberations to ensure the best possible decisions are made following thorough consideration and discussion of relevant matters within Cabinet. The letter then goes on with further information. We will take it on notice, but I suspect you have the answer to your requests in what Senator Gallagher has already provided the chamber with.
Thank you. That wasn't my question. My question was...
Well, it is, because it refers directly to why there is PII claims in relation to documents associated.
My question was, did PMC draft the letter? How is that Cabinet
take that on
confidence?
notice.
Why does that need to be taken on notice?
Because we are entitled to take documents associated with Cabinet processes on notice.
This is not... This is a question about who prepared the document.
Well, I'm taking it on
Senator
notice.
Patterson, they have the right to take it on notice.
Thank you.
Well, in fact,
should they see fit.
the government guidelines to witnesses at estimates are very clear, and I quote, "While it is appropriate to take questions on notice if the information sought is not available or incomplete, officials should not take questions on notice as a way of avoiding further questions during the hearing. If officials have the information but consider it necessary to consult the Minister before providing it, they should state that as a reason for not answering rather than creating the impression that the information is not available."
Well,
I think we're all aware of that, Senator Patterson.
we are
Thank
all
you
aware
for
of that,
reading out.
and that is why I've read out what Senator Gallagher, the Minister for Finance, has said in the chamber, which is relates to what you are asking. So on that basis, I will take it on notice as the Minister representing for considering whether or not any of the documents or questions you have are not the subject of a PII claim.
So I can't even
I'm allowed
ask.
to do that. You can ask the question.
Thank you, Ms.
But it doesn't mean we'll answer it.
Why is there so much political sensitivity about this letter? Is it because you're worried that, the contents are damaging, that it will expose that you're seeking cuts or savings or reprioritisations? What is the reason?
What's the reason you're asking about it?
Because I think the public's entitled to know if the government was seeking savings and how they were doing so. I mean, this is expenditure of public money, Senator Wong.
Yes, I'm well aware of that, Senator, and I'm also aware of budget and Cabinet and ERC processes, which I respect.
Okay. Were any departments or agencies of government excluded from having to provide these 5% lowest priority savings?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Why do you need to take
Because
that on
that
notice?
goes to budget and Cabinet considerations.
How?
Because the whole... I refer you to Senator Gallagher's letter.
I'm well aware of the letter.
Well, then read it.
I've read it,
Well,
and I'm still going to ask
there
questions.
you go. Then you're just ignoring it.
No,
But
no.
that's fine.
Senator Wong, this is Senate estimates where we ask questions
Yeah,
about the government's
you
budget.
can ask questions. I'm
And
just going to continue to say we'll
I
take it on
thought this was
notice.
going to be a transparent government. I thought that's what you promised.
Transparent doesn't mean inviting you into our ERC processes.
That's
James?
very kind of you to consider, but I want to ask him for that.
It doesn't. It doesn't
I'm not
mean
asking for that.
So, sorry, you don't get an invitation.
No, I think the public's entitled to know about how the government makes decisions to spend public money or not spend public money.
The public is entitled to know that we have an orderly approach to government, unlike the government that you weren't.
Well, you
a
assert
part of.
that, but you're actually not providing evidence to confirm
no, that's
that.
not
You just
correct.
assert it.
That is not correct. We do.
Well, then provide the answers to these questions.
Orderly doesn't mean giving it to you. That's
Or
the
the
first.
public,
It's not the
apparently.
test, mate. Secondly, the public will have a budget where decisions are made informed by the budget process and which are the result of the budget process, which will be scrutinised, including in this place. So the normal transparency will apply to budget decisions.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
This is not. We haven't had the budget yet.
Well, no, in fact, this was a process in the lead up to MyEFO, wasn't it, Minister? It informed decisions in MyEFO, didn't it?
It was an announcement.
No, it wasn't an announcement. You're wrong. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Minister, you said that we haven't had the budget yet, but this is a letter sent in September asking for responses by October to inform MyEFO, was it not?
Well, I'll take it on notice and refer you to Senator Gallagher's answer.
Were defence and national security agencies excluded from this process, or were they required to find the 5% of lowest priority work that they do?
They can't respond.
Well, you can.
No, well, I'm not. I don't disclose deliberations associated with the budget process.
Well, I think it is a matter of public interest whether security
I'm
agencies...
sure there's a lot of interest in it.
Well, yeah, and indeed, that's right. And I think...
And the result of any consideration will be in the budget and any subsequent budget updates.
But the decisions aren't the only thing that's relevant. The process is relevant too, because I think it would be of public interest to know, for example, Minister, whether or not you asked ASIO to go and find their lowest 5% value work.
And I think, the officials
AFP.
and the Minister have said that
I think
they are
you've
taking
seen,
that on notice
actually, there's
to come
been
back to you
additional
with the full
resourcing of
details.
both the AFP and ASIO since we came to government, Senator.
Thanks, Minister, but that wasn't my question.
Well,
did you ask them to go and spend time and energy and resources to find savings for MyEFO, whether they were acted on or not?
There have been additional resourcing of those agencies since we came to
That's
government.
not relevant at all to my question. I want to know whether or not you tasked them
Senator,
to spend
I am
time
not
finding savings.
All of this is being taken on notice, Senator.
Indeed, and I think that is very revealing. Chair, I'm happy to rotate.
That's because you haven't got anything, so you have to say it's revealing.
Pardon me? No, I didn't catch that, sorry.
I said, it's all right.
We'll move on to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to follow on some
sorry, just before you start. We are going to break at 6:45, just for everyone's...
Is the break, are we moving then, sorry, can I just clarify, are we moving then after the break to Audit Office or not?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Thank you.
I have some questions following on from questions from Senator Roberts about the Port of Darwin. I just want to better understand what PMC's role is in that election commitment to return the Port of Darwin to Australian ownership, and get a better sense of which agency is taking the lead and which agencies are involved. So it's Treasury, Finance, Home Affairs...
Infrastructure.
Defence and Infrastructure.
Yeah,
Am I right in saying that it's Finance that is taking the lead?
No, Senator, Department of Infrastructure has the lead.
Infrastructure is taking the lead. Okay, so that would make the lead minister on this issue Minister King?
Yes, Catherine King, Mr.
Right,
Catherine King.
okay, thank you. And what's the time frame? Oh, sorry, I should first of all say, what is PMC's role in this?
PMC's role, we're a shadow function. We oversee the work at the Department of Infrastructure, but they actually have the lead.
Right. So it's just coordinating people?
Department of Infrastructure have the lead in relation to the Port of Darwin.
So, sorry, please explain to me again what PMC's role then is.
So we provide advice to the Prime Minister's office and in relation to the Port of Darwin, but we receive that advice from the Department of Infrastructure.
Right. Okay, thank you. Does PMC then track it as an election commitment?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
you do track election commitments.
So PMC has a broader role around election commitments, correct?
Yes, so you have a tracker of some sort as to, you know, what has been committed to and what's been delivered. Right. And the sale of the Port of Darwin obviously was announced with a fair bit of fanfare.
I'd have to just take on notice.
Yeah, we'd have to take on notice in terms of if it's there.
If it's on the tracker.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, sorry, so what you're saying to me is that there are potentially things that were announced during the election that aren't on the tracker?
No, I'm just saying we're taking notice the inclusion of that item in the tracker.
Right. So if it's not on the tracker, then there are things that were announced during the election campaign that aren't on the tracker?
I think you're making an assumption there, so I'm not going to agree with that assumption.
No, it's not an assumption, it's a logical
that.
conclusion. If it's
Sure, logical conclusion.
Yes? Okay. So given the significance of this election commitment, and the Prime Minister was obviously very keen to make the announcement, he dialed into radio stations and announced it by surprise, what has been the interest of the Prime Minister in this sale, and how many times have PM&C briefed him?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, in terms of the number of times that we've briefed the Prime Minister, and also to understanding, I don't want to go to anything that has cabinet implications as well.
Okay. If you were to brief the Prime Minister on an issue like this, what's the format of a briefing? Is it in person? Is it something that's done in writing? What's the sort of standard procedure?
Standard procedure is writing.
In writing, okay, thank you. And do you know whether the Prime Minister has met with any prospective buyers or consortiums that might be interested in buying the Port of Darwin?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
Senator.
Okay. Can I ask? No. I don't think you'll be able to tell me, but if we let you go, there must be somebody in the room that can tell me, though, whether it actually appears or doesn't appear on the tracker. Surely. I mean, you'd
so
have the tracker.
The question, well, first the lead department is Infrastructure and Minister King.
Well, I know that,
so
Minister,
that
but if there is a tracker and it's run by PMC.
Let me please, Senator. Secondly, your question is, does it appear on like a database of election commitments? Is that the question?
Well, it was an election commitment.
No,
yes.
I'm just trying to clarify what your question is.
What I would like to know is if PMC runs a tracker of election commitments, what's been delivered, what is yet to be delivered, what's on time.
Why don't we take on notice
the
delivery,
Surely
how we track the delivery of election commitments? We will do that.
Well, that wasn't exactly what I asked for, though. What I asked for is, I know that there is a tracker. We've already had that discussion. If there is a tracker, well, because we know that there is a tracker, is this election commitment on it? If it is on it, terrific. We'd like to understand that. If it isn't on it, well, does that mean that there are other election commitments that aren't on the tracker?
Happy, Senator, we've indicated we'll take that on notice, whether this is on the tracker itself.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of people in this room. Are you seriously telling me that there isn't anybody here that has the election tracker in front of them?
I don't have it, Senator. That's all I can answer at the moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We will move to the dinner break, and we will return after dinner with the Australian National Audit Office. Thank you.